Test. Hello, chat. Hello. Hello, D. Welcome. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday, Big Monday. Good to see you too, D. How is everybody doing? Let me get my alt in here, y'all. Let me get my big old dirty alt up in here. Good. How we doing, y'all? How are we doing? What's going on, Michelle? Trump is God? What the fuck? Guys, it's not a cult. They're so sick of hearing it. They're so sick of it. It's not a cult. All right, we got my alt in here. Let me do a little share, the little repost. What's up, Emmy? Let's get our first guest up in here. Let's see if this is an opposition. Hello, are you a Trump supporter? That is someone in the shower. Dean gets people in the bath. I get people in the shower. Different crowd, different demographic. Shot. Slightly different. Happy Monday. What's up, Jody? There's nothing you can do about Trump being president. Okay, we could still say he sucks. There's nothing you can do about me saying he sucks. At least they're bathing. Love that. Love that. Chad, if you want to debate, you can hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. And there is actually something you can do. You can vote blue in November. We can impeach his ass, get his ass out, hold him accountable for being the most corrupt president in recent history, maybe in all of history. Maybe in all of history. I think maybe even if you add all of them up, monetarily, he's the most corrupt president. How was the movie? Yes. It was so good. It was so good. Did the big package arrive for little Mrs. Pickles? Mary, are you the one who bought the Kong? Thank you, D, for the hand hearts. I think he's worse than Nick. Yeah, like 100 times worse than Nixon. Are you kidding me? Yeah. We have a Watergate like every other day. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot to include my name. Yes, Mary, thank you so much. Shout out to Mary for buying me pickles, some treats off of my Amazon wish list. If you guys want to help me out with little fun gifts, there's an Amazon wish list in my link tree, and there are gifts for pickles. Some we had to change recently because they're not safe for dogs. I guess we had what's it called? What's it called? You can't give dogs pretty much just dried leather. Anyway, uh, she's got a new treat list, and she's pretty stocked on treats. Yesterday, Rawhide, thank you. She's pretty well stocked on treats. Kinda. If anything, food would be better now than treats, but whatever. I hope you guys are having an awesome Monday. Spider-Man was fantastic as hell. It was so good. 10 out of 10, maybe 9.5 out of 10, just because I don't know. Nothing beats Shawshank Redemption. It's hard to beat that. Anyway, let's go with the first guest. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
You goddamn blue-haired liberal Democrat motherfucker. No job having, living off the fucking government, liberal motherfuck. God bless America and God bless our troops and fuck the liberals. You understand that? Do you understand that?
I've missed y'all back, chat. I've missed y'all back. Guys, we are also not doing the phone line today again, but we are doing political debates. If you want to debate, hop in the box. We are looking for Trump supporters, conservatives, libertarians, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. You're all regressive. If you want to come debate about it, hop in the box. Hello, are you a Trump supporter? Yep. I hope, yeah. Hope everybody's drinking some waters. That guy sounded like, I don't know, like somebody with the tism in like elementary school. It sounded like me in elementary school. Are there any Trump supporters left? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of moosh brains, silly geezers out there. So it was Mar about singing about Charlie Kirk. Who knows, y'all? Who knows? How was everybody's weekend? Guys, did you guys see that Tallarico is up in Texas? I have another neighbor that put up a Tallarico sign. I walked by his house today. He's on my street, and I gave it one of those. I was like walking, people was like, oh, look at that Tallarico sign, baby. We do have we have a pickles can coming up as soon as we hit 10K likes, y'all. So if we can speed run the likes to 10K, pickles cam is primed and ready. It's primed and ready. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, definitely. What's up?
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
1031 exchange. He didn't touch it. Kept it the same.
And is that it?
I mean, yeah, it's an individual vote. 1031 exchange actually directly affects me if it's touched.
Cool.
Right. So, yeah, I voted for myself. It's an individual vote. So I'd like to ask you a question. I don't know. Well, what do you think about what's happening in Spain right now? And do you think what's happening in Spain would actually, do you think Americans are watching this and it might influence their vote in 2028 to vote maybe for a Republican to actually avoid a situation like this to happen in America? First of all, do you know what's happening in Spain?
Yeah. A lot of.
So let's explain it to the people what's happening in Spain.
So Republicans passed a law and voted on a law that basically reestablished some sort of border or some sort of territory. I think it's like a part of Morocco, and a lot of
No,
people.
wrong.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and tell us?
Yeah, wow, you're lying completely. It's terrible. You're lying.
Uh-oh.
So it's not part of Morocco. It's Spaniard territory. It's just in Africa, not in Europe, but
Okay.
it's Spanish territory, right? So I don't
And
know
it's
if you
not
know,
part of Morocco?
no, it's Spanish territory.
But was it,
It-
is it like part of Morocco?
no, has nothing to do with Morocco, sir.
Do you agree that Republicans did this?
Hold on, you're jumping the ship on something you don't even know what you're saying. You don't even know
Wait.
the backstory of this.
Wait,
Why are you?
do you agree that Marco Rubio did this?
Marco Rubio has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Do
Tell me
you
what you know.
understand what's happening?
Yes.
All right, so let's. Wow, you're pivoting completely. But let me explain.
All right.
And try to control, right? So, what's happening in Spain right now is that they elected a really, really socialist president. I agree their policies are socialist, right? But this guy's a little bit too left, and was eased up about the illegal immigrants, right? A lot of leftists voted him in, right? But they didn't vote for this. This guy actually said to these Moroccans that they could come in illegally without even being checked or anything. So the amount of Moroccans that are actually going towards Spain right now is 60,000 of them, right? They haven't been vetoed, they haven't been checked or anything. What's happening with this is that a lot of Spanish people, a lot of Spaniards that actually voted left for this president are unhappy with these situations because these Moroccans are coming into their country and they're actually committing crimes, robbing civilians there, citizens of Spain. They're actually harassing them. They're fighting them. They're actually going towards restaurants demanding food. It's an invasion completely. It's 60,000 illegal immigrants. So what happened was that the government was forced, the very government that welcomed this was forced to push them back, right? But this is something that it's going to happen again.
Out of the 50,000, 48,000 have been sent back.
No. So that is something.
It's right
that,
here on the screen.
So hold on. So who reported this?
BBC.
Who?
BBC.
No. You don't want to go to that. You want to go to the Spanish government. That's the ones that actually reported this, right?
Okay, cool. I'll just look where they got that, but I'm gonna guess that it was
came
from
the Spanish government, right?
All right.
The Spanish
and
government.
did you know that the Republicans voted on this, right? Did you know that?
Republicans where?
Republicans here.
Are you? Do you think politics in America have to do with something with Moroccans actually crossing the border and Spain actually letting them?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
How?
I love how this worked on you.
Tell me how.
I'm going to show you the letter from Thomas Massey.
No, tell me how. I don't want you to show me how.
I'm going to let you stop crying real quick while I pull it up.
No, I'm not crying. It's just that you're getting cooked, so you can't explain how this is happening. Tell me. And how Marco Rubio has an influence on Spanish government since it's socialist.
Okay, U.S. Congressman Massey links $40 million in U.S. funding from Morocco to Spain's Quetta migration process. Oof, getting cooked, huh?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Morocco found itself in the center of international attention over the past week over a surge in attempted migrant crossings. Hey, I need you to calm down. I feel like you're really
but what does
you're emotionally charged here, guy?
$40 million for what?
Hey, man. Hey, bub. We're gonna let you calm down. I think you're just
but those $40 million, I'm not getting cooked, my friends. You know you're not. So tell me how those.
I read this. We're gonna mute you while I read this. All right, you're getting fucking eviscerated, my friend.
Right, because you're muting me. Right, because
yes, you got to shut your fucking mouth so I can read.
Tell me how $40 million actually.
I'm gonna have to let you help. I'm gonna help you out, okay? African enclave of Quetta prompted. No, here. In fact, I'll just.
If you mute me, I'm gone because you just.
There you go. I'll help you. Morocco's found itself in the center of international attention over the past week after a surge of attempted migrant crossing into Spain's North African enclave. Prompted renewed scrutiny for post $40 million U.S. funding package, refocused attention on one of Africa's longest running territorial disputes. A recent surge in migrant crossings into Quetta has put Morocco, by the way, on the international spotlight in a revived debate over proposed $40 million U.S. funding package. Morocco, by the way. Uh, Chat, when I'm gone for a couple days, I read the news, all right? Don't worry about it. The developments have drawn attention not only to migration management along the Moroccan-Spain border, but also about strategic relationship with the United States and its long-standing claims over Quetta and Melilla on Africa's northern coast. Oh, God, Sabes. Puercito. Against this backdrop, Kentucky Republican and prominent Trump critic Thomas Massie questioned the timing of a House-approved funding package for Morocco after thousands of migrants attempted to enter Quetta. Writing on X, Massie noted the House Republicans had approved legislation providing funding for Morocco only weeks before the migration surge, before making the controversial claim that the House passed a bill green-lighted the transfer of Spanish territory to Morocco. Oh, no. Oh, no, you're getting fucking cooked, Sabes. He also accused fellow Republicans of inconsistency, saying they were now acting shocked at the invasion. Oh, Massie was referring to HR 8595, and Yatu Sabes, I promise you it would have taken me 30 minutes to get this out if you were still up here, so I'm sorry. Adults only while I'm reading. The National Security Department of State and Related Programs Appropriations for Act 2027, which passed the House of Representatives on July 15th, 217 votes to 209, claimed to have been only Republican to vote against the measure. So only Republicans voted for this. However, many have criticized the interpretation, arguing that his remarks center on the language contained in the accompanying House Committee report rather than the legislation itself. Committee backs $40 million assistance package. Oh, no. The committee report states, the committee notes that the Spanish-administered cities of Quetta and Melilla are located in the Moroccan territory and remain subject to Morocco's long-standing claim, Yatu Sabes. It adds the committee supports the efforts of the Secretary of State to encourage diplomatic engagement between Morocco and Spain on the future status of Quetta and Melilla. Oh my goodness gracious. I just don't know how, if Gordon Ramsay saw this, he would be so upset because you just got so overcooked. Rissa, thank you so much for becoming a super fan. Yatu Sebes, we're going to let you come up and respond.
All right, so perfect. So tell me how I got cooked and tell me how that's relative to the point of these Moroccans actually crossing illegally. Tell me how.
So the contested territory, and thank you for saying Moroccan, right? You said it wasn't Morocco?
The people coming from Morocco are Moroccans. I don't know what you don't.
So
get.
You said it didn't involve Morocco. But
I thought you cooked me. I thought you cooked me.
What did you correct me when I said Morocco? What was that about?
No. I don't think you understand. You think you cooked me and don't even know what you're talking about.
So are you going to correct me on what I
This is so
didn't
sad.
cook you about?
So let's have a conversation because I don't think you don't even know what you're saying and you think you cooked me. So what does this have to do with Moroccans crossing illegally, 60,000 of them to Spain?
Because as a NATO ally, I believe that the territories changed, and we designated one territory as part of Morocco, and then questionably we didn't at this point in time.
When did this happen?
Whenever HR 8535 passed.
Tell me when it happened.
8595.
Yeah, just look for the date.
Here, we'll do this.
Yeah. Let's see if you cooked me. And just by the way, just muting somebody and booting them is not cooking them, bro.
I had to, man. I had to because you were being a child. June 3rd, 2024.
I mean, 2024. Mm-hmm. So let's see.
It was introduced. Let's see when it was passed.
Hold on.
It was passed July 15th, 2026.
Right. No, that has nothing to do with it. So
passing it has everything to do with it.
Justifying, so that, no, it doesn't. So how does it justify Moroccans illegally crossing towards Spain? Can you answer that?
It says it right here that the $40 million assistance package
Sure.
was something that went directly towards this.
Sure. Again, What does that have to do with the illegal crossings to Spain?
Morocco blames misinformation and trafficking networks.
You can't answer this. You got to look up to the article. I don't understand. You can't answer this individually. You just can't answer this.
Can you tell me how?
No, dude, hold on. I'll answer your questions, host.
All right. We're going to read the rest of the article. Moroccan authorities, meanwhile, said attempted crossings in Quetta and Melilla. Is it Melilla? Were driven by misinformation, human trafficking networks, and misunderstandings of legal and administrative measures. Interior Ministry spokesperson cited the spread of misleading information on social media, the activities of human trafficking networks, and misinterpretations of certain legal administrative provisions. According to the ministry, nearly 40,000 people moved towards Quella. About 1,135 attempts reached Melilla. And it said that those who entered Melilla were immediately repatriated. So it looks like they were enforcing the border, too. You didn't even know it was in Morocco. Yeah, I know. The false impression that the crossings were easy, leading some to underestimate the risks. So I guess he's buying that misinformation, too. So they're trying to encourage the diplomatic future status of these two cities. Not less than $20 million under national security investment programs, and not less than $20 million under the foreign ministry would be allocated to Morocco. The committee linked the funding to the U.S. national security interests, a long-standing relationship between the two countries. Oh, they're countries, not cities. Country is Quetta? Is it a city or country? However, the report's wording that attracted attention as it becomes amid heightened tensions between over Quetta and Melilla. Are these cities? Countries. They're cities. The migration crisis also caused wider concern across Europe, with Italy temporarily reducing border checks, travelers arriving in Spain, several EU governments calling stronger controls on the bloc's external borders. Even so, committee reports are not legally binding and not authorize a transfer of sovereignty. So was the transfer of sovereignty what we're talking about? As they contain congressional observations and recommendations rather than enforceable provisions in the legislation itself. Morocco blames misinformation and trafficking networks. I already read that. Two weeks before the migrants from Morocco invaded Quetta, the GOP passed a bill of $40 million from Morocco, and committee report advising Spanish administered cities are located in Moroccan territory and remain the subject of Morocco's long-standing claim. Watu Sabes. I love that. I don't know if Marshmallow meant to come up here. CIA is now actively subverting Moroccan regime government with congressional approval. So are we're like kind of like working in opposition to the Moroccan regime? Or with them? Morocco's in Trump's pocket. Both nations maintain strong diplomatic ties, which include ongoing collaboration in regional security in North Africa and the Sahel. Morocco has been designated as a major non-NATO ally since United States since 2004, allowing for close counterterrorism coordination and joint military drills like the African Line exercises. Morocco regularly monitors military engaging U.S. defense contracts, defense plot, safety, and aviation tech programs. So, I mean, it looks like what we did was we made a claim about the territory, right? Congressional report sparked a political controversy regarding Moroccan territorial claims just a week prior. And by the way, this was because of a Spanish Supreme Court ruling that prohibited law enforcement from immediately and summarily deporting migrants who reach Ceuta and Melilla by sea without due process. This legal change was heavily exploited and misrepresented by human trafficking networks. That's mainly why. That's maybe why. It was misinformation over that court ruling. Roughly 2 weeks before the border surge, Republican-controlled U.S. House Appropriations Committee released a report for an upcoming budget bill that allocated foreign assistance to Morocco. The language committee report included text noting Morocco's long-standing sovereignty claims over the Spanish-administered enclaves and encouraged diplomatic talks in the future status. After the migration crisis erupted, U.S. political figures such as criticized fellow Republicans or in the committee's language appeared to lend a degree of U.S. backing to Morocco's position on the disputed enclaves right before the border crisis unfolded. However, U.S. policy did not alter the legal geographic realities driving the migration wave into Spain. Yeah. Oops, I didn't mean to decline you, Duck Slapper. You're welcome to try back. These chuds are not lonely enough. I agree, dude. I agree. Hello. Oh, we're at 15K likes. We will turn on the mini pickles cam. Move. Oh my god, she's under the covers, y'all. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box. We just have a pickles tail here. Is that a pickles? No, that's just a comforter. She's just right here, y'all. She's just chilling. What up, Truth? I am new here. Can you please show me what's going on? What? Pickles. Pickles, you're gonna get squished. 0.5 grats, Jin. Sorry, baby. You can just stay right there. All right. There she is.
Pickles, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
What's up, bub? You here to flex your social status a little more today?
No, not at all. I don't really need to do that, dude.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about politics?
Sure, man. What do you want to talk about today?
Yeah. How do you feel about RFK getting on TV and telling people to take the measles vaccine?
Are you talking about the interview he did with the
Dana Bash?
with CNN?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he cooked her, dude. Holy shit. Bro, he cooked her.
What did he
Yes,
cook her
man.
on?
Bro, hold on. Let me pull it up. Yes, I did watch that. Let me pull it up. Stand by. Let me boot up the computer here.
I like the part where he said, "You're not a medical expert," and she said, "Neither are you." That was my favorite part. And then he kept misciting studies. He couldn't tell anybody what Fauci did that was bad. He kept saying,
What do you mean?
that,
Hold on, Pickles. What do you mean, bro? He pled the fifth 111 times. He couldn't even explain himself, dude.
that itself doesn't really incriminate anybody, right? Like, what does that mean? What was so bad that they proved? Doesn't Trump do that?
The fact that he flip-flopped on every single thing, dude.
Like what?
Well, at first he was like, "Oh, you don't need to wear a mask," and then he's like, "Yeah, you do need to wear a mask." And dude, it was just
That's wrong.
Listen, Pickles.
That's wrong. Let's talk about it.
Listen, I'm not even gonna call him a doctor, bro. Fauci is a fucking piece of shit, dude. That guy was just sitting there for decades, waiting for his 15 minutes of fame, and sure enough, Trump's last year in office in his first term, this guy comes out of the woodworks and nobody fucking even knew who he was, dude. Okay?
Can you
And he got his little
can you
15
focus
minutes of
up,
fame.
dude?
Hold on.
Can you focus up, dude?
Hold on, Pickles. Hold on. Pickles. Did he not literally get caught going to a baseball game not wearing a mask? Yes or no?
Let me see. I don't know. I've never heard that.
So he tells, hold on, bro. He tells everybody else, you need to stay inside and
Does that mean
fucking-"
that the science is bad? Because I just look
And
at like scientific research to see if masks work. I don't look at people.
Bro, hold on, bro. Listen, Pickles. Would you say you would take his advice, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, bro, he flip-flopped numerous times on the mask situation, bro. Are you like not understanding when he basically said, "No, you don't need to wear a mask. Everything's okay." And then all of a sudden, dude,
He didn't say that.
remember, yes, he did, bro. Remember we couldn't even get masks? Remember there was like a shortage? What are you talking about, bro? This guy flip-flopped numerous times.
So Fauci did wear a mask. It was just without his mask properly positioned in the stands after throwing a ceremonial first pitch at the Nationals opening game, July 23rd, 2020. So he had a mask on, it just wasn't properly positioned.
Yeah, but listen, Pickles.
Oh no, were you lying
The
right
Daily
there?
Wire, bro. Hold on.
Were you lying?
No, I'm not lying. There's pictures of him going out in the public. Remember when Nancy Pelosi went and got a perm and she was telling everybody to go stay home?
Okay.
So they're all special, right? Hold on, Pickles. They're all special, dude. It's rules for thee, not for me, right?
No, I don't do that.
That's how it is, Pickles.
First of all, Fauci didn't make any rules, right? Can you tell me a rule Fauci made? And Fauci doesn't have the right to make rules.
Bro, the motherfucking rule he wanted was for you to take the jab, guy. What are you
He didn't
talking
make any
about?
of those rules either, right? Like he doesn't have the
Yes, he
authority to do
did.
that.
He said you're not gonna. Hold on, bro. Let me pull it up.
Hey,
He basically
hold
said
on,
you're
you're
not
screaming,
gonna get
dude.
a job.
First of all, stop.
Okay,
That's false. Fauci cannot make any of these rules. He can't make any. He made literally no rules at all.
Pickles. Literally, they played the video for him while he was in the congressional hearing. He was telling people, "You're not going to go to this school. You're not going to get this job.
Focus
if
up,
you don't
Splinter.
take the
Focus
jab."
up. Focus up.
What do you
Does
mean focus
Fauci
up, bro?
Does
Hold on,
Fauci
I'm gonna
have
pull
the
interview
authority?
up.
Does Fauci have the authority to make that kind of rule?
Bro, what do you mean? That's what they're.
Is that a
that's
yes?
the whole reason why he. No, hold on, Pickles.
So it's
You're
a no.
literally saying you're literally saying that you would take his advice, right, Pickles?
Yes.
Okay, so if he came out and was like, "Hey, Pickles," at the beginning of the COVID, he's like, "Pickles, you don't need to wear a mask. Fuck all that shit," right?
He didn't say that, by the way.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, the fuck he did, bro.
No, he didn't. Give me
And
the
then
quote.
later
Go ahead
on-
and give me the quote, Splinter.
then later
I'm
on-
gonna find you my quote. You're gonna find that quote, okay? Because you're lying. And what he said was, stop. You don't need to go out and buy all the fucking masks. The hospitals need them first. That's what he said. He didn't say don't buy masks. They don't work. So you're lying.
Bro, oh my God, bro. There's clips of him literally saying, oh,
Go
yeah,
find
you
one.
should wear a mask.
Go
Hold
find
on.
one.
Stop interrupting me, bro. I'm pulling him up. There's literally clips to him saying, oh, yeah, you do need a mask. Then later on, he goes, you need to wear a double mask. That's going to even protect you even more.
He didn't say
That's
that
how
either.
idiotic. Bro, there's literally videos of him saying
He's
this. I'm
never
trying to
said
pull
wear
him up.
double
Give me a second.
masks.
Yes, he did, bro. He said it's going to offer more protection. Then why won't you just do it?
Yeah, he never said double masks. If it was a shitty cloth mask,
God, bro.
let me talk. If it was a shitty cloth masks, it would help, even if just a little bit matters every time. It would stop you possibly from spreading something further to someone else. It wouldn't stop you from getting something, but it possibly could stop you from spitting your fucking saliva onto someone else. And if you wore an N95 mask and it was properly sealed, it could possibly help you not contract the virus. That was consistent every single
Because
time.
we know that the masks
His position
don't do
might have
shit,
evolved.
dude.
That's not true either. We have all the science in the world that still says, and I maintain that this is true, that N95 masks are safe. They are effective. They just had a study that I believe in India that proved that there was a 9% decrease in fatalities
hold on,
because of
Pickles.
masks. 9%.
I have my proof for you,
100
bro.
million people.
Hold on, Pickles. I have my proof for you, bro.
Okay.
Okay. On March 8th, 2020, Fauci did a 60-minute special, okay? He went on there and said there's no reason to be walking around with a mask, okay? Now,
Read me the whole
April-
thing.
Yeah, he literally says verbatim, no reason to be walking around wearing a mask. This is
Okay.
on March 8th, okay? Literally a month later, okay, the CDC recommended cloth face coverings in public and masks, dude. Okay, so who do you think the CDC is taking their advice from?
Oh, he said,
Dr.
okay,
Fauci?
stop. You just lied. He said right now people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with the mask.
On March 8th.
Is he saying that people need to, intended for infected people to prevent spreading illness for healthcare
Bro,
workers?
you're talking about a month later, Pickles.
Yes, stop. You're saying, you're repeating something out of context. What he's saying is don't go and buy all the fucking masks, stay indoors. You don't need to be walking around. You need to leave
What do you
these
mean
for
buying all the
healthcare
masks,
professionals.
dude? What do you mean buying
There
all
was
the
a
masks?
shortage.
Okay, hold on, but Pickles, you're using that as a means of getting out of me proving my point, dude. Literally
Yeah.
a month later, the CDC comes out and goes, yes, we need masks. Which is basically Dr. Fauci saying we need masks.
No,
okay?
they said that they were short. The public health officials initially discouraged broad public use of a surgical and N95 mask to ensure availability for medical professionals. That's what it was.
He literally reversed his recommendation, Pickles. So when you come out and you're a doctor and you have decades, you come out and you make the wrong decision, and then a month later you go, "Fuck! I should have told him to wear masks." Everybody needs to wear masks.
During a pandemic, during a novel,
he sucks at his job, dude. That's
I'm
what
sorry.
I'm trying to tell you.
No. During a novel pandemic, somebody who's been a healthcare professional his entire life, I value what his predictions were, and a lot of his predictions were really good, and they were just common sense. If there's a fucking pandemic, wear a mask, dude. What? There's still no science that proves your point, not even a little bit. There's not a single study you can pull up right now. I want you to Google it right now, Ryan. Give me a study that shows masks aren't effective.
They're not, man.
Just
They're
find
not.
one. I'm not asking you because you're not a medical professional.
So hold on. It's kind of common sense, Pickles. Let me break it down to you, bro. You don't need a study. This is common sense.
No, you do need a study.
Give me a second, bro. Whenever you put something over your face, okay, and you're breathing in the same carbon monoxide and all the shit that you're spewing out of your mouth and you're rebreathing that back into your nose, that is not good for your immune system, you dingling.
It does not do
What
anything.
makes you think that that's good
That
for your
doesn't do
immune
anything.
system, bro?
What are you talking
Yes,
about?
it does,
No,
bro.
no, it doesn't, dude.
Pickles, if you have, hold on, bro. If you literally have plaque buildup on your teeth, If you have gingivitis build up on your teeth,
Brush
you're
your
not taking care of your
teeth.
mouth. Hold on, bro. Stop for a second. And let's say you are sick. Let's even say you are sick, bro. You're breathing into the mask. It has nowhere to go. You're gonna breathe that shit right back into your system,
Dude,
my guy.
you are so
Are you
literally
idiotic?
you're negative IQ. How big is a fucking molecule of CO2 or carbon dioxide?
Hey,
And
bro,
is it
let's get
bigger
back
or
to my main
smaller than the
point. Hey.
hold on, than the perforations on a mask? Is it bigger or smaller?
Hey, Pickles,
what is the
let's get back
what
to
is
my main point, bro.
No,
Let's
you're
get
gonna
back to my main
you're
point.
gonna stop spreading misinformation on my
Yes.
show. Absolutely not.
Breathing.
I want
putting a
you-
mask over your face.
You are
and breathing in
literally
the
a
same
car
germs
soap
that you're trying to
salesman.
expel.
You're a
It's not
car
good
soap.
for you, dude.
I'm not taking your medical advice. I want to know what the
If
entire
you're
medical
sick, you
community
should stay
says.
at home. You don't need to wear a mask while you're at home, dude.
Are you saying to lock down?
No, I'm not saying to lock down. I'm saying if you're sick, stay in your room. Eat some fucking soup, dude. Take some vitamin C.
So lock down?
You don't need to be in your own house wearing a mask, breathing in the germs you're trying to get out of your body, bro. So hold on, let me go back to my point, bro. August of 21. Verbatim. This is him literally saying this verbatim in
Dude,
August
I
of
don't care what
2021.
this is called a common enemy thing. I want to know what
Hold
the
on, Pickles,
science
please let me say
says.
this.
I want to know what the
He says,
science
if you
says.
want to come to college or university, you've got to get vaccinated.
Okay.
Okay. So that's taking my God-given right to say, no, I don't want the vaccine.
He didn't make that
And
a
on
rule.
top of
He
that,
has no
hey,
authority
Pickles,
to.
This is how idiotic you guys are, bro. Hey, guess what? Why are you so worried about me not taking the vaccine when you've taken the vaccine? So you're supposed to be protected, bro. So why
Oh,
the
man.
fuck are you worried about me if I didn't take
All
the
right,
vaccine?
Splinter, I'm going to teach you a little about science. I need you to open your ears and shut
No,
your
you're
mouth.
not going to teach me shit,
I'm going to teach
dude.
you a little
Go
thing.
ahead. Go
All
ahead.
right, so when you guys don't get vaccinated and you allow the virus to live in you with a full pathogenic load, by the way, and then you carry it to your neighbor and your grandma, it does this thing, it evolves. The virus fucking mutates, and the virus becomes a different strain, and it becomes harder and harder to contain. So when you guys were told by your mass conspiracy, paranoid politicians to not get masked, to not take a vaccine, you guys died at a 16 plus higher rate, 16% higher rate. You guys died by the thousands
guess what, Pickles?
more.
Hey, guess what, Pickles? So I never took the vaccine. I never took a booster, bro. Okay,
Uh-huh.
did you
And
take the
that's-
vaccine?
Yes.
Hold on. Okay, so guess what? I literally just went to the VA because, you know, I'm an Army veteran. I get to use the VA. They literally scanned my entire body, heart scan, blood work, and everything, bro.
That doesn't mean anything.
I'm 42. Hold on, bro. Listen.
That
I'm
doesn't mean
42 years
anything.
old. Yes, it does, bro.
No, it
Give me a
doesn't.
second. Stop interrupting me. I'm literally 42 years old, and I'm literally out competing fucking 20-year-olds, dude.
I don't care. It doesn't mean anything.
So what are you talking about, bro?
That's called an anecdote.
Okay, so hey, Pickles, when are you gonna go get the heart scan and the X-ray of your heart?
Why would I need that?
What do you mean? Why would you need that? Hold on. Did you take the Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
No.
Which one did you take?
By the way, that was not an mRNA vaccine.
Did you take the Johnson & Johnson? Be
No,
honest with
I
us,
took
Pickles.
Moderna
So hey, why did they pull the Johnson & Johnson off the market?
because there were 6 blood clots that happened.
No, it wasn't 6 blood clots, bro. It was literally giving everybody blood clots, dude. That's
There
why
was
they pulled it off
6.
the market right away.
It was
Bullshit.
6.
6, motherfucker. You're lying, dude.
6.
You're an idiot, my guy. Don't start saying 6.
It was 6.
Pickles. Something's wrong with you, bro. You gotta stay focused here. We understand that Dr. Fauci, that piece of shit, basically told everybody if you don't get the jab, you're not gonna get a job, or you're not gonna go to school, and you're not gonna do nothing.
Yeah,
And his
he
15
had no
minutes of
authority to
framing
do
this up,
that.
dude.
He had no authority to do any of that, by the way. He didn't do any
Hey,
of that
Pickles.
to you.
Are you able to play a video on my wall right now? Can you pull it up on your computer?
Yeah.
Okay, go to the one where it says, fuck, I'm gonna go to prison. Pull that one up of Dr. Fauci.
Because they were
No, can you
using
play it
him
for the
as a
audience?
common enemy to like politically persecute him.
Can you play it for the audience so we can all watch it together on your TV, on your screen? Can you pull it up, please?
Sure, hold on.
This was him in
Okay,
Congress,
sorry. It was
guys.
60 cases. 60, not 6.
No,
60
it's more
cases.
than that. It was more than that, Pickle. It was more than that.
In the United States, the federal health agencies confirmed a total of 60 cases, the rare and serious blood clotting condition linked to Johnson & Johnson. 60.
What's your source? What's your source?
This is
Pickles?
Nebraska Medicine in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah, man. I need a couple more sources, but dude, please pull the video up of
You
Dr.
don't want to
Fauci
give
on
me
my wall.
one source. I want one source from you showing me that masks are bad. Go ahead. Real quick.
Can you play the video
hold
first,
on.
and then I will?
I want
Can
you to
play the
show
video?
me. I want
Can
you to
play
show
the video,
me.
Pickles?
I'm going to play the video once you get one study that proves your point. One study in any direction. Prove your point on vaccines. Prove your point on masks. Give me one study. Go ahead.
Okay, Pickles, listen. You don't need a study, bro.
Yeah, you do.
You don't need a study to understand that you can
now,
have low
okay,
oxygen
my
CO2
one
poisoning.
study doesn't do enough for you.
listen.
You want multiple from me, but
Hold
one
on,
from you is
Pickles.
too many.
Pickles, give me a second, bro. You don't really need a study to understand low oxygen CO2 poisoning, bro.
No.
By literally having a mask over your mouth and you breathing in the same shit that you're trying to expel out of your body, dude, that is not good for you, period.
Your oxygen can escape a mask.
It can seriously harm your health, dude. Are you idiotic?
Oxygen can escape a mask.
You could literally, dude, what?
Yeah, oxygen escape masks. They're made that way.
No, we're not talking about like fucking gas chamber masks, dude. We're talking about cloth masks and shit you're wearing.
What's
that
the
you can't-
perforation? What's the perforation size
Oh,
of a
here he
mask?
goes.
Can you tell
do
me?
You want to go? Do you want to go over every single mask, man?
Yeah,
Like, is
yeah.
that what you
What's
want to
the
do?
perforation of an N95 mask?
They're not completely safe wearing them, dude. Okay.
That's not what I asked you. What's the perforation? What's the size of the hole? in
I
a
don't have that
mask?
information on me,
It's
Pickles. Okay?
0.1.
I'm not a fucking. I don't have to be
It's
a
0.1
mask
microns.
expert, bud, to understand that masks can cause health problems, dude. Okay.
Wait, can you show me a study on that?
You can literally get dangerous oxygen deprivation or CO2 poisoning.
Can you show
dude.
me? Can you
That's
show
why
me?
you get dizzy. Hey,
Can
Pickles,
you show
that's
me a
why
good
you get
study on
dizzy.
that?
That's why you get dizzy when you wear a mask, man.
No, because
Okay.
can you show me a good?
And you-
Can you show me a good study on that?
Hey, Pickles, dudes, just stop talking over me, bro. Give me a second.
No, I just want to talk about science. I don't really care about your
Okay,
understanding.
so how about we move to the video? Can you please pull the video up so
No,
we can watch?
I just
Dr.
want
Fauci
one.
go-
I just want one
This is
study from you
him.
real
This is
quick.
him in a hearing, guys. Pickles gonna show it to us. This is him at the recent hearing where he pled the fifth 111 times. Please pull the video up.
Yeah, they're just trying to. They're just trying to. They're just trying
Dude,
to
don't
arrest
bring
him
your
for
boyfriend
nothing.
up here, dude. Don't bring Corey up here, man, because he's gonna start interrupting. I want to show the video, man. Please pull it up, Pickles.
Just go ahead and find me a source, Ryan.
Okay, the CDC,
Pickles, how's it going?
What's up, Corey?
bro. The CDC. The name of the article is the psychological burden of prolonged PPE use.
Okay. And what is
So-
that? So it's psychological. It's not health, not like physical health.
No, it goes into how it's going to physically fuck you up, dude, and drain your oxygen levels and CO2 poisonings. I mean, dude, you can get
So
low
you're
blood
telling me
sugar.
that that's what this study says? I'm going to read it right now.
Yeah. Even the N95s,
Uh-oh,
dude.
You just got hit with misinformation.
Bro, play the video, man.
Uh-oh. You got hit with misinformation.
Darn. I was just gonna ask him, wasn't like MAGA's whole line with masks that the holes were too big for viruses to get there so that viruses could get through? And, you know, wouldn't an oxygen molecule be smaller than a virus because of how things work? But I guess Ryan just doesn't ever want to talk about that because Ryan can't actually handle any sort of critical examination of anything he says.
The CDC external health public researchers heavily documented how prolonged PPE use, PPE shortages directly drove severe mental health crisis among healthcare workers. He didn't even read the whole title.
Oh, you
Healthcare
had-
workers.
He literally Googled something that would confirm his biases and then just like didn't actually read the article. It's what he does.
So true. Masks only suck for people with glasses. So true, dude. So true. I wore glasses a lot when I was gaming, and they fogged up my glass. I hated it, and it would tickle my fucking eyelashes. I hated it. Cognitive decline. Breathing through a filter, medium mediums over long shifts increase carbon dioxide retention, leading to reduced situational awareness, altered judgment, difficulty coordinating sensory or cognitive. So, like, yeah, if you're wearing PPE for 12 hours a day during a long shift, I can see how that might be the case. But if you're going to the store, bro, if you're going to get a fucking haircut or something, if you're going to the gym, wear a mask. Roughly 33% of healthcare workers reported acute anxiety. So just anxiety. 23% experienced feelings of dread, apprehension, specifically upon donning the gear, delayed recovery. And I'm sure a lot of this had to do with the anti-PPE misinformation that was going around. And people also giving stigma, like the social stigma of like, oh, look at that guy alone in his car wearing a mask. Like, oh, haha, you know, you're dumb. But they have nothing. These people don't operate on science. They don't operate on reality or medicine. They are an anti-intellectual movement, anti-science movement.
And to be fair, I'm not. I don't want. I just want to quickly stipulate, not a psychologist or a medical professional, but just maybe, donning that stuff in the middle of a pandemic every single time before you walk into a hospital that is overcrowded and understaffed because of that pandemic might eventually lead to a negative association whenever you put on the mask. At least that's what several doctors who I am friends with or know from various other ways told me what it was like working through the pandemic. It just might be that too. Because again, when you're donning that during a pandemic, you know that you are about to walk into a room where a number of people are literally unaliving because of a virus, and you have to watch that day in and day out without any support structure, or with a minimal support structure. No shit, people felt anxious.
Yeah. ICE shouldn't wear masks too. You're right, by his logic. Guys, ICE is probably going to die and have bad teeth, according to Ryan, if they keep wearing those masks. Because you forget to brush your teeth when you're wearing a mask. By the way, that was sarcasm, chat. That was sarcasm, TikTok. See how I can speak freely my opinions on science and not get dinged by TikTok? See how that works? See how that like I don't get strikes for misinformation? Isn't that crazy?
Also, actually, I do want to say one thing, because he brought up the VA. As somebody who goes to the VA at least once a year for my yearly checkups, they don't do heart scans. Like, unless there's something going on with you, they don't do heart. They literally just give you a physical. Like, if you go to the hospital, or like if you go to your yearly checkup. So he's like, oh, I've got the health of a young man. They said my heart is just as healthy. If they had to look into him, he had something going on, or he's lying.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Do you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, I like the PlayStation thing in the background.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, if you like Trump, you should go to Xbox.
Based.
Actually, no, I meant to say that backwards. If you like Kamala, you should go to Xbox.
Why?
Cause Trump's the shit. He's the boss.
Wait, you do like Trump?
Yeah, I mess with you. I'm a PlayStation user and I like Trump. You don't like Trump and you're a PlayStation user, so you should go to Xbox, was my point, basically.
What? What?
I'm not. Have I been wearing a mask too long? Because now my brain feels confused.
Hi,
Corey,
David.
Corey, are you wearing a mask right now?
No, David, it was a joke.
Why aren't you wearing a mask?
We're not in a pandemic, David.
Oh, yes, we are. It's not gone.
No, we need to be in a pandemic for masks to be a public safety
You can
mechanism.
still get COVID, Pickles.
Okay, but we're not. It's not endemic, right?
You
Also,
can still pass away from COVID, Pickles.
Yeah, David, are you just being facetious?
No? You'd think that's not accurate?
No, are thousands of people dying every day right now because of COVID?
Yeah, probably. At
Because
least probably 300 a day.
from COVID?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
David, where are you getting that
What?
number from?
They'll pass from something else, but they'll have COVID and they'll say, oh, dead by COVID.
There it is.
David, are you just trying to get strikes?
They'll have stage 4 cancer and then they'll get COVID and they'll mark it down as death by COVID.
Hey, David, I have a question for this because I've heard Trump supporters make.
I'm not going to talk to you unless you wear a mask.
So, David, you know what's funny is I actually do wear a mask whenever I take.
You need to put a mask on right now.
Actually, it's 50 to 100 people are dying from COVID every day right now in the
Yes,
United
of
States.
Of course.
That's wild.
But that's way fewer than 9/11 every day.
It's true.
What's 9/11?
That's where like 3,000 people died.
September 11th?
Yeah.
That was like October 7th. That didn't even happen.
I don't.
What?
David, are you getting so?
You remember,
confused?
right? 9/11, that was like an inside job.
David, I have a question. Are you getting so confused about your own disingenuous bullshit that like you are now confusing your own stupid scripts? Because like, I think this is what happens when you just are a bullshit peddler.
Oh, David. Oh, sweet, sweet David.
He's a silly goose.
Our sweetest little David.
David, yes, I do wear literally whenever I take the train to go to work, David, I wear a mask.
There
because
there are entire countries that wear masks all the time. All the time. There are entire countries that do this on the train. You know what? I think they're fine. I think they're totally. In fact, they weathered the pandemic really well. They did really good.
Yeah. You know, the fires from Canada came through Chicago, like, for a few days. You know what I did? I pulled out an N95 mask whenever I went outside because I didn't like breathing in smoke. And you know what happened when I walked outside? Most of my neighbors and other people in my neighborhood were doing the exact same thing. Because it turns out masks are really helpful for stopping particulates from getting into your body, which is something you should want to do if you want to be healthy.
Just got back from Japan a month ago. Literally a third of everyone wore a mask. Yeah. They had a pandemic long before COVID, like in East Asia, and the thing that stayed was people wearing masks. They're like, yeah, I don't want to fucking die. I bet they have lower rates of people dying from flu too. Just so happens. I bet that's the thing I could check right now, and that's true.
Go to Mexico City. Like, look at the at least half the people there are going to be wearing masks when they're outside. It's wild.
Hi, Cecil.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Hey Pickles, how come you don't have a big portrait of yourself above, behind you in your office so we can all see you? A big, huge portrait
Because I'm not
in your
Trump.
office. No, because you're not Fauci. You didn't hear the news. Fauci had a huge picture of himself.
So
its office.
that's a red flag. But Trump having a golden statue of himself and putting his name on everything is not a big deal.
I don't know. We all know Trump's a narcissist. But did you know that Papa Smurf was a narcissist too?
I can agree with you that, yeah, he did like attention a little bit.
Okay. It's a little worse than that. Last time I talked to you, I mentioned that he came in his diary. He wrote down that the virus came from a lab instead of the wet market.
That's not true.
Oh, it's not.
No, you're misquoting.
Go ahead.
He
Correct
said
me
that
on
it was likely, it could have, but it still wasn't determined, right? He didn't say it absolutely did, right?
It now appears that the virus. I wrote it down and read it to you last time. I don't have the
Yeah,
exact verbiage.
and it wasn't a definite, right? It was like it could have, right?
But at the same, do you know when he said that or wrote that in his diary? By
Like
the
March.
way, it was January of 2020.
Oh,
Nice.
wait. So I have a question for you.
Sure.
In January of 2020, did we have the RNA mapped out of COVID-19 yet?
No.
Okay, so obviously, prior to being able to actually map out the DNA, RNA sequences of it to understand whether or not it had markers of natural or I suppose, manufactured stuff, right?
Right,
Would
gain of
be,
function.
I mean, we're not even gain of no, not gain of function, right? We're just looking at whether or
Oh,
not
the markers.
well,
Okay.
yeah, there are going to be certain markers that you see whether something is manufactured
Like the
or
spike protein, for instance.
yeah, certain protein sequences and stuff like that. Yes. So
Mm-hmm.
prior to having done that, right?
Uh-huh.
Perhaps it would be it's not problematic that Fauci had a certain theory that would later on prove to be incorrect, right?
It depends on what his motives were.
Well, the motives are they sequenced the protein structures of C19.
Who's they?
Various health agencies and organizations around
You
the
mean a
world.
laboratory that we were funding and he denied? See, that's the whole reason
No.
that's the whole reason he went with the different narrative,
Cecil, hold on.
because he was
Cecil,
going to be in deep shit like he
Cecil.
is right now. He looks
Cecil.
terrible. You know,
Cecil.
we could
The
actually blame this
CDC
whole pandemic on
CDC.
him and this guy named G. They even
Cecil.
have the name of the guy in the laboratory over there.
Cecil,
that
you're
did this.
speaking out of a misunderstanding of what I am saying, sir. So, and by the way, Dr. Greg's here, so I'm going to shut my mouth in a second because people smarter than me can also explain this much better than me. But I want to point out, once again, numerous organizations around the world, including the WHO, the CDC, as well as other agencies in other countries having nothing to do with China, were able to sequence the protein structures of C19 and came to the same conclusion that it was natural, not man-made. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the specific lab in which you're talking about. But I'm going to shut my mouth because I am not a doctor and Greg is.
You guys are making
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
true.
excuses for a guy who really messed up, and we can
It's not
blame
about
it, basically.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
not about him. It
Yeah,
isn't. It isn't about
he was
Fauci.
sending money over there.
No, it's not.
The
No,
guy's
he wasn't.
name was G.
No, he
You know,
wasn't.
I don't know if he was a he or a G, but the guy was doing gain of function. I mean, come on, you
No.
guys, are you really going to still
No,
deny it?
you don't understand. You don't understand what gain of function is. You're just saying words that you've heard on a social media feed.
I know what
and I'm
gain
a
of
molecular
function is.
biologist. No,
Gain of
okay,
function
go
is
ahead.
not always bad. They make insulin with gain of function. It's not always bad.
Nope.
But when you take a
No.
spike protein and you make it so that it's 10 times more contagious, that's something that even Obama said we should not be doing. You guys are aware of that. Obama said no more gain of function. You guys didn't hear about that?
Nope, he didn't.
There's a
He
reason
didn't.
for that.
We're gonna
Barry got it
continue
right
doing
occasionally.
Everyone watches it. Everyone is doing it worldwide. It's very important. So gain of function isn't what you're talking about. You're thinking of like basic molecular biology, which is true, right? That they do gain an ability, like they have a phenotype that exists now that they don't have before. But gain of function specifically is figuring out whether mutations in a viral population are dangerous or not. And it's really important for us to know that homework so that we can see if we need to create a vaccine or something for it. So it's actually really important health monitoring steps in order to keep everyone safe.
Okay, so COVID would have come about eventually on its own if the scientists
It
didn't
did.
create it.
SARS-CoV-2 did. It was a natural spillover event at the wet market. We have sequencing data. We have all the bat coronavirus sequencing data to show the Lego blocks before it assembled inside of the raccoon dog or the civet or whatever at the wet market.
Look,
we
doctor,
have evidence there.
here's the thing. He was writing it in his diary. Oh shit! It looks like this thing came from a lab and not the wet market. At the same time, he was writing in his diary. He had this narrative that he
What
was
was the date
pushing
of that?
out. People were getting fired.
No.
Yes. Anyone who said
No,
the
no,
opposite,
he said
and
that-
that's not science.
no.
I know you think
He
you're a
said-
scientist because
no,
you're a doctor.
no.
That's not science.
You already said something. I'm a research scientist, 17 years, bro. So he said that in January 2020, when obviously everyone was investigating this, that was a legitimate thing, a question to be had in January 2020. But there was an investigation into it, and science has been looking into it for 6 years, and not a single shred of scientific evidence shows that this came from that lab. Not a single one.
Well, yeah, because they didn't allow an investigation.
Oh my
You
God.
said this last time.
So
Didn't
now-
you said this last
So
time.
now
It's
you're
so
you're
dishonest to
agreeing
say
that it's impossible for us to know that, right? Now you're
No,
agreeing
it's
that.
it's called circumstantial evidence, and you guys know as well as I do that chances are it came from the lab. Sure, no one's
No,
proven it
no, it's not true.
100%. No one's proven it 100%, but the consensus, and I know you guys are big on consensus.
The
Did I
consensus
just
is
get
with
booted
me.
again?
The consensus is me. Like you have what you have is the leaks of a CIA or FBI report that nobody has seen, nobody's seen the data for, nobody understands. Scientists don't work for the FBI, my dude. So why would you trust them with scientific
Because it
inquiry?
wasn't just the FBI and the CIA, which
It
should mean
was.
something,
It
but it
is.
wasn't just those guys. No, it
It
was
doesn't
plenty of.
matter what they say. We don't know about the world through science, through the FBI and the CIA.
Well, let me ask you
The
this,
whole
doctor.
the
Why
whole
didn't
idea.
Fauci just say? Why didn't Fauci just say no? It doesn't look like it came from a lab. It looks like it came from the market. Instead, he went out and
He
called
did.
everyone. Nope. Instead, he went out
He
and called
did.
everyone. Let me finish.
Yes,
He
he
called
did. In the
everyone.
same
He's called everyone
diary.
who had a different opinion. He called him a crack and a conspiracy theorist. A
No, that's
political
wrong.
crack.
See, you should read
Those
the
are his
actual
words. I
diary.
just
You
saw it
should read.
yesterday.
No, you didn't. You saw some streamer looking at some regurgitated highlights or something. If you actually
No,
read it, yes, you
no.
can read it a
I
year
saw it on
after
the
he
Young
said.
Turks. I saw the Young Turks. I watched a whole episode of the Young
Okay, well they're
Turks.
wrong too.
And
I
they're
don't
both
care. That
liberals,
doesn't
and they're
matter.
pissed at that guy.
Read.
Everyone's mad at Fauci except for you.
Nobody's mad at
far
Fauci on the
lefties.
left. Nobody on the left is mad at Fauci. We all know that
Well,
it's a
no,
witch
the
hunt.
religious nuts like
They-
you guys aren't mad at him, but everyone
No,
else with a
the
brain
people
who
who
happens to be a Democrat, they're mad.
the people who are honing in on absolute fact and respecting the science aren't mad at Fauci. The people who need a common enemy and a political adversary are mad. You don't
Like
even
he
know
did
why
when
you're
he was
mad.
calling
You
everyone a
can't tell us.
conspiracy theorist or a
Yes, you
crack.
can't tell us how you're mad or why you're mad without lying or being dishonest.
Well,
And
it's,
we've had to
I'm not
correct you
actually.
every time you spoke.
I'm actually not mad because Judgment Day is coming. Everyone can see the egg on your face. We all know he
Oh my
lied.
God,
Everyone
dude.
knows. It's
Okay,
a
dude.
dude.
All right.
Did
Now
you not watch
conspiracy,
the
your
Did you not watch
conspiracy
him under?
pamphlet.
Did
2000.
you not
Dude,
take hear him take the
I read
fifth?
the actual diary, bro. I read the actual diary. He roasts the FBI for some reason, thinking that this has to be 100% on the lab leak
No
side.
one said
And he was
100%.
laughing at it. He was laughing. Fauci was like, I have no idea why they
You
keep
guys are religious
saying
nuts.
this.
I can't believe that a doctor.
I thought religion's a bad thing. So wait, you'd ban religion? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't like religion, but I wouldn't ban it. I'm not a religious
Okay.
guy, but I wouldn't ban it. Why?
All right.
What's the point of banning it?
Okay, you want to talk about the actual thing that the FBI that he says in the thing that you think is so
No, because you as a doctor think you know more than the FBI. And see, here's the
What?
thing: you
Well,
guys come on
yeah,
here.
but they don't give any facts of it. We can talk.
You
We can
guys
look
come
at
on
it.
here and say there's no proof. Well, yeah, and like we said, because the Chinese, the Papa Smurf and them, they
Correct.
squashed
So
all
why
the
are you
evidence.
saying that there is an absolute? This is a truth. Why are you saying
Well,
that?
you should ask yourself why there was no investigation. Why did they not?
Because
allow
China
an
won't allow
investigation?
it. Yeah, would we ever allow China to come investigate us if we fucking were the origin of a virus?
Well,
No.
Were we sending them
They
money
did.
for that lab?
They did allow the investigation. The WHO did go into it. There was
Eco
it
Health
showed-
Alliance. Do you guys know who that is?
Eco Health Alliance didn't do the investigation. The WHO
No,
and
they
the
didn't do
Chinese
an investigation.
CDC
They
did.
did the gain
Okay.
of function.
Okay, so here's the actual quote, dude, from July from the actual diary, July 7th, 2021. Here we go. There were no new surprises for me in the briefing except that it became clear that the FBI has no idea what they're talking about since they are convinced that the origin of COVID-19 is from the lab. The reasons that they give do not make any sense. In contrast to the NSA gave some reasonable hypotheses leaning heavily towards a natural jump of species in the environment. I spent some time explaining to Maher and Beth my own theories that the Chinese act like they're covering something up, even though they have nothing to cover up. They manifested this in their own response to the original SARS-CoV-1 when they insisted that this was an atypical influenza when in fact it was beginning of a coronavirus pandemic. In addition, they likely shot themselves in the foot when they denied the presence of wild animals in the market when we knew that they were present, and the Chinese cleaned out the market before the adequate testing of the animals could occur. In essence, they clouded the possibility of the natural resurgence. So again, there's nothing in there does he say.
Now let me quote Papa Smurf. He says, "Now we know the market was not the source; it was the amplifier." How does that square with what you're
That was
saying?
what was
doesn't.
that? What date was that?
That
What
was
date
in
was
January. That was in
that? 2020.
January.
That was a
Yes.
year. Yes, that was a year and 3 months. A year and a half later.
A year and a half later, what? What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yes. When was the outbreak? When did it actually happen?
A few
November
mo-
2019. Yes.
Well-
So literally, just as the world is knowing about it, he's giving a hypothesis on like what this might actually be. He hadn't done any actual investigative like genetic inferences yet.
Okay, did I read
And now
that
we
right?
have-
Did I say now we know, or did he say now we think? No, he said now we know the market was not the source.
Do you think that we stopped investigating it in January 2020?
What was there to investigate? The Chinese wouldn't give us access.
What was there to the sequences of the virus, the sequences of the back coronavirus caves,
I'm talking about how it
sequences from the wet
escaped.
market?
Do you,
I
do you
know,
do
but wouldn't that be
realize?
important?
Do you realize that in 2019, people in our State Department who worked in the embassy over there were telling Obama, not Obama, but even before then, when Obama was president, they were telling him this lab is dangerous AF. And that's why do you think Obama shut down the gain of function research over there?
He didn't. We continue to do it. It's just a
No,
different name
no.
because
We
you
still
let
had
us-
it. Nope.
Yes.
The actual gain of
Yes.
function stopped. Now the funding
No, you
remained
have no
because
idea
they
what you're
had to.
talking about.
The
You have no
funding
idea what you're talking
remained.
about, bro.
What I'm talking about is Obama said no to it, and then when Trump
didn't.
became,
He didn't.
he didn't say no gain of function research.
No, we were continuing to do it, and we will continue it to do this day. We just rename it by something else.
No,
so you
I'm
guys
talking
don't
about
know what
funding it
is.
overseas, and you can see how
Yes.
it might be more dangerous to fund overseas laboratories than it would be to
It's
conduct the
not.
research here.
That's why we funded it. The whole reason why we
Oh,
funded
it's
it was
not.
to make
But yet
sure
it
that
escaped
yes,
from the lab. Okay.
yes,
it's not
because
more
that's where
dangerous.
that's where the spillover happens. The
15
spillover
million
happens where it
15
is.
million deaths later, and you're saying, well, it wasn't that dangerous. 15 million deaths
No,
later.
we no, yeah, because that was from the
Yeah,
virus itself,
uh-huh.
not because from the wet market. I mean,
Mhm.
sorry, not from the lab.
Now we know the market was not the source; it was the amplifier. That's
Dude,
what's
why do you
in-
keep saying that? As
Because
if you
that's
think
the
that that's an
whole
own.
thing,
It's
dude.
January
That's the whole point.
2020.
The same time he was saying that, he was calling-
time he was saying that,
the
Trump
same
was
time
saying
he
that
wrote
there
that, he
was
was
no
calling-
pandemic.
he was
Trump
calling
was saying
people-
that there was no
he was calling
virus. So what are
people
you talking
quacks
about?
And conspiracy theorists, even though he felt the same way.
You've got nothing. Yes, of course, a virus could have not started in a wet market and still not be something spilled from that broke loose from a gain of function research, right? It could a wet market could be a
Do you guys
vector
not
for a virus,
understand the
right?
sentence that I've said 8 times now. We
Yeah,
know.
I know.
Now we know the market was not the source; it was the amplifier.
It doesn't.
In
Right.
other words, it came from the LAB.
No.
Are you guys
No,
that
it
dumb?
didn't.
No.
Are you guys that dumb?
No, are you
I
that
mean,
dumb?
Seriously.
Bro, you don't understand. So, bro, okay,
You guys
so
are
basically,
idiots.
bro, I've done molecular biology for 17 years, bro. You don't even
And
know
you're
what a
still a
PCR
religious
is, bro.
nut.
Bro, you are a knuckle dragging
You're a
Luddite,
religious
bro. You have
nut,
no
dude.
idea what you're talking
You know
about,
what? Instead
bro.
of worshiping God,
just
you guys worship people in lab coats. You worship Anthony Fauci.
rub
That's
both
why
of
I
your
say
brain
you guys
cells
are
together for a
religious.
second.
That's why
and just
I
try
tell
to
you guys you're religious.
just connect your brain cells to each of your ears and just be quiet
You
for
might
a
as well
second.
be Joel
If it was
Osteen.
if it was an amplifier, we would literally have it. We would know that it existed, in the genetic sequences would be different if it originated somewhere else and it only amplified there. But the thing is that that's not the truth. We have two genetically divergent strains that actually outbroke at that market 1 week apart. That is the thumbprint of a natural spillover event. You couldn't do that with a lab. Without
You know
a
what's
lab,
sad
that
is I
death knell.
honestly
You don't
don't
even
believe
understand
that you believe that. I think you're lying.
So I have a
I think you're
bro,
trying to. I think you guys are all trying to save face.
Okay,
That's what it is.
pickles, pick this up. PEKKAR 2020, 2022. PEKKAR 2022. This is PECAR 2022, the phylogenetics of divergent SARS-CoV-2 strains from the wet market. We have the sequencing. We know that they're genetically distinct.
Sorry, say that
So-
one more time. PEKKAR 2022.
Yeah, 2022. Yeah, and it's Science Mag. It's SARS-CoV-2. If you put that in, it'll pop up.
I just want to know why. Why is it so important for you guys that Papa Smurf keep all his dignity
no,
intact?
it's important for us to be mad and to know the right thing. First of all,
I don't want you to be mad. I want you to be curious about the.
Now, stop. Cecil, none of this matters. You guys don't care about the end game of what we should have done during the COVID pandemic. You don't care. And that's what I am focused on. The next time we have a pandemic, I want to know, did we trust the right people? Did we do the right thing? Was getting the COVID shot the right move? It turns out it was. Was wearing a mask the right move? It turns out it fucking was. And we can go back and we can look at the science instead of some dude's fucking journal to see where you can figure out how to be mad.
You know what? I am actually a curious person, so I guess I'm curious about this, Cecil. Why is it that the virus has no markers that would indicate any sort of man-made origin?
Sorry, chat. You caught me playing cards. Abstract. Is this it? Molecular
Sure.
epidemiology?
Yeah, go to the science. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Top right, go to the science mag part, the science side. Yeah.
Just
So
click
all,
this.
yeah, and then that's going to go to the exact journal. So science.org, the American most highly prestigious journal in the world. If you scroll down, it's a really beautiful figure. It's as clear as day. 2 genetically divergent strains, completely different in their nucleotides. If you keep scrolling down, you figure one shows it really well, really clearly. Right here, boom. Those changes in the genome, one goes one way, lineage A, and one goes the other way, lineage B. It is as clear as day with genetics. Explain this through the lab leak. Go ahead.
I've seen plenty of virologists and scientists on TV
No, they haven't.
who say the
Zero.
exact opposite of what you're saying.
Zero.
Name
Zero
one.
have.
Name
Zero.
one.
You're a complete liar.
Cecil, name a single doctor or virologist who has looked at the genetic markers and has said that those genetic markers are indicative of a man-made virus.
Dr. Bakhtari. How's that? Hey, do you
Dude,
guys
he's-
remember when? Do you remember when they
these
were
aren't
arresting people?
geneticists. They're not molecular biologists.
Do
They
you
have no
guys
idea what they're
remember when they
talking
arrest?
about.
Look, you guys have asked me.
You
about
can try
10
to- you can
questions.
try to run.
I just
You're
want
trying to
answer
run
one of
right
them
now.
for you.
You're
You
trying
asked
to
me
run.
why
You're
I
trying
care
to run
about
right
this.
now.
I'm going to tell you. People were
Okay,
getting
so no,
arrested
but before you
for
do that, before you
surfing
do
at
that,
the beach without a mask.
before you
they got arrested.
before you do that, before you bloviate for a little second, can you remember when you said that I had no idea what I was talking about and I was just making this up? Remember that?
Not really. I remember calling you a
Do you- so
religious nut.
Do you just
because you're not-
hallucinate when you say things, or are you actually like engaged in this conversation at all?
What's your question?
Can you see the 2 different lineage A and lineage B on the screen? Do you understand what we're looking
No,
at right
I
here?
can't. I've got my phone in
Okay.
my hand. I had to
The
leave my
genetics,
office because my dogs were
the
barking.
genetics of a virus, and we can compare them, and they're 2 different virus strains that outbroke at the wet market.
Okay. So, in other words, Anthony Fauci's been vindicated when they had him at Congress a few days ago.
Bro, it's unequivocal. The
Where's
genetic
the news break? That
evidence
Dr.
is
Fauci
there.
was right.
Okay,
Where's
and
the
by the way,
news?
Cecil, you're lying. People were not arrested for not wearing a mask at the beach. They were arrested for being there during closure orders, trespassing, or not cooperating with police, rather than strictly for not wearing a mask. So you're lying.
Well, I saw a video of a family of people, and they had already had COVID, okay? They were in the bleachers of a football game, 40, 50, 60 feet away from everybody else, and that mother got arrested, even though she had a medical exemption because she had asthma. Look, you asked me why. That's
You
why
shouldn't
we
be
should
going
follow
out. You
science.
shouldn't be going
We
out during a
should follow
pandemic.
Science, not groupthink.
Yes,
not
we
panic.
should. Yes,
People
we should.
follow science.
You're
and
correct.
You guys didn't follow the science.
Yes, we
and Here's
did.
the thing. Here's the thing that you need to understand. It doesn't matter who's right about where the lab came from. You guys shut down the discussion, and that's not very scientific. That science needs skepticism. It needs free debate, and you guys turned into
None
a
of
bunch
y'all
of
have come.
Nazis.
None of
You
y'all
guys
have
turned
come.
into a bunch of Nazis whenever
Cecil,
COVID broke.
none of y'all are
And
coming
you
forward
you
with
still have those
science.
tendencies today.
None
You're
of y'all are
proving it
coming
right now.
None of y'all are
We've
coming
been
forward
proven
with
right.
science.
You guys were proven wrong, and you're still sticking to your guns. That's how
Incorrect,
religious
Cecil.
you are.
None of you guys are coming forward with any science or any studies at all. I just hit a brick wall with you and with Ryan before you. You have no science to come forward with and show me. But you have a diary. You have a common enemy. That's it.
Where's the science between the 6 feet rule that they came up with? Was there any science there?
It was this. I mean, obviously, that was more trying to find a balance between letting people go out and perform what they need to do, like going shopping, and also try and reduce the ability of aerial spread. But I want to point out 2 things real quickly. A, the conversation wasn't shut down. They investigated everything they could. They took the data, and the data did not support the idea of lab leak.
And you think I have a memory
Hold on,
problem?
hold on, Cecil.
This
I wanna
was
point out
only
one
5
second.
years ago, and
By
you
the
don't
way,
remember all the people
by the
getting
way,
shut
Cecil,
down
shut
and
the fuck
fired.
up. I'm still talking. Anyways, beyond that though, I looked up Dr. Bhakti. By the way, not Bakhtari, Bhakti.
Well, he's got like 6 syllables in there. I
Shut the
can't
fuck
pronounce
up.
his
Still
name.
talking. Shut the fuck up. Still talking. I looked up the doctor you cited because I asked you, hey, what doctors were coming out saying that the genetic sequences were actually indicative of a man-made virus? He doesn't say that. He is a purveyor of COVID misinformation, but he's never made claims about the genetic makeup of the virus because you have nothing.
Well, it sounds like we all owe Dr. Fauci a big apology.
Cecil, this is why the conversation, quote unquote, gets shut down.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
because
he was
we
totally
have
right.
evidence and
Yes.
you have none.
Yes.
That wet market. It came from that wet market.
Yes, he was.
Thanks,
Yes,
thank
he
you.
did the best that with the
You
information that
guys
he
are
had
insane.
at every given
you
moment.
guys are
Yes.
so insane.
Yes,
This
he
is
did.
like
He
arguing
did
with a
fantastic.
Christian. This is honestly like arguing with a Christian.
Yeah,
trying to
until
tell
you
them
give
that
me
there's
some
no God.
actual science, yes, it is like arguing with a Christian, Cecil. You're the Christian. Until you guys
Dude,
have
we've been
actual
hitting it
science,
with
to show us,
science for
you
the
have
last
nothing.
6 years. If you guys haven't seen any of it by now, how am I going to show it to you?
You can literally just tell
everybody showing
me.
you
Tell me.
It's everywhere.
Tell me a good medical study for me to look into that getting the vaccine was bad, that it didn't save exponential amounts of life.
Well, now
or
you're
that
straw
masking was
man
bad.
because
Go
I
ahead.
never said any of those
Okay,
things.
so the COVID-19 vaccine was good, all of them?
I think all vaccines have a risk, but it appears that the good outweighs
Were they
the
safe and
bad when it
effective?
comes. Not for everyone, but for the masses, it was a good thing.
So the right
But
was
there-
completely wrong in that regard.
I'm not arguing from the right. I'm
But
arguing
you,
from
then
science.
perfect. You can then you can say this without bias, right? That the right
You know,
was
you
wrong.
don't have to be. Look, you don't have to be a mechanic. If you take your car to a mechanic and you see his shop and he's got 3 tools in there, you don't have to be a mechanic to know that he's not
All right,
going to do a
that's
good
not what
job.
I'm talking about.
It's the same way with science. Whenever you
you're
come across a
obfuscating.
religious zealot like you guys are, the science just
Bro,
goes right
You're
out the window.
obfuscating. Cecil,
Bro.
is it correct to state that the COVID-19 vaccines from Moderna, Pfizer, JJ, or Johnson & Johnson, or even AstraZeneca, are all of them safe and effective?
I don't know. I'm skeptical. I won't say that they're not safe because I don't know.
The answer is yes. We have all the science they were. All of them.
Okay. Myocarditis and other things that people had.
At
But
least _trustworthy _weasel super chatted $7.13. The war on drugs/terror is a war on our rights/freedom disguised as community safety and national security. Edward Snowden already spilled the beans about civil liberties actively being violated.
Also,
that guy's, yes, 100. I agree with what that caller just said.
Cool, Cecil. Hey, Pickles, appreciate you having me up. I think, by the way, I think Scientific Snitch is also in the request. I don't know if you'd want to bring her up or not to replace me, but she also knows a lot about this stuff. But I'm going to drop down. Have a great day, guys.
All right. Thanks, man. And Dr.
The
Greg,
point is that
I want you to hop in on that. I'm sorry.
the point is that, dude, we have been having a debate. The scientific community has been debating it. We have over 30 publications looking at the origins of SARS-CoV-2. We are relentlessly looking at it. The fact is that you aren't privy to it because you don't understand. You don't even understand the most basic of paper publications that we're talking about. You've never seen Warraby 2022. You don't know about Christoph 2024. Like, you don't understand the most
Yeah, I know.
basic of scientific publications, bro.
And I don't know
Because
anything
you're
about
not
gain of
in this
function either.
conversation.
You
So
already
you're not
said I
in
don't
on
know
this
anything about gain of
conversation.
function. How do you know that?
Correct.
How do you know
Yes,
that
you
I don't
lack
know
the
about gain of
expertise,
function?
bro. You
Hey,
lack the
see-
expertise, and it's not your problem. It's not your problem.
Rand
Like,
Paul.
I've been.
Rand Paul's a doctor.
He's an idiot. Yes, he doesn't understand
Rand
research
Paul is an
science. Yes, he doesn't understand microbiology.
All
Dr.
right.
Greg,
Well,
wait, Dr. Greg, I wanted to question him on a few things. Cecil, what are the 2 most common strains of laboratory mice that are used in research?
Tom and Jerry. I don't know.
No, C57BL6 and bulb C. Okay, what is, let's see, where did HeLa cells originate from?
Hey guys, you need to understand. I'm not arguing the science. I'm arguing the fact that you guys didn't
Okay,
follow
then
the
what is the
science.
Chris Christoph paper?
You guys don't follow the science.
What is Chris?
Anthony
What is
Fauci
the
has
Chris
proven
Christoph?
himself
What is
to
the
be
Chris
a
Christoph? What is
political
the
guy.
Chris Christoph?
You guys get
I don't
politics
know why
confused
you are
with
talking
science.
over me. What is the Chris Christoph paper? It's the Chris Christoph 2024 paper on the
Something you
genetics.
use for toilet paper every night? I don't know. What is
No, it's an article published in Cell, one of the most reputable scientific journals, describing
Oh
the
my
genetics of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. this genetics, which you don't believe.
Let
And
me
by
ask
the
you, if I were
way,
trying to convince you to
genetics of the
become a Christian and I kept
SARS-CoV-2.
pointing to the Bible,
I'm
that wouldn't
atheist,
help
so
any
this
if
is
you don't believe in the
irrelevant.
Bible,
I'm
right?
atheist, so this is irrelevant. And
So
so
am
the
I.
genetics of the SARS-CoV-2 virus do not contain any bulb C, any C57BL6. They don't even contain any of the common strains of primates or other animals that are used in research.
I also just want to throw out there, and you said it a minute ago, but Rand Paul's an ophthalmologist. I really wouldn't really reach for him for virology advice either way.
What is that, by the way?
He is an
eye
MD,
doctor.
Oh,
but he's an eye doctor, an
Oh.
ophthalmologist. And so, like, I just want to circle back for a second to something Cecil said a little while ago. Like, why do we care about this? We care from a scientific perspective because we want to analyze this and do better next time. Dragging someone who was trying to do their best and offer guidance into the public square and metaphorically beating them to a pulp so that everybody can see is not helpful. It does not bring us closer to having a better public health infrastructure to handle these things in the future, nor is it founded on anything. I mean, you mentioned social distancing. Social distancing is just a simple thing that we try and do already for people who have droplet-borne diseases. I mean, if you have a respiratory virus of most kinds, the primary vector is going to be droplet-borne diseases. And droplets are the little bits of fluid that come out of your mouth and nose when you cough or sneeze, and they travel feet. They do not travel like miles. Now, that being said, there is a certain amount of the virus that is carried airborne, which is why ideally you want something that has a better shield like an N95, and that would be perfect if the world could live with N95s, but we just couldn't. So trying to get people to not be up on top of each other, spreading their nasty germs between people was a good option and did help. And it has been studied and it was beneficial.
Yeah, it's not like he told y'all to make out with each other, right? Like
I
6
genuinely
feet.
don't understand
Makes sense.
the apprehension and the rage whenever someone says, don't lick the people in front of you. Well, God damn it, I wanted to lick the people in front of me. Like, what is going on? Like, it's just
Same
crazy.
people
And,
didn't
and by
listen
the
anyway.
way, Snitch and Dr. Greg can both speak on the molecular biology portion of this much better than I can. But I just want to circle back to the stupid journal entry that you keep circling back to. You keep saying an incomplete quote, and it's driving me fucking crazy. The entire sentence that you're trying to say is from the beginning of the pandemic. Now we know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier. Having said that, somewhere the virus jumped from animals to humans, and the origin remains unclear. That is the entire quote. You use this like some sort of damning moment, but this is not him saying like, oh, God damn it, it came from that lab.
The origin remains unclear. Say it with us, Cecil.
Like it's genuinely baffling that you have so much vehemence that we're anti-science whenever I'm simply asking you to hear us when we say we do have science that shows that we're not making this shit up. I mean, I don't know how to put it. Like,
Speaking of the science, I thought it would be relevant to bring up the actual science. So the idea that the 6-foot social distancing was quote unquote not necessary primarily stemmed from a specific study called The Effectiveness of 3 versus 6 feet of physical distancing for Controlling the Spread of Corona Disease, 2019, among primary and secondary students and staff. Now, you'll notice that in the title it says 2019, meaning that we really did not have much research on social distancing during a pandemic, at least in the United States, because up until the C-19 pandemic, we didn't have a widespread pandemic that spread all across the entire United States. And so initially, we really did not know what to recommend at first, and so we opted for what would be the most likely to provide some kind of benefit. And later on, we did additional studies, for example, the effectiveness of social distancing measures and lockdowns for reducing transmission of COVID-19 in non-healthcare community-based settings. And this study looked at this was actually a review. It was a systematic review of multiple studies, which found and I quote, most studies included in this review suggested that combinations of social distancing measures successfully slowed or even stopped SARS-CoV-2 transmission in the community. And so later on in 2023, when we conducted these kinds of studies that kind of looked more so as a broad spectrum of the research, the 6 feet social distancing and other social distancing and lockdown measures were very effective at preventing the disease. And even if you're just looking at this 3 versus 6 feet of social distancing, both 3 and 6 feet of social distancing conferred some measure of benefit, approximately a 10% reduced relative risk compared to not social distancing of contracting the infection. And especially when hospitals are being completely overwhelmed, it is very helpful to have 10% less COVID-19 cases. And then finally, for that Chris Christoph paper, which you refuse to actually acknowledge, the title is Genetic Tracing of Market Wildlife and Viruses at the Epicenter of the COVID-19 Pandemic. And as I mentioned before, usually you're looking at C57 mice, which are these gray black mice, and then bulb C white mice. Those are the kinds of wildlife that you would expect to see in the DNA of this virus if it was concocted in a lab. And I say mice and not like primates and other kinds of larger animals because it's less expensive and more feasible if you're trying to do some preliminary research on gain-of-function mutations. And so what they did actually find was no bulb C, no C57BL6, but DNA from raccoon dogs, civets, and other wildlife species, which are more so found in wet markets rather than in a lab. So according to this genetic evidence, which was published in 2024, September 19th, in the journal Cell, again, a very reputable journal, it does not appear to be the case that the C19 virus was concocted in a lab. And I finally wanted to mention one more thing to you, that the 1-year risk of myocarditis after the C19 infection is rather significant. And according to another meta-analysis, Myocarditis and SARS-CoV-2, a meta-analysis, if you would like the PMID for a little bit of ease in looking this up since I've given you so many titles, the PMID is 380-46477. There is approximately a 2.5-fold increased risk of myocarditis conferred by the virus itself when compared to vaccinated individuals. And if we look further on into the where is it? It is meta-analysis of risk of myocarditis after messenger mRNA COVID-19 vaccine. A couple, literally 1 to 10 people per multiple millions of people who get the vaccine will have a mild version of myocarditis. And I say mild because according to the comparison of the COVID-19 vaccine-associated myocarditis and viral myocarditis pathology, the pathology of the actual viral myocarditis is significantly worse and more likely to be lethal and severe when compared to the vaccine-associated myocarditis, which is a very mild inflammatory response that goes away on its own.
Yeah, it just means inflammation of the heart, right? That's it.
Boy, you guys really got me. But the thing is, I'm not talking about the science. I'm talking about the lack of following the science. I told you
I'm
that.
sorry. You said that I wasn't following the science. I just gave you the science.
Well, you guys haven't let me speak. John Clauser got the Nobel Prize in physics, okay, in 2022. Then he was invited to give a speech at the World Health Organization. And then his speech got canceled as soon as someone found out that he was not an alarmist when it comes to global warming. So that's my example. What I'm telling you
Yeah,
is that
so according to the
scientific
conflicts of
debate gets
interest,
shut down.
yeah, so according to the
There's no
conflicts,
science.
yeah,
It's all
so according to,
politics.
yeah, so
It's all
according to the
politics.
sir, I'm
Anthony
sorry
Fauci
that
is
you
a
didn't read.
politician.
Yeah, so I'm sorry you couldn't scroll down to the end of the study that I just cited for 2 seconds just to look at the conflicts of interest and financial relationships. According to the myocarditis and SARS-CoV-2 meta-analysis, that study that I just cited, as well as myocarditis in SARS-CoV-2 infection versus vaccination, a systematic review and meta-analysis, and I quote, the authors declare that the research was conducted in the absence of any commercial or financial relationships that could be construed as a potential conflict of interest. This was confirmed by the peer reviewers.
Well,
Same
that
thing
does
goes for
that.
the other studies as
Nice.
well, where there was in compliance with the ICMJE Uniform Disclosure Form. All authors declared the following: payments and services info. All authors declared no financial support was received from any organization for the submitted work. Financial relationships. All authors that declare that they have no financial relationships at present or within previous 3 years of any organizations that might have any interest in the submitted work. All authors have declared that there are no other relationships or activities that could appear to have influenced the submitted work. And so all of the studies that I have cited are not being funded by any pharma agency. In fact, some of these studies
I didn't
are
say
not
that
even
they
funded
were
by the
funded by
government.
that. You're not letting me get a word in edgewise. How would you know what my argument is? I never said anything about funding. I never even said
You
that the
just
vaccine
implied
was
that the
bad.
studies that I just cited were influenced.
No, I believe that science is always biased. They come
It's
out
not.
with, well,
Please provide me with
good
evidence as to
science.
why.
Good science. I just did.
What is the
John
scientific
Clauser.
method?
I just tried to give you guys an example.
No, what
and
is
you
the
guys
scientific
laughed
You
at it.
just gave us
method?
an example of a guy who was invited to give a speech, but then didn't get to give the speech because he didn't agree with the people who asked him to give the speech at their
No,
public event.
no, that's not it at all. He
What
was
is the
going to give.
scientific method?
Okay,
Like,
you guys, look. I'm trying to make my points here, and all you're doing is reading and boring the hell out of everyone. So let me just ask you guys this and see if you can answer it, okay? Did Anthony Fauci, did he or did he not say right after the thing hit that, hey, if you want to wear a mask, it's going to make you feel better, go ahead, but it's really not going to help anything, right? We all
Wait.
remember him saying that, right?
Wait, what?
initially, he said something akin to that because he was referring to people wearing cloth masks.
Right.
Cloth masks
Mhm.
were less effective than N95s. Someone
Well,
asked
not
him
only
if,
less
if you
effective, he
cannot
said
get
they
an
don't
N.
work.
Shush. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. So he was asked, would it be okay to wear a cloth mask since I can't get an N95? And he said, I mean, you can. It probably wouldn't be
Oh,
as
bullshit.
effective.
You're making shit up. You're
So,
embellishing it.
I
I remember
wanna
how that
stay
went down.
linear.
Cecil,
You're embellishing
hold on.
it.
You're
Cecil,
embellishing
you
it.
have Fauci derangement syndrome, okay? We have no interest in what Fauci advised our president or federal agencies or the states or whatever for them to finally take action on. He had no authority, right? He was just an advisor. And what we're
you guys keep
concerned with,
changing the
what we're
subjects. I can't
concerned
even stick
with
to one
is
subject.
the actual science. The actual science is all on our side, 1,000%,
Pickles,
1,000% of
you
it.
gave
May
me
I
the
ask a
science, and
question
it makes
pertaining
perfect.
to the
No,
study
because
I
I'm
just cited?
asking a question. Okay,
No,
you
I
talked for
cited
the
a
last
study.
20
You
minutes.
haven't addressed it. You just claimed that it was biased, and you refused to actually address it. So let's go back to that Chris Christoph study.
Let's
Genetic
not.
tracing
Let's
of market
not.
wildlife.
I'm
Yeah,
not
let's
going
go
back to
back.
it. I'm going to
No,
talk over
you claimed
you.
it's biased. You
No,
claimed it's
I have a
biased.
question for
Let's
Pickles.
back that
I want
up.
to ask
You
Pickles a
claimed it's
question.
biased. You claimed
Nope.
it's biased. I
Nope.
cited it
No, I
first.
didn't.
You
How
yes,
could
you
I
did.
claim it's
You
biased if I don't even
you
know the
literally
name of
claimed
it?
it's
I would have to
biased.
write it down and read it myself. What if I sent you
You
something and
claimed the
started?
studies I cited were biased. You made that
Okay.
claim.
I mean, to be fair,
Does
you
a
claimed that
mask?
all
You made
science
that
is
claim.
biased. I mean,
You made that claim that the studies that I cited were biased. So let's break it down, starting
Let's
with genetic
not.
tracing of market wildlife
No.
and viruses at the
No.
epicenter of
No, we're not.
COVID-19 pandemic. So
We're
then
not.
admit that you
You're
didn't
trying
read
to
the
get me
studies
to
that I
engage in an
cited,
argument
and
that
the
I'm not
studies that I
making.
cited are
This
not
is a
biased.
straw man argument. You're trying to make
Sir,
my argument for me, but it's not my
you
argument.
argued, you retorted to my claims about the studies that I cited that they were biased.
No,
I
I did
am going
not.
to demonstrate to you that they are not.
No, I did not.
Cecil, to be fair,
I don't even know your
after
name.
she
How could
finished
I
what she
accuse
was
you of
saying,
something?
you
I
went
don't
on
even
to
know who you
say
are.
that
How
you
am I
thought that
accusing you
all
of what you
science
say I
was
am?
biased.
So
Those.
I am trying to demonstrate that this one study demonstrating that the SARS-CoV-2 virus was not synthesized in a lab, I'm trying to demonstrate that it's not
Well, I'm
biased.
trying to make my
So
point and give you
I want
examples,
to
but
I want to
instead, nope,
quiz you on the methods
nope,
that were used in this
I'm
study
not
because you
playing.
clearly don't know.
I'm not playing.
So how many melting curves
Oh God, are you trying to
should
bore
you
everyone
see
to
on
death?
a
Who
good
gives a
primer?
shit? Who gives a shit? He didn't follow the science. He told everyone. He in his diary. He said, "Oops, it looks
So
like
we
it
are
came
following the science.
came
So
from
I
a
am
lab." Then he went
asking
on and said,
you.
anyone
This
who said
study
what
doesn't
he
even
said in his
have
diary
Dr.
got shut
Fauci as
down.
an
That's the
author.
argument that
Sir,
I'm making.
I
And
don't
if
know
you
That's
don't
why
not
think
you are
that,
true.
talking over me. I don't know why you were talking
well,
over me.
because you're very rude to dominate the whole
You are very
conversation.
rude.
No, I'm
You're
trying to
very
give you an
rude.
example to make my point.
No,
You
you're
won't allow me
not.
to do that.
You are
You won't allow
steamrolling the
me.
conversation. You
No,
are
I'm not.
refusing to address what I brought up.
Nope. I'm just
So
not
let's
going to be
address
let
the
around on a
study.
leash.
Let's
No,
stay
let's not.
linear. Let's
Nope.
stay linear.
Nope.
Sir,
Nope.
let's
You're
stay
rude.
linear.
You're being very
Let's stay
rude.
linear.
Show
You're
some
being very rude.
consideration.
I
Show
brought you a study and you refuse to address it. So let's stay linear. Let's go back to the study. Genetic tracing of market wildlife and viruses at the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's go back to it. It doesn't even have Dr. Fauci as an author on this paper. So the first question I'd like to ask you is how many melting curves should you see on a good primer for qPCR? Because they used qPCR in this study. So how many melting curves should you see for a good primer?
Ooh, I know this one. Ooh.
It's a very easy question.
See, this is the issue. Cecil wants to sit here and claim that none of us are following science. But again, Cecil has no understanding of science, which is what I was. It's very blatantly obvious.
Cecil is in the climate denial science club. He doesn't believe in like man-made climate change. Doesn't believe that O2 levels are bad. Like increased O2 levels are bad for the Earth. Thinks they're good. He watches a lot of climate denial people on YouTube. That's Cecil. Cecil in a nutshell. So anything that we point to that has to do with a study or the consensus of science, he doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. He thinks it's a faith-based thing. When it's obviously not. It's obviously not because these are all external entities. These aren't us just pointing to one Bible. We're pointing at a bunch of people independently doing research, working against each other.
Well, that's nice of you to speak.
So how
for me
many
like that,
melting
but
curves?
what is O2? You say I say that that O2 is not bad for the environment, but
You
what
say-
are you talking about?
Wait,
O2.
did you just ask us what O2 means?
Well, he said O2 like 3 times, and I've never mentioned O2. I've talked about
Oh my
CO2.
God.
Sorry, CO2.
Okay,
Wait,
but you're the
Cecil,
expert.
Cecil,
Okay.
do you not know what O2 is?
Well, I know it exists. It's not a greenhouse gas, is my point.
You breathe it.
Oxygen. O2 is oxygen.
Right. It's not a
Are
greenhouse
you
gas.
Like, are we
Did I get that
serious?
wrong?
Cecil,
Oh,
you breathe oxygen.
right, but it's not a greenhouse gas, you idiots.
Sir, oxygen is O2.
That's O3. You're talking about ozone.
Oh my God, no.
Ozone is a greenhouse gas. Ozone. But O2
Sir,
is not a greenhouse gas. You guys are
O2
idiots.
is what you breathe. It's oxygen.
Right. I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm saying it's not a greenhouse gas. See, you guys, you think you're so arrogant that you think, one time I called up Pickles and asked him how much CO2 is in the atmosphere, and he said it was 90%.
No, I
And then
did not.
Yeah, you did. You said
I
it was 90%.
No, I admitted that
You
I
did
didn't even
too.
know.
You said 90%.
I admitted that I didn't even
Look
know.
it up.
This is not.
Your
this is
guess
not-
was
that-
90%.
I am not a climate change expert. I don't debate climate change. If I do, it's at the tip of the iceberg, tiny surface level amount. And
Well,
I
is
still.
the doctor still on the line? Ask the doctor how much CO2
All right,
is in the
Cecil,
atmosphere.
what are the top 3 greenhouse gases?
We've got CO2, we've got methane, we've got ozone, and
No.
water vapor.
Wrong.
Water vapor. Water vapor is actually the biggest greenhouse gas.
Yeah, it's
clouds.
water vapor, carbon dioxide, and
Uh-huh.
methane.
Right, which is what I just
Ozone
said.
is not up there. I asked for the top 3.
Oh, well, I was trying to list the main ones, but the top 3, the biggest one is water vapor. There's no doubt about
Yeah.
that. So,
Okay, what is the most abundant element in our atmosphere?
what's the what percent of the atmosphere is CO2, Missy?
Not a large
What-
percent. What is the most
No,
abundant
without looking it up, just give me a
element of our
percentage
atmosphere?
of the.
What is the most abundant gas in our atmosphere?
Hey, you've asked me a lot. It's hydrogen. You've asked me a bunch of questions.
No, it's not actually. It's nitrogen.
Nitrogen.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's like at the opposite end of the
What
periodic table.
percentage of the atmosphere is CO2? Without looking it up, just tell me. And you can be within 5%
I'm
of
not
each
a
bunch.
climate change scientist.
Oh,
I don't
okay. Oh, you're
care.
looking it
Well,
up.
how many
So you can demand
how
answers for
many
me, but I
melt
ask you a simple question. We're
how
all
many
going to die
melt
because
curves
CO2, the
are
whole
what how
planet's
many
heating up.
melt
We got
curves
12
dictate
years
a
left.
proper
We got
primer?
12 years left, according to the idiots on your side, but you
Well,
can't tell
I'm
me
still
what
asking
percentage.
you
You
to
can't tell
address
me
the
what
study.
percentage of the atmosphere is CO2. Let's hear
We
it.
still
Just
haven't
take a
stayed
guess.
linear and
Just take a
addressed the
guess.
primer
Just take a
question.
guess. What percentage of the atmosphere is CO2?
Hey,
The
sir,
CO2
how
that's
many
killing
melt
us all.
curves indicate a good
It's
primer?
killing us all, right? The CO2 is going to
How
heat up
many
the whole
melt
planet.
curves indicate a good
Hey,
primer?
the oceans are boiling right now because of all this CO2. How much CO2 is in the
How
atmosphere?
many melt curves
You don't
indicate a
have a
good
fucking
primer?
clue. None of you guys do. Cecil Pickles thought
Dude,
it was 90.
it's more now because of human activity. That's the whole point. It's tied
But how
directly
much
to
is
human
it? Is it
activity. It doesn't matter the
5%?
percentage.
Is it
No,
10?
because it doesn't
No,
matter.
it doesn't
You
matter
don't even
because you're a religious nut. It doesn't
No,
matter.
it doesn't
The
matter
science
because you
doesn't
don't have more
matter.
than 2 brain
All you
cells.
know
That's
is
the
that
problem.
12 years. We've got 12 years left. That was 5 years ago. We got 7
Bro, what are
years
you
left,
talking
and you
about?
guys
You're
don't even
alarmist.
know.
And
You don't.
guess
I'm
what?
talking
Yeah,
about AOC.
and mass
AOC
death
said we
is going
had
to happen
12
from the
years left.
vaccine after 6 months. Right?
Yeah, I'm
Like
still
what? How long
waiting.
has it been?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still waiting for him to answer my question about primers because he seems to believe that COVID-19 was synthesized in a lab. And in order to test that, you need to do qPCR. So you need to know how to find a good primer. So how many melt curves would you see on a very good primer?
It's 0.04% is how much
Oh my
CO2 is in the
fucking God.
atmosphere. You
How many melt
morons.
curves do you
You
see on a good
morons.
primer?
You guys don't know anything about. All you know is what you believe. See,
How do we know?
that's religion.
How do
that's religion.
No,
That's
it's not, dude.
religion.
Bro, you're just saying this nonsense. But we have no faith in science. We don't need faith to believe in science. That's the whole point. We use science for its reproducibility. That's the whole point of it. We have
Well, then
no
why
faith.
did you make Anthony Fauci a saint? You guys basically.
What?
How
Nobody.
many
Nobody.
melt curves?
Your
Anthony
algorithm
Fauci
did,
is
dude.
gone, and everything that he did was a positive. Everything that he suggested was a positive. Meanwhile,
No.
you guys didn't mind any of the advice that
Except
he
for the
gave.
15
You guys
million
didn't
deaths that
mask
he may
up.
be responsible for.
False.
Forget
You guys.
about that.
You guys didn't mask
I
up.
said
You
may
guys
be
didn't
responsible
vaccinate.
for.
You guys did not do anything. So what are you crying about?
I'm just telling you, you guys you think you're so astute in your observations and scientific and enlightened and all that. You're just a bunch of religious nuts.
We're
You're
doing
afraid
this.
you're
We're
afraid to
gonna
ask
do
the
this.
important
Okay.
questions.
Which one's a good primer?
You're
Which
afraid
of
to
us
ask
is
the
a nut?
questions.
You're the one that just accused a man of 13 million deaths.
No, I said he may.
Unfoundedly.
See,
No.
words mean
Hey,
things. I said
Cecil.
he may be
Accused
worth.
is the word I said.
Cecil, which
May
one
and
is a good primer?
accused both have uncertainty to them. Cecil, learn English.
Okay, I said the word may. I said he
And
may
I said
be.
accused. Those are both
And
words.
this is why somebody was caught driving to Anthony Fauci with a pew pew in their car, ready to unalive him because you guys are so riled up by this insane rhetoric.
I'm not riled up. I'm trying to tell you guys he's not vindicated. We have been
Yes, he
vindicated.
is. By
We
what?
have been vindicated.
By
Our
what?
side has been vindicated because
I'm-
everyone knows it didn't come from a wet market. And on top of that, we know that while he was writing in
That's
his
not
journal,
what's-
that he didn't believe it came from a wet market.
That's
He
not
was
what his-
calling everyone else cranks.
Cecil.
That's
He's
not
calling
what
everyone
the
else
journal
cranks.
said.
Cecil.
We just
Cecil.
read what the journal said.
I mean, if you look up mad scientist in the
Cecil.
dictionary, there's going to be a picture of Papa Smurf there. Okay.
Cecil, which one is a good primer?
Are you for reals with this?
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
am for reals with this because this is the method that was used in the study I cited that you claimed is biased. So I want to know if you actually understand the method that was used. So which one's a good primer?
Okay, I would have to read it before I would claim that it's biased. What I was saying to you is
You
in general.
literally claimed that.
Will you let me finish any sentence?
You
What
said
I'm
the
saying
study
is,
I cited was biased.
you're just like
so I
Pickles.
want to
As soon
know
as you
that
see something that
understand the
backs up
method.
your view, all the scrutiny is gone.
Okay, which
You put your
which
stamp
one
of
is a good
approval on
primer?
it, and I'm
Which
telling you,
one
you're
is a good
biased.
primer? Which one is a good primer?
Your mom.
All right, Cecil, I'm gonna drop you down. We've been up for an hour. All right.
Well, that's the longest I've ever been on. I appreciate it, Pickles. You guys have a good day.
That's what your mom said too.
That was crazy. By the way, one melt curve.
Yeah. It's
It gives me indigestion that people like that exist, and it makes me upset that they're coming out of the woodwork because of this hearing,
yeah,
ignoring
man.
I,
the
s-
200 plus other hearings that happened before this one.
I still don't understand what they think they did with this here. I still don't, like, in
They
one
didn't. I mean,
concise sentence, I just want to know, MAGA, like, what did you guys find out again? Like, what?
like I've had people make this same argument that, oh, we were right about everything, the masks and the distancing and the different medicines and the vaccines, and like objectively, no, you're not right. No matter what the diary said, which it didn't say anything that amounted to those things. It's just crazy. It's insanity. It's Fox News got a diary that a man's personal diary, like not like a published work, not a press release, not some official document, just like a dude writing what he thought happened that day. And they're like, see, crucify the witch, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
And the things that he says, they all line up with what he says at the time, and they all line up with the findings that were made and the science that was progressing at the time. All of those things coincide. It doesn't show him to be misleading at all. They didn't even ask him to try to catch him in a lie in this hearing. I don't think there was any question that was like poised to make him look like a liar in any sense. But I think that what they're trying to do, since he has a blanket pardon that goes backwards, they're trying to get him with some sort of perjury now. So if he says something that doesn't line up with the exact
100%.
things he wrote,
That was
they're
the
going to try to get him
exact
with
reason
perjury.
they had that hearing. They wanted him to go in there and say literally anything, and then Rand Paul was going to say perjury, arrest this man. And so I don't fault the man at all. He had been there enough times. He'd answered literally all the questions that could be asked, and this was a clear political stunt where they brought him in there, and Rand Paul wanted him to say literally anything. He gave his opening statement, which I have not seen most media portray, where he perfectly explains, I have been here 200 plus times. I've answered your questions. Rand Paul has been very clear and said he's going to arrest me no matter what, no matter the cost. I'm not saying anything else. Plead the fifth. And that's why that whenever Fox News chopped it up, they just rolled a bunch of people yelling at Fauci and saying, plead the fifth, plead the fifth. And it's like, well, you cut out the most important part where he said, I don't want Rand Paul to find a reason, literally any reason. I mean, it's crazy. It's insanity. And like I was saying to Cecil earlier, like this does not encourage talks, and this does not improve us in any way. This does not bring us closer to any sort of beneficial outcome. And in fact, I would bet money that it will be harder to get competent people to be on the front line giving advice if this happens in the future, which I mean, odds are it will. And at that point, people are gonna be like, "Man, I ain't gonna be the next guy that tries to do my best and then gets drug out to the square to get beaten in a few years." Like
Yeah.
crazy. No, absolutely not. I'm gonna keep my head down and take care of me and mine.
Living, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I hate Trump. I despise that man.
All right, I have too many friendlies up here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not taking any more friendlies. Bread Taker, Patriot Galaxy, and T. If y'all are friendlies, please hop out. There's just too many already. We're looking for opposition only, and we're trying to keep this a little more organized than it is. But since this isn't exactly my area of expertise, I will take all of the experts' help that I can get. Hello, Bread Taker. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
All right. Are you here to try to talk about the cocoa, or do you want to talk about something else?
No, I could not care less about that. I'm a supporter of his immigration policy, broadly. Support for I support him funding ICE. I support him funding the border wall or any form of border security. I do not care about COVID.
Hey, Pickles, I am actually gonna dip, so I'm gonna drop down. You
All
have a
right,
good
man.
night.
All right, you too. Much love.
Nice to see you.
You too. Good to see you, man. Snitch and Greg, y'all are welcome to hang out, but I'm probably just gonna do this one. All right. What got you so convinced that we should be spending $1 trillion on anti-immigration, man?
So I guess the main reason would be economic. I think that if you have a lot of immigrants coming into the country, they're going to use resources like education, they're going to use your infrastructure, and they're going to raise the standard or the cost of living for people in a given area. They're going to take low skilled labor from people,
All right, let's talk
and
about
that's
this.
generally be problematic. Yep.
So, there's a lot of economic consensus that you are somewhat correct on some of these things, like cost of living, maybe.
Okay.
But what I would say is that things like education are paid for the exact same way anybody else pays for education. So if you're an undocumented migrant or if you're just a newborn U.S. citizen, you are not paying for your entire education by yourself, but your family absolutely is paying, right? What level do we collect taxes for education? Do you know?
We've collected through property taxes.
Yeah, so what percent of the United States owns their property?
I do not know. I can take a guess if you would like
65%.
me to. Oh, okay. That was higher than I was expecting.
So do you agree that even if you're a renter, you're also paying property tax?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess inadvertently, yeah.
Yeah. So in what way would an undocumented migrant not pay property taxes? Do they check your eligibility, your documented status before you pay property tax?
Yeah, so it's not really a consequence of that. It's more of a consequence of the fact that they're lower income. So because of that, they're gonna collect more in benefits. They're gonna pay less out in rent, or they're gonna pay less out in taxes in general. So if you're a higher income, you're going to end up paying more in property tax, you're going to be paying more in rents, you're going to pay more for the education. So if you have a lot of people coming in who are lower income, you're going to fund the education less, right?
Cool. So you're worried about defunding education, but you voted on Trump, who was defunding the Department of Education.
That sounds like a pivot. Are we pivoting to a new issue, or are we staying on immigration?
Yes, if you care about the solvency of education, I would just point you to the person who has done the most damage to it. I would argue that the more people that come and fill up a school, especially undocumented migrants here in Texas, it's $8,000 a head, I believe, per year. So a school effectively gets more funding when an undocumented migrant comes. Is that true or false?
That is probably generally true, but also like undocumented children are probably going to use more resources, right? Specifically because they like speak Spanish. And obviously in Texas, there's probably a lot of Spanish speaking teachers, but in a lot of states, there probably aren't. So that's going to be more expensive as well, right? And the education system in Mexico is probably
Right.
not as good as the one in the United States. So like they might have to bring more teachers in for like special ed and things like that. So that'll also raise the standard costs.
Right. But I would argue that most of the biggest strains in our education system is simply just the existence of Republicans, not undocumented migrants. So in most Republican states, education is the absolute worst. In fact, the state that has the lowest ranking in education votes 100% Republican, and the state that has the highest ranking in education votes 100% Democrat. So I just don't feel like we need Republicans who are exceedingly really bad at education to come tell us how to fix education, especially after they defund it. I would argue that these people pay something like $97 billion in taxes every year. They also create growth in the economy and our GDP, which the economic feedback from that also creates tax dollars. And every person that you deport, for every 500,000 people you deport, 44,000 people lose their jobs, which is also a reduction in GDP and tax collection.
Okay. So I think the thing with GDP and statistics like that is that you have to be really careful, right? Because just because you have a growth in GDP doesn't mean your standard of living is increasing, right? Like the standard of living or the GDP per capita in Alabama is the same as like the United Kingdom, right? And like obviously I'd much rather live in the United Kingdom than Alabama, right? So it's not really like the most accurate metric, which of course is
Well,
like ironic
I think
because your
that
whole point is that the conservative states are have lower quality,
well,
have lower GDP.
conservative states do have fewer things to offer their citizens. You're kind of on track there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I studied economics, so like I have a basic understanding of like how
And you
those kind
still
of
vote
things work, right?
conservative?
I mean, look, I'll say that I guess sometimes it's a lesser of two evils situation when it comes to Democrats and Republicans. There's a lot of things I
So
don't like
why would you
about
even
Trump,
point
like
to the
tariff
economy then?
policies.
Because there's no such thing
Because
as
I
a
just talked about immigration. Because I'm right about immigration policy. I'm talking about immigration policy,
yeah, but in
which is like
regards
the
to the
biggest thing.
economy, I think it'd be a bad start because we have a lot of data that shows that immigration is good for the economy. In fact, overwhelmingly, it's great for the economy, and also
Well, that's what we're
overwhelmingly,
disagreeing on.
mass deportation is bad for the economy over in every single metric.
Yeah, I mean, look, even Trump has said that he isn't interested in. Well, let me finish my point. My point is that, or Trump has already said that he's not really interested in deporting like farmers. He's not interested in deporting a lot of labor. He's mostly interested in targeting gangs and targeting crime.
But
Now
he hasn't actually
he
done
has
that,
done some of
right?
those policy, but he has. Well, I mean, he has on some level, but also the statistics, with the ICE data coming out is showing that it's definitely not all criminals.
It's
Uh,
70% non-criminal, which is like insane.
yeah,
Do you know
but
what
you
Obama's
saw.
criminality was like for the people that he deported? Do you know what it was?
Um, no, I don't, but obviously Obama.
60% of all deportations were criminal.
Hmm.
And it's like the literal opposite for Trump.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair point, but I also don't think it's, crime is like the biggest issue with undocumented immigration. I believe undocumented immigrants actually commit lower rates of crime
They
than
do.
native-born citizens.
So you're also increasing crime rates, is what you're admitting.
I guess so. I don't think that the rate of crime between undocumented immigrants and native-born citizens is that different. It's
It
mostly, like I
is.
said, an economic issue.
It's
Like I said, hold on, but
huge.
I want to be clear. When we initially started this conversation, you said that you had some, maybe not a point of agreement, but you had some understanding of what I was making in terms of the economic policy, right? Specifically, like low-skilled labor coming in, raising rent, raising the cost of living for people,
And you
right?
just
So
admitted that
what
Trump's not deporting those, right?
deporting who?
The laborers.
Well, no, I guess he is and he isn't. Like in terms of agriculture, no, wait, hold on. To be clear, he said that in terms of agriculture, he doesn't want to deport people that are working in agriculture, correct? He did say that?
Yeah, I know, because it fucks up the economy.
Yes, I know. And I would agree that you shouldn't do that. But also, I think it's mostly a function of wanting to regulate the border. I don't think deportation is like the main and important
Those are
policy.
two different
If you have people that
ideas.
are already here, no, I know. But I'm saying if you already have people here and they're already integrated, I think deporting them in terms of the economic benefit, economic loss, like, ratio isn't really going to be worth it. But
It's
because they're already
way
integrated.
unworth it.
They're already economically integrated. Yes, but if you're limiting people coming in, once again, raising the cost of living, raising rent, lowering wages for people, I think that's absolutely a good thing. And his policy of, increasing border security, increasing funding for border security is good. And I think it helps stop that way. I mean, you look at the number of undocumented immigrants that came into this country when Biden was president, and then right after when Trump became president.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
assuming you've seen that graph.
Yeah, I know. Do you know that we're on I support your views, but props for allowing an open convo. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. And what we're talking about is the money we're hemorrhaging for mass deportation. Trump hasn't effectively really done anything in regards to the border, the actual border. He hasn't proposed and passed any laws besides maybe some border funding, like border wall funding.
Yeah, and the big beautiful bill, and then also bringing back the Remain in Mexico policy.
That's not happening.
And also, I mean,
Remain
what
in
do you mean that's
Mexico
not
is one of
happening?
the worst policies ever. It's not happening. What do you mean? Can you show me where that's happening?
Where it was reinstated?
Yeah.
It was reinstated, I believe, right when he became president. Can you look it up? Look up
Yeah.
his Remain. It was
It
Remain in Mexico
requires
reinstated.
the cooperation of Mexico, and they did not do that. By the way, Remain in Mexico only affected 70,000 people the first go around.
Yeah, I mean, that was my main criticism of Biden was repealing the Remain in Mexico policy in 2022 when we had that asylum crisis.
It's in January, but federal courts have since blocked its implementation. Yeah, it's not reinstated.
Wait, it's not reinstated? Sorry,
No,
can you just give me a second to look
courts
that up?
blocked it. Courts blocked it. And by the way, what happened when Remain in Mexico took place was there were, I think, roughly like 5,200 people that fell victim to murder, grape, sex crimes, child trafficking, human trafficking, out of the 70,000 people. So if you have any actual regard for like the well-being of these people, if you actually want us to believe you when you guys say, "Oh, well, what about all this human trafficking happening?" You're gonna have to not do policy that creates it, and that's what y'all
Yeah,
are doing with that.
that's fair. I mean, you're right about the Remain in Mexico thing, so I can see that point. But I mean, do you think the massive decline on undocumented immigration, well, what do you think caused that between Biden's administration and the Trump administration?
Biden caused a 75% decline before he left office. A lot of it was like doing an EO that says if you come through a port of entry, or if you don't come through a port of entry, you will be denied asylum claims. But then I would also attribute most of Trump's success with stopping people from even trying to come was major human rights violations, basically acting like a dictator or an autocrat, trying to send people to CCOT, trying to send people to fucking Libya, Rwanda, Uganda, third world countries where they will be literally just sold into fucking slave trade. We have a lot of human rights organizations and watchdogs that have pointed to us and said, hey, we're going to put travel warnings in the United States. It's particularly not even safe to go there right now. We've seen a 27% decline in immigration that was legal. We've seen I think a 20% decline in tourism. So all of this is like the worst way you would handle immigration, and all of it's not permanent. So the second Trump is gone and he's done being a ruthless dictator, it's probably just going to kind of return to normal levels again.
Yeah, but it'll depend on who's elected, right?
Yeah. So I think that y'all will, yes, be tricked on running on this again. You will be tricked into voting for somebody that's going to be like, oh, the border and undocumented migrants.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't think it comes down to a fundamental disagreement on the facts of the matter. I think it comes down to what you actually value in terms of whether your policies directly benefit Americans or whether your policies are more based on this like humanist, like global worldview that you probably have.
No,
Right. And in my view, as a nationalist, I believe that policies should be built directly to benefit Americans.
well, that's my
And so when you're
argument.
saying, okay, well, some of his, yeah, I know, but we've already talked about the effects of mass undocumented immigration on rent, on the cost of living, on the standard of living for people. And it seems like you seem like you generally agree with that, even if there are some things, even though you obviously disagree with deportation,
There's a
you generally
small
agree with that point.
No, there's a Congressional Budget Office report that shows the effects of mass immigration and the surge of mass immigration during the Biden administration. And by the way, a lot of you guys mischaracterize the immigration as undocumented migrants. While there might have been like 1.5 million gotaways, the people who were met at the border by Customs and Border Security were told to go home at a higher rate than Trump. And if you were let through, is because you had an asylum claim or you had a legal claim to come through and be put into the immigration system.
Yeah,
They
it was
weren't
an
just
asylum
saying,
crisis.
yeah. And so what you're saying, what you're alluding to is that people were taking advantage of the asylum process and they were doing a legal form of migration.
Yeah,
Right?
well, in the same way that a lot of people overstay their green card too, right? I understand it's not just people jumping over the
but that's
border,
not
but that's still going to
harmful.
have an effect, legal or well, to me, sometimes it's a question of how it's going to affect the people here. It's not a
Yeah,
function of
and
like whether they're even legal or illegal. It's a question of like being able to regulate our border
yeah.
and being able to ensure that our policies protect
So it's like a
workers here.
feelings thing. It's not economic.
No,
Yes,
I
it
just said
is.
it's about.
Yes, it is. We're in
No,
population
obviously
decline,
not.
right? You're an economist. What's good about population decline? What's worse than population decline for an economy?
What's worse? Well, obviously, I could come up with a very lot of hyperbolic things that could be way worse than a population decline. But I mean, well, look, this is going to come down then to an issue of culture and a sense of identity within a country.
So you're a
And
white
so, yeah, if you,
nationalist.
no, I'm definitely not. I believe in regulation of immigration from all countries.
Yeah, so does everybody, including the left,
Yeah, well, if you
including
have
Democrats.
tens of millions of immigrants coming over the border, undocumented or not, obviously you don't believe in that.
Yes, we do. So Trump spent 4 years, 10 years, honestly, doing the boogeyman about who's coming, how many are coming. He lied at every turn. He showed you charts that were lies and misleading. And he would call every single person who tried to step a foot across the border an illegal migrant and an illegal crossing when we know that's not the truth. And in fact,
Yeah,
Biden had a higher
he's
rate of
obviously a
turning them around.
bullshitter.
Yeah, and he got everybody up in arms about this. And I've had to take an hour and a half out of my fucking day every day to teach one of y'all the nuances of immigration and how it's not the end of the world and how we don't want a fucking open border. We just don't want to spend $1 trillion doing this. $1 trillion, which is what Trump is doing. $1 trillion, right? So there's nothing you can point to that is a positive outcome that exceeds the amount of $1 trillion, not even scratches the surface of $1 trillion. But Trump's GEO group and all these other private prison groups who donated to Trump, they see a benefit in it. The economy is definitely not looking good. I can point you to states that are still reeling from the negative effects of mass deportation or the mass exodus of undocumented workers. None of it's good. Florida still has one of the highest inflation rates in the country. They still have a huge labor crisis, a labor shortage, and pricing of housing has gone up because nobody wants to build the fucking houses.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to have to reiterate points that I've already made. I feel like we're going to get stuck in a circular argument. We're just going to be saying the same thing over and over again. Wait, can I ask, do you consider yourself to be like a social democrat? I'm assuming you know what I mean when I say that.
Yes.
Okay, so as in you want like a Norway, Denmark, Sweden kind of model? Okay.
Yeah, and they have very strict border enforcement, right?
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know if I'd say that, but
they do.
How do you institute all of those social programs? Like okay, let me phrase it this way.
With
Why
border
do you think
enforcement.
those social programs work in those countries? Okay, through
You're
border,
gonna say
through border
it's
enforcement?
homogenous?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Okay, Canada has the same ones. They're not homogenous. California has
Yeah, but Canada
similar
has.
programs.
All right, let's look at the healthcare system in Canada. It's not even comparable to those countries.
Yeah, it is. It's like
It's
in the
really
top
not.
10.
Or the United Kingdom. No, it's not. The healthcare system in Canada has deteriorated significantly in the last few years.
Canada's one of the top countries in the world on many lists. Did you know that?
I understand that, yeah.
All right.
Well, also their population. What's the population of Canada? Is it what is it like 20,
So
30
now you're
million
just
people? Like,
yeah. So with more people,
well,
it should be
obviously
easier.
being able to regulate some kind of, if you want to regulate some kind of social democratic society in the United States, like you have to recognize that you can't just copy and paste what they have in those systems and then put it here. You have to have some kind of sense and agreement that we want to fund those programs and that we have some kind of like, some kind of cultural
Canada's
and national
7th to
identity.
10th. Canada's 7th to 10th. Again, I don't believe.
In healthcare?
Yes. I don't believe any of y'all when you make these claims about homogeny and about the size of the country either. And this is where I use the logic of if you're in a healthcare group, say if you're a small company and you're 5 people big and you buy healthcare for your company, healthcare rates are going to be fucking astronomical compared to a company where you have 400 or 4,000 or 40,000. 40,000 size companies have much more efficient healthcare. So being able to negotiate with more people, aka 350 million people, is far more efficient than negotiating with 12 million people.
I'm sorry. I'm checking your healthcare claim. I apologize. I didn't really listen to what you were saying.
This is from the Fraser Institute. It's right here.
Yeah, but the study, what I'm looking at, it says it's out of 11 countries. Maybe it's a different. Here we go. Oh, it's AI. Bro, why do we use AI to do this shit? It makes me want to fucking kill myself. Can you go on the actual article?
Is Canada really ranked through 30th in terms of healthcare? When was this?
Oh, okay.
This was 2001.
You see what I'm saying? Where you fucking just open AI and you just get some bullshit. I'm not like mad at you. I'm
that was
just saying.
2001. 18th World Index of Healthcare in 2024. Still way better than us. Nobody is doing worse than us. And
there's a lot of
nobody's doing worse than us.
Yeah, once again, I mean, it's really not comparable between the United States and Canada. And whatever, Canada's ranked 18th. That's not very exceptional. What about, Finland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark? Like all of these countries that have general agreement, have homogenous agreement amongst its people that they want to actually fund these systems. And if you want to have a system where you bring in tens of millions of people and you create that lack of homogeny, whatever the word is, dishomogeny, you're going to have a lot of issues wanting to fund those programs. And it's already difficult enough.
Can you tell me about the non-homogeny, like the problems that creates in the United States? Like in regards to healthcare, because I don't think that literally creates any issues. I think the more people, generally, the more funding, the more uh, negotiating power you have.
Well, if
Can you
you
tell
have
me?
a lot of low-income people coming into the country, they're not going to pay as much into the healthcare system. And also, low-income people tend to be, on average, less healthy than higher-income people.
Sure.
So it's
Then
going
we
to
can
make it more
disinclude
expensive.
we can disinclude people who are non-citizens from healthcare.
Do you want to? Well, you want to do that?
Sure. Yes.
Oh, wow. All right. I mean, yeah, you can do that, but once again, if you have a lot of legal immigration, you're gonna run into that issue where they're going to be eligible for healthcare. But I find that crazy that you would not include undocumented immigrants. That's
We can
maybe
give
you're
them
not as, I
emergency
guess, far
care.
left as I thought you were.
No, we can give them
Yeah, no,
emergency
you can give
care.
them access to emergency care, but then when they have issues, they're never going to go to the hospital, and they're going to wait long enough, and those issues are going to become worse and worse, and then they'll just come into the hospital and they'll have they'll
Cool.
get $30,000 worth of health care. It's the
I
problem that we already have. You're running us straight back into the same problem.
I think that we'll immediately save. We'll cut our expenses in half the second we go to a single payer healthcare system. And the fact that you would rather just keep up this fucked up system than do something better, just because somebody who might not deserve it may get it. I don't think.
No, it's not that. It's about funding the system in the first place. These fucking systems can be really I mean, Canada, ranks 18, whatever. You talk to people in Canada, and the wait lines are so ridiculous to get access to healthcare. There's so much division. And look at
That's
the
bullshit.
NHS, dude. Okay, well, look at for approval of the NHS in the United Kingdom. Look that up. I think it's around like 20%. Approval for
Okay, what's worse?
the
What's worse,
NHS,
Canada's wait times or ours?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Ours.
It could be
Ours.
It
There
could
are
be
people
ours.
who literally never go to the fucking hospital because they never
But this,
have the means to do it. What do you mean? You don't
we're
know?
jumping, no, but we're jumping outside of the point. I'm not even making the argument that it's like, oh, single payer is terrible, whatever. My point is that that these healthcare systems that work really well in all these Nordic countries, it isn't just a function of like, oh, they have single payer, like Bernie Sanders will say over and over again. It's a function of the fact that there's a sense of homogeny that we agree to fund these systems in the
Canada's
first
not
place. You can't
homogenous.
have your cake, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Yeah, and Canada's, like I just said, I've been making the point the whole time that Canada and the United Kingdom have an issue right now where there's a lot of
We're
cultural divide, there's a
What are
lot of
we
division. They're
ranked?
not
What are we
homogenous.
ranked?
I don't know, but that's not the point
We're
that I'm
ranked
making.
dead fucking last.
What in the world? We're like
We're
last in the world for
50th.
healthcare.
Yes, in the developed world.
Amongst modern countries.
Yes.
No, not in the world, man.
Okay, do you
But
want to include everyone else? Because yeah, we'll rank a
but
little
that's
bit
not the
higher than
point. We're
fucking
not.
Tunisia or something.
I just reiterated that we're not having a debate on single payer. We're having a debate on how we can succeed in a social democracy
Can
and
you
how we can
can you tell me
how we can make that system work.
what is
And the fact that we're
Republicans' plan
talking
for
about the
healthcare?
United States, 300 million. What?
What's Republicans' plan for healthcare?
Oh, I mean, I'll say that that's been an absolute disaster with Trump. I mean, he said he had a healthcare plan, and it didn't work out. The healthcare with the Republicans has been a shit show. I mean, they want to do some kind of market system. It just has not
They
worked.
don't have anything.
But the Democrats, okay, but do you think the Democrats will actually institute single payer?
Yes.
Do you really think under the current, think under the current system with these massive super PACs and these
100% of us want single payer. 100% of Democrats do.
100% of I'm sure it's a
Yes.
large percent, but how do Democratic politicians feel about it? These politicians that
The
get
same way.
tens of millions of dollars from health insurance companies. No, they don't, dude. Fucking, you look at Kamala Harris. She said she supported Medicare for all, or she said she didn't, then she did, and then she didn't again. She goes back and forth because they know it's popular amongst voters like you, but
No,
they know
because
at
they
the
had
end
a
of the day, they
razor
don't
thin margin
support
in
it.
Congress. They had a razor thin margin. They had she was the tie-breaking vote in more fucking legislation than any vice president in history because
That also fund the Republicans as well. They have in the regular Democrats. I mean, they make it impossible to fund
Why-
make it impossible to fund our
Why do you
healthcare
think Mom
system and
Donnie
give
would
us
want
single
that?
payers. And she's been endorsed by her local
Yes.
chapter. Okay, so those quote unquote. Okay, so those quote unquote. I mean, they're not even social democrat. They're Democrat.
With I align with just about everything else with the DSA. But no, I DSA. But no, I think that
Abolishing
Republicans
prisons too. Do you also think they should do
Yes,
that?
I think that
Abolishing
Republicans
prisons too. Do you also think they should do
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Really, you're in favor of prison abolition?
Mhm.
What would you replace it with?
Rehab?
For people, okay, what? So for people that like sacrifice a child to Satan, you think they should be rehabilitated?
No, we could
or like
also have
rape a child or
federally
something
run
like that.
prisons instead of private prisons. So we have the highest incarceration rate of all countries in the world, just about. I think we
Yep.
are the highest. 25% of the entire incarcerated world is in the United States.
Hmm.
And a lot of this legislation that's been pushed, especially from the right, is lobbied by private prisons so that they can maximize their capital. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
no,
think it's good.
I will be. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that I am not at all in favor of the merging of corporations in our government, and I agree with the Democratic Socialists on that. But back to the original point is that you would support having federal prisons,
Sure, sure. For the most heinous of crimes, yes. I would like something like
but
what
is abolishing prison, is that a form of prison that they would
Yes,
abolish?
yes.
Okay.
And abolishing prison is just a way of saying that, right? Like I would want to do exactly what fuck, not Norman. Uh, oh fuck, what's it called? What's the country?
Scandinavian,
Yeah,
Norway,
no,
Sweden, Denmark,
Norway.
Finland.
I would want to do exactly what Norway does. I would start with that.
Yeah, I guess we get back to point number one then. It's like you want to have your cake and eat it too. Like you want to support these Democrats that support mass migration, all of these policies, but you also want to have a social democratic society. I used to be in agreement with you, by the way. I used to sort of hold your ideals and sort of what you believed in, but I think the problem is that it's not cohesive. It's not the vision that you want
Y'all literally have
is
no
not
plans for
attainable.
anything, right? Like we just tore apart. Y'all have no plan for healthcare, right? And you guys are hemorrhaging money. We're
You love
spending
to pivot away from the main point.
no, like you're trying to call out the holes and the plot holes in my stances, but you guys literally are spending $1 trillion on mass deportation, which could literally have paid for all houselessness to be eliminated, for every single person in the United States to get higher education. You guys literally fucked up the entire national debt every single time that the Republicans are in office, and you should know this. You're fucking economist, or you've studied economy. You should fucking know it is so detrimental to the United States for us to do fucking anything or have anything nice when you vote Republican. It is a negative
Well,
trade every time.
well, you shouldn't import a bunch of people that are low income and take more benefits than they give,
Well,
and take
it's
pull away
still
from low
cheaper
skilled
than what
labor and
y'all are doing, right?
privatize rent.
You're talking about a
It's still
$60 billion
cheaper. Well,
dollar.
it has a lot of long-term economic effects that
Yeah, that are all
corporations don't want you
positive.
to know about. By the way, you've seen the clip of Bernie Sanders saying that open borders is a Koch brother policy, right?
Sure,
That
I don't know.
was
Bernie Sanders
2016,
isn't.
2015.
He's not a divine speaker. I'm sorry, but my opinions are my own. And what I would
No, I
say is
know.
that the $60 billion deficit that you might be able to make a case for that undocumented migrants cause is fucking nothing compared to the $350 billion deficit you're doing with mass deportation. Make it make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, because you're also instituting border security as well. Like you're instituting that you don't have more people coming in. It's
You're
not
building
just
a wall. That's about
deportation.
it. You're building a wall.
No,
That's it.
they have funding for agents on the border. It's not just
Oh,
the
a couple
wall.
agents. Oh, wow.
Couple agents, yeah.
Oh,
The more
wow.
sarcastic you are, the more correct you are.
No, yeah. Again, we were funding agent. We were getting funding from Mexico to get agents on the other side of the wall too. We got that for
Hmm.
free when Biden was in office. We can do all of that stuff too at a much more efficient way. We're not spending $250 million on what looks like a $50,000 ad. We're not doing crazy shit like that the Republicans are doing. So no, I don't think that you guys can be trusted at all with the books. You can't.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. That's just more of a broad, like, rhetorical point. It's nothing really to directly respond to with that. Um, but okay. So wait, let me ask you then. How do you feel about the Democratic Party in general? Then, do you feel like the Democratic Party is not as co-opted as the Republican Party is by massive corporations and donors and things like that?
It's
Like,
not
do
even
you feel
close.
like
No.
okay, so you just because I always wonder with people like you and Dean Withers, it's like you spend all day like debating about how Trump sucks, whatever. Like you're welcome to have that opinion. But the fact of the matter is that you don't
There's math
spend
behind
time
it.
talking about you don't spend time talking about the fact that the Democratic Party and the reason why Trump got elected in the first place is that the Democratic Party is co-opted by massive corporations
It's not
and
even
is
close.
co-opted
It's
by
not even close.
really.
Yeah, it's not even
You
close.
don't think they take the super look at Chuck Schumer. Look at how much Chuck Schumer has
Yeah,
taken from these fucking corporations. Like this
yeah.
guy,
It's
dude,
not even
Nancy
close.
Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, insider trader Nancy Pelosi. Like you look at
Yeah,
all
you
really this
just
is
you just
is it
sound like a soundboard. Do you know what the unusual whales the unusual whales list is?
No. The unusual whales of how much what?
People who make money in Congress trading stocks. So some of
That's
these
not what
people
I mean.
you've never even heard
All
of.
right.
The top one is a
I
guy
don't.
named Brian Higgins, but look at this: Mark Green, Garrett Graves, David Rouser. They're all above Nancy Pelosi in
All right, you're
trading
acting like there's
stocks.
a big difference between Democrats and Republicans on this list, bro. We're
Okay,
looking at the same list, right?
that's
It's like
just stock
50
trades.
50.
All right, that's just
I
stock
don't.
trades. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's a guy that does this, and he does data analysis on this. And Republicans, on average, increase their wealth double that of Democrats. Double when they're in office. Double. They literally make double on the same fucking income.
I would be
Republicans
very
do that.
interested to see that. Wait, what's it? You don't have to pull it up now because I don't like. I don't think it's really relevant to the point that I'm making, but I would like to read that because I'm curious.
His name is Nick Powers, Nick. He does a bunch of great
Powers.
spreadsheets on this. All of his spreadsheets, you can get them directly through his profile as well. Um,
Which party has a spending problem?
and it's
Yeah, because I was just listening to a Freakonomics podcast like not that long ago about how it's really in terms of billionaire funding and dark money funding since 2016, it has gone up massively for the Democratic Party. I mean, it has gone up precipitously because the Democratic Party is funded by a lot of insurance companies, by the military industrial complex, by all of these massive institutions and banks and all these institutions have a lot of power in our
who do you
society.
think has made more in stocks, Trump or all of Congress throughout history combined?
I honestly don't care, but
So you don't
probably
care
Trump.
now, but you know it's Trump, right?
I care about how corporations have influence on our elections. The main way they have influence on our elections is through these massive
Who do
super
you
PACs
think
that
is
spend
more
tens of millions of
influential?
dollars.
One person in Congress who gets to vote like Nancy Pelosi out of 435 Congress people, or Trump, who unilaterally just runs the fucking country from his desk with executive orders, dragging around an NVIDIA's CEO to do peace deals with entire countries? Who do you think
You're
is
acting like
more?
Biden wasn't just in office funding a genocide in Gaza. Are we
And
serious?
that
Like
and
it's
that sounds beautiful. Who do you think took
that sounds
300?
beautiful, of
Who
course.
took $300 million from Miriam Adelson to change the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? And
Oh, I mean, dude, you obviously know from what I've been saying that I'm not a fan of Trump's Israeli policy. I
Trump
mean,
is by
that's
far,
all
he
fucking
stands
bullshit.
alone. Trump is all by himself when it comes to influence from Israel. He's all by
Yeah,
himself.
I want to be clear. This is a situation of lesser of two evils for me,
So
oftentimes.
the left would be the lesser of
Uh,
the two in this scenario.
well, I think the left has good intentions, but I think in pragmatic policy, it would just be a shit show, as we've already talked about. You guys would try to institute all of these social programs, but it would just fall apart because you don't realize that these social democratic societies, I mean, we've already brought this point up a million times, but operate on a homogenous culture and identity where
I
there's
don't think that
general
has
agreement to
anything to
actually
do
fund
with
them.
how they work. I don't think that the homogenous cultures have anything to do with it. And we can just look at California. California is by far one of the most.
Oh, yeah, California is great.
And I mean, if you're being sarcastic, I guess, but no, they're literally like
There's a
like
cost of living crisis happening right now in California.
yeah.
What are we talking
What do
about?
you think causes cost of living to go up?
Oh, I mean, that is a that's a big topic of
What do
conversation. I mean,
Republicans do that
look,
lower the cost of
on some
living?
level, on some level of it, I'm a YIMBY, right? And I believe in actually building out housing and not instituting these ridiculous regulations that the Democrats love to put in for environmental or union reasons or whatever that make it impossible to build housing. That started with the Democratic Party. That's why the
Okay,
cost of living in these
that
states is
sounds
so
like
high.
something that a talking point maybe from a right winger, but
No, that's a substantial point. What are you talking about?
no,
Are you
it's
serious?
not. Yeah.
Those regulations are instituted by the Democratic Party.
Do you know what
Those
the
environmental regulations that
Do you know
make
what
it
the
more difficult.
Dodd-Frank Act is?
Yeah, I mean broadly, I don't know the specific regulations, but I know what it is.
Do you know that Trump undoing parts and making revisions in the Dodd-Frank Act resulted in investors buying up all the fucking homes?
Uh, bring it up. Bring up the study or whatever you're citing. But I'll say that most housing is not owned by these massive investor companies. That's a
20% of
giant
them are.
misnomer. That's not true.
It's
that up.
100% true. 20% of
By
all
these
single-family
20%
homes.
of all homes built?
Single-family
Are you
homes.
saying of what?
Single-family homes.
Bring up. I just read a Substack. I think it was Nicholas Decker, that interesting character on Twitter. He just did a report about how it is a low percent of property ownership or property purchases in the last few
This is
years.
from
It's not
Econofact.
20%. What is this? Single family owned by private investors. Yeah, private investor. I'm saying these massive conglomerates that own, 100 properties, not just some like random fucking guy that owns like 5 homes. I'm talking about the massive investors. I'm talking about the big companies that you're referring to in reference to the Dodd-Frank Act. Whatever the fuck they're called, private equity, whatever it's called. I'm referring to those. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're gonna talk like BlackRock or whatever, Vanguard, all them.
Yep.
The
It's a
by the
low
way,
percent.
Trump.
It's like 1 to 2%.
Do you really think like Trump, the guy
And
who wouldn't even?
Trump capped it at 300. You saw that in that housing bill. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt
that he
you.
didn't sign.
He inadvertently did by it not signing it at all, and then it went into law.
Yeah.
Yeah, so who gives a shit? He's being performative. That's his whole MO.
Oh man, he does it. He hated it. He hated it
Then why would he not veto it?
because it was veto proof.
Did it have 60 senators supporting it? Maybe it did. I could be wrong about that. He said he supported it though, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, he said he supported it, and then it was
performative.
It was the Save America Act.
He hated it.
Oh, that was performative. Oh, okay.
Yes, he's a real estate mogul. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, the guy already has, well over, he has billions of dollars. I don't think he really gives a shit.
Yeah, as president.
But that, once again, that bill that caps the number of houses that these investors could own. And the point is that with your Dodd-Frank point, that's a giant misnomer and misunderstanding of how these companies actually operate or what's actually driving up the cost of housing. It's these fucking NIMBYs in these liberal states like Massachusetts, that's where I live, California. Like they keep on putting in these environmental and unnecessary regulations that make it harder to build housing. And that's why you look at Austin, Texas. It's incredibly affordable. They have policies that are actually friendly to building housing. And if you actually want to solve that issue, you have to deregulate.
For now, but when you go into the property taxes, it's a different story.
So are you a NIMBY?
I'm in Dallas.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. What is your personal worldview on building housing?
I think we should build more houses.
Yeah, but are you supportive of deregulating and rezoning these houses to build more multifamilies and to build more properties like some of the YIMBYs are? Or are you like the NIMBYs who want to continue to regulate housing and make it harder to build? Because that's what the Democrats are. That's what they've done for the last 20 fucking years.
I might be somewhere in between. I don't think that Republican states and Republican presidents are good at the economy at all. And I've played with AI a lot on this, and there really just isn't a case to be made about Republicans doing well with the economy. There's not a single thing that they do better at the economy at all. At all.
Maybe you shouldn't use fucking AI to inform your political worldview. Come on, man, that's ridiculous.
What I'm doing is I'm fact checking my worldviews with AI. Oh, okay. Well, here's where conspiracies come in.
With AI,
very recently.
You don't think there's a conspiracy?
No.
You seriously don't think there's a conspiracy with these massive tech oligarchs?
Use fucking DeepSeek.
Right.
Use a third party. I don't care. Use a Chinese LLM.
Oh yeah. Ask it about what happened at Tiananmen Square. It will not answer you.
Oh wow.
Come on, don't use AI
that has everything to do.
Research.
Dude, come on, dude. There's not a single case to be made for Republicans for the economy, and we can even just go down to Republican states. Republican states are fucking literally insolvent. They rely on Democratic states every year to pay their bills, and then they try to come in and tell us how to do the fucking economy. It's sad.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a whole context for why Republican states are poor, and they were stupid and declared a war, in the late 19th century. Like, come on, you gotta go pretty far back to understand why there's poverty in the South.
It's not just the South. It's literally almost every Republican state.
The standard
every single Republican
you look at
state.
The standard of living. Sorry,
every single Republican state besides Texas and Florida is in the red at the end of every year, and they reach out to Daddy Gavin Newsom to pay their bills every fucking year. every month.
Yeah, and look at look at the amount of debt that the state of Massachusetts is in, the state of California. These states owe
California is
so
literally
much
no, they
money.
don't. No, they don't.
Pull up Massachusetts. Massachusetts is the most liberal state in the country, and they owe more money
And
than
they're
I
the
think
best in
I believe every
education,
other state.
and they're the best for new
Yeah, they're going
companies.
fucking bankrupt for it.
Dude, and
It's
California's
I work in
California's
California. Or,
California's GDP is like $3.7 trillion. Their deficit's 80 billion. It's literally nothing.
yeah, and then you
It's
go to
so
San Francisco,
small.
you go to LA, and there's homeless people everywhere, and
Yeah,
they have
because
no
there's a
plan
lot
to
of
actually
people.
build out housing. Because no, this is the neoliberal worldview, which is that, oh, if we have more GDP, if we have more GDP per capita, that means everybody's happier, everything's working out. When in reality, you have the same problems of
Can you tell me?
you know,
Can
low.
you tell me a thing that Republicans would do to make there be less homeless people?
Yeah, actually deregulate some of these fucking housing laws, eliminate some of these requirements for unions to build housing, eliminate some of these environmental requirements, or de-zone. I mean, the zoning regulations are so ridiculous in some of these properties. I would recommend people in the chat look at the history of why some of these states became so unaffordable in the first place in terms of
Because a
housing.
lot of people move there. A lot of
I
people
mean,
there's
that's an obvious
it's
consequence.
the
But
amount
here's,
of
hold on.
people.
Yeah, no. It's not that simple because in a basic, capitalist model, when you have a high increase in demand, you should see a shock in supply, not a negative shock, a positive shock. You should increase in supply to deal with that increase in demand to ensure some kind of stability in the housing market. But the problem is that these states have such tight regulations that supply isn't able to respond to the increase in demand. So then that raises the standard of living, makes it unaffordable to live, and then people can't pay their fucking rent. It's
Okay.
fucking bullshit.
And some of
And
some
not
of
to
it could be
mention,
attributed to that, and I'll grant you that. But I would say the vast majority of it is also there being fucking 40 million people, and like LA County having 9.5 million people in just that county. When
then why aren't they
Kentucky,
developing housing?
because you have to start building up.
Yeah, and they've had a population increase for 20 years, and the prices keep going up more and more and
Yeah,
more.
I guess they
And
should
not to
turn
mention,
Republican so
you
everybody
have
fucking
mass.
leaves. I don't. What do you mean?
They have mass undocumented. What do you mean? You know what I mean. And then you have mass undocumented immigration, or just mass immigration in general, and it makes the issue that you're talking about right now. Isn't that so funny? You're making my point for me. You have a massive amount of people come in, and it raises the cost of living. Thank you for proving my point.
It also pays the bills. It also increases GDP.
Oh, come on, man. You know I
It
got you
does.
there.
Yeah, so you guys are decreasing GDP by like 1 trillion fucking goddamn it dollars a year
Yeah.
with mass deportation. Thank God we have that.
Actually, it would
Thank
technically
God.
increase GDP $1 trillion because if you look at the formula for GDP, G is one of the things you add together. So technically, it would increase GDP.
So we can look at the mass deportation effect on the economy from what's it called?
I'm willing to look at this, but I have to go to the gym soon.
Mass deportation from Penn Wharton, their budget model, and it shows every single metric going upside down, every single one. So I
Can
don't
you
think
read the
so.
main important ones? I can't. Hold on, man. I have to get close to the thing.
So it says the 4-year policy increased deficits $270 billion before economic feedbacks, and then 350 with economic feedbacks. That's the $350 billion number I cited like 10 minutes ago. And then the 10-year policy would cost about $862 billion, and then $987 billion. That's the $1 trillion number I cited 10 minutes ago. All right. The economy, not surprisingly, most aggregate economic variables fall. 4-year policy reduces GDP by 1%. The 10-year policy reduces by 3.3 fucking goddamn it percent. And then 10-year policy reduces it by 5%. Variables almost all, but per capita economic variables also mostly decline, including fall in average wage of 0.5% and 1.7% in the 10-year. Output per capita also falls up to 1.1%, and then everybody's wages falls. Everybody's fucking wages falls. You guys cannot be trusted with the economy.
Wait. Go to the wages. What's the part I'm more interested in? Go to that part.
The top 63% of the economy sees their wages fall by $2,700 over the 10-year. Wages for authorized U.S. low-skilled workers can increase by 1.1, but then eventually fall by 0.6. They eventually fall.
Hold on. Their wages increase by 1.1% by 2034, but eventually fall by 2054. What the fuck is that? How do you I am so curious to read that because
their methodology is below. Yeah, their methodology
No,
is
no, I
below.
know. That's what I'm saying. I'll read the methodology and I'll hop back on the live to talk about it. Because I'm very, I mean, if you let me, because I'm very curious to see how they actually made that estimate. Because if you take I don't, did you go to college? Did you study anything?
No.
No. Okay. If you go to college and I did psychology and economics and history, and you realize that a lot of these papers, you have to look at the methodology and look at how they actually make these estimates. Because the fact of the matter is that we saw all of these crazy price estimates with Trump's tariffs about a year ago. They're like, oh my God, it's going to raise prices by 30,
They
all these
did.
like crazy percent, 30, 40%. And then they realized that they saw an increase in supply in the country, in the United States, and it actually didn't nearly cause the amount of price shock they thought it would cause. Even the war in Iran,
Have you
we were
argued
supposed to
Parker
see,
on
hold on,
this?
have I heard Parker on
Yeah,
this
have you
argument?
argued with Parker on this? On Parker?
I've never, you're the first person I've ever argued with on TikTok Live.
Okay, it did decrease manufacturing jobs. They just fucking nosedived. They nosedived manufacturing jobs, fucking nosedived the second Trump did this. And the reason that you haven't seen a steady increase in prices is because none of these tariffs have been consistent. So Liberation Day tariffs, they were gone within months. And then he did new tariffs. And then he changed the amount of tariffs that go from China. For China, and then he reduced tariffs when we made a deal with the EU, and he reduced tariffs when he did this and that, and then they went away by the Supreme Court in February. None of them have been consistent enough because there's such a lag in the price change where companies have to figure out where to implement and fix their like structure when these tariffs go into place. They haven't been there long enough for them to do anything.
Yeah, there's no tariffs that have been instituted since he came into office. I mean, I'm assuming you don't know if that's true or not, but I would assume that some of those tariffs have stayed in
The only thing
since
that
he
have
came.
stayed consistent is 10% blanket tariffs, and even then, he's changed it to 15%. Like
Okay, but there
last month.
hasn't been nearly I mean, you and I both know that when those tariffs were being instituted, the economists were sounding the alarm bells that, oh my God, it's going to raise prices 10%. It's going to make things way less affordable. And it's just that, those
All of
estimates were false.
no,
And
all of the inflation,
read,
all of the inflation, or we can actually say that the Fed has cited the tariffs as a reason why they haven't turned down the interest rates. They cited them solely as the reason why they haven't been able to reverse interest rates.
yeah, I mean, I'm not just going to believe, this is where you're going to call me a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not just going to believe the word of what the Fed says. I'm willing to read their papers, I'm willing to read their methodology, but you and I both know that the Fed has been highly politicized in the last 10 years, and I'm
Yeah.
not just going to go off of whatever word they're going. You come on, you know that. You know the Fed's been way more
You mean the
politicized
guy
since
that was
Trump's got
hired
involved
by
in
Trump,
politics.
Jerome Powell?
Yeah, you've seen a lot of the fighting between Jerome Powell and Trump. You've seen
Now,
what's been
Trump has
happening.
politicized it. Trump has tried to force his hand in a very unorthodox way via Twitter and via frivolous lawsuits to force him to reduce
Yeah.
interest rates.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Fed maintains, the Fed has a habit of maintaining interest rates too high for too long and too low for too long. I mean, they operate off of metrics that have made the economy
Can you imagine if
less
he had lowered
affordable.
rates right before the 2020 pandemic? Could you imagine what the inflation would have done if he did that?
Before the 2020 pandemic, we didn't, we should lower rates before the 2020 pandemic. We want to have economic productivity. You can raise rates after the pandemic. No, you know what I'm saying. Don't act surprised.
If the rates were lower entering the pandemic, we would have seen an insanely higher
Hold
rate
on.
of inflation.
Did the Feds not cut rates for the pandemic? I am
They
very
did.
certain the Feds cut rate when.
They
Okay, so
did.
what's your point?
But the inflation lags, so the amount of time they would have stayed very low would have been detrimental to inflation.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to make some kind of economic theory argument for that. I've never heard that before I've genuinely have never heard that argument that like, oh, well, because the point of interest rates is that they're supposed to affect the amount of economic activity, right? And if you lower interest rates right before the pandemic sets in, you see a massive decline in economic activity. I'm not going to be concerned about low interest rates and inflation because there's already the massive decline. I would be concerned about high interest rates or low interest rates coming out of the pandemic, but I wouldn't be concerned about when there's low economic activity having low interest
There was
rates.
no
It's
economic
that's the whole
activity.
point.
We were booming. We were booming before the pandemic. We didn't need to lower interest rates.
Well, also inflation was relatively low. What was it at?
Okay, but still, why would we lower inflation, or why would we lower interest rates when inflation was doing just fine? We had target inflation.
Well, I guess to encourage economic activity.
We already had that.
Yeah, but it encourages it. I mean, I have to say personally, I don't know. I mean, I have mixed feelings on that this is a highly debated topic in economics. There's a lot of people that say one thing, a lot of people that say another. But the point is that if you already have low inflation, you might want to have lower interest rates to encourage investment. You want to have lower interest rates to encourage people to invest in your economy, to
Does that
continue to
not
borrow, to
cause
spend.
inflation?
Well, it depends on the amount of inflation. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's the
But we
amount of
had
inflation
target
that you have in the
inflation.
moment.
Yes.
Well, yes, but it also encourages, like, you see, this is hilarious because we're having like an Austrian Keynesian argument right now. Because yeah, that's the whole economic debate. It's not really set in stone on who's correct on this specific issue. I guess I have more of the Keynesian view in that way, and you have the Austrian view. Um, but I generally believe that if you have low inflation, there's nothing wrong with keeping interest rates a little low so that it makes it more affordable to buy a home. It makes it more affordable
This is,
for regular people to purchase property. You agree
but
with that, I imagine. I mean, you know
sure,
Sam
sure,
Cedar, I'm assuming.
sure, yes. And what I would
Okay,
encourage you to
this is
do,
the Sam Cedar take.
sure, and what I would encourage you to do, dude, find one
Hmm.
metric that Republicans do better than Democrats. Find one. GDP per capita increase, if wages outpace inflation, anything. Any sort of macroeconomic indicator that is doing good under Republicans that they just do better than Democrats. There isn't one. There really isn't one. It's
So are
sad.
you okay? Are you okay with the continuation of neoliberalism under the Democratic Party? That's just fine with you in terms of how that's going, in terms of how
I
that's
prefer
affected
it
this country?
way more than Republicans. Yes, fucking it up. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think the reason why Republicans have this power and Trump, who on some level I think is an idiot, has this power is because of the neoliberalism that you and your party has supported for the last 30 years,
No,
starting
I
with
think he
Clinton,
did
or
it.
probably Reagan
He
actually.
did
But
it by lying, by cheating, by blaming pandemic era economic downfalls on Biden, by
yeah.
screaming bullshit like "drill, baby, drill," by saying he could end wars in one day and make gas prices and groceries cheaper on day
And why did
one.
people want change? Why did people want that
Because
change? Why were people so
because
desperate to
of the
vote for that change? Because we had
environmental problems caused by the pandemic.
wait, okay, I'm talking about in 2016. I'm saying why did people want that change coming
Oh,
into
white
his
supremacy.
presidency? Oh, okay. That's right. That's what it is at the end of the day. It's all white supremacy. It's not massive wealth inequality.
No,
It's not
we
the
already know that Republicans have no interest in the actual outcomes of the economy. They only care about the rhetoric. For instance,
really?
if you wanted to if you wanted to see like the most deportations possible, you would just look at Obama or Biden's deportation record and be like, "Oh shit,
Yeah, I mean based,
they
right?
did really good." But you only cared about the rhetoric. You wanted Trump to say they're rapists and killers, and that they're not bringing their best, and that they're vermin, and they're poisoning the blood of the country, that they have bad genetics, and you didn't care about somebody who handled this in the like most graceful way possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's native backlash. If you're going to have a massive importation of people coming into your country, you're going to have somebody who's going to come in and say, "Hey, this needs to stop." And you have a decision to make. You can decide to regulate immigration and not have that native
And
backlash and
again,
have those programs that you're talking about, or you
yeah,
cannot do that. And you can
and
have millions of people come in and not actually regulate what happens. And I don't
that's not
believe, I
true.
don't,
It was
I
regulated.
honestly don't even support that rhetoric. I mean, I do not think
It's not a deal
undocumented
breaker for you.
or legal immigrants. I mean, I believe in the protecting lower income people and protecting our country.
Then you would not
And
vote for Republicans, right? Because they just
well,
fuck all
obviously,
that up.
we don't. Yeah, let's go back to the last hour, however long we've been arguing. Um, no, I mean, I just think here's the last point I'm gonna make before I go, and maybe you can respond if you want. Uh, you and Dean and whoever else can spend all your time like sitting here debating about Trump, like, oh man, Trump is terrible, Trump sucks. But at the end of the day, he's a consequence of years of neoliberal policy. He's a consequence of massive inequality. He's a consequence of a lot of the problems that the Democratic and Republican Party have contributed to for a long time. And you got to, at one point, address the root of the problem. And it's like, well, why are we getting this idiot? Why are we getting this guy who talks about immigrants and, enforces the border and does deportations?
He's
Why
not
is that
enforcing the
happening?
border. He's breaking the law more than enforcing it. But it's because he ran on
Well,
fascist rhetoric. He is a fascist. Fascism works a
yeah.
lot. It's very
How does
effective.
fascism come out? How does fascism come about? Sorry, I mean interrupt. Like, how does that
Fascism comes
happen?
about when things that mostly environmental or even economical downfall happens, and people turn to a strong leader. So when the Treaty of
It's when liberal
Versailles,
democracy fails. That's when
no,
fascism
when the
comes
Treaty
about.
of Versailles fucked up Germany's economy and hyperinflation happened, and they tried to print their way out of it. Hitler decided to point at the Jewish people, just like Trump decided to point at immigrants.
And why was that effective? You could say the Treaty of Versailles.
Because
Okay, before
of
Mussolini, it
environmental
was a liberal.
factors.
Did you watch the show Mussolini?
Yes.
It was very good. Okay, great. So the guy before Mussolini was elected, that was the prime minister, was a liberal. Before Hitler came
Mussolini
into
was not
power,
elected,
there was a
dude.
liberal. Not elected, but he was elected and then he seized power. Yeah, whatever.
He was not
That's
elected.
not the point. Okay, well, before he seized power, before he gained became popular amongst fascists in Italy, people coming out of World War I, who was in power? It was the liberals that people felt like were failing the system. And who else was becoming popular in Germany and
Yeah,
Italy at the time? It
somebody
was the
was able
communists.
to
It was the
scapegoat people,
Oh my God.
and that's what you're talking about. Yes, they scapegoat Fauci, or they scapegoat Biden, or they
Yep.
scapegoat liberals, or for fucking up the economy, when it was really just like the trade, all of the supply chains crashing
It's a
because of
combination of
COVID.
multiple.
It
It's a
wasn't because of
combination.
liberalism.
Well, yes, it was because liberalism failed, and it's a combination of multiple problems where I think the far left and the far right are both correct. I
There
think it's a
is no far left
combination
here.
of, okay, well, whatever, the democratic socialists that you don't like. It's a combination of corporations and economic power having a disproportionate amount of influence in your political system,
Neither of
but
them were good
also,
responses, though, right? They both failed
okay, well, you
horrendously.
didn't let me, I was halfway through my point. And it's a combination of those powers wanting to import more and more immigration because it benefits their capitalist agenda. When you have those two powers working in tandem together, you're going to have a far right that wants to address the immigration. You're going to have a far left that only wants to address the economic problems. And there has to be some kind of combined contingency that wants to address both problems at the same time.
Sure. And you agree that the far right answers in both of those cases were short-lived, complete fucking failures, and horrendous for the economy, right?
Of course, yeah. These are
Yeah.
the worst people in history, besides, I guess,
Yeah.
like Mao and Stalin. I
Same
mean,
thing.
these are terrible people.
Yeah.
And
All
it's the
right.
same way I feel about communism then. But yeah, this has been a long discussion, so we can finish. But my point is that I think that if you should put more of your energy into criticizing the system that brought us here in the first place rather than just criticizing Trump. And you're welcome to hate Trump, whatever, but I think it would benefit society more if you actually considered how we got here in the first place.
I think that we've established that, or I've established that the economic policy of the left is more effective in every single way. 50-1 job creation, by the way, since the end of the Cold War. 50-1. It's sad
So you think the
that you guys
status
are
quo
even
is, you think what's
contenders.
happening now, the status quo of the last 20 years has been okay? You
Yeah,
think that
I
what's
don't
been
think that
happening
what you're
under
doing.
neoliberalism has been okay?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, despite I can condemn colonialism and imperialism and our actions on the world stage. So
Which
all
is a
of
function, yeah,
no,
which is a
it's not a
function of
function of the
neoliberalism,
social
of your
democrats.
ideology.
It's not a function
No,
of
I
social
know, but because
democrats.
social democrats are so cucked because it's just like you're willing to actually work with the liberals on all of these issues that you know are wrong and actually bring you to the fascist state that you're against. That's the
Yeah,
problem. You
but you're
have to be
embracing the
opposed.
fascist state. So for you to even try to criticize my views on this is sad.
Well, it's either a continuation of like the same fucking bullshit that doesn't actually help working people, or it's something that kind of like I said, it's a lesser of two
That
evils
hurts
for
it even
me.
more. Like, because Trump has not done anything. Unemployment's up, inflation's up, jobs are down, GDP is down, GDP growth is down, GDP per capita down, wages are not outpacing inflation anymore,
Yeah.
manufacturing jobs are
Once again,
down.
these are all very, very
Every
broad economic
every single
indicators
one of our
that
allies hate us. We're hemorrhaging money in the Middle East. We've fucked up the entire world's economy, by the way. Like, there's nothing you can point to that's going good for you at all. And you're just blaming the left because we just kind of underperformed during the pandemic.
No, I'm not blaming left because you underperform. I'm blaming the left because you didn't give a shit about the problems that were affecting everyday people for 30 years, and everyday people were like, fuck you, and they put in Trump. Because you didn't care about NAFTA, you didn't care about the effects of NAFTA, you didn't give a shit about
We let
massive
Trump do USMCA, and he hated that too. After 4 years, he came back and cut the USMCA.
Well, yeah, because the effects are already in. The effects are already in from Clinton. Like, once you already put in those free trade policies, it's really hard to leave. Obviously, we've already seen that with Trump, and he's trying his best with the tariffs, but it's really logistically
He's doing
difficult
horribly.
to just be because where the Clinton fucked up and Reagan and all the neoliberals.
I think we're just fine as
is
a
that-
consumer country. I think we're just fine. I don't want to be making
Oh, okay,
Nikes.
that's
I don't
cool.
want
So
my
you do-
kids making Nikes. I'm good.
So you don't want to have specified tariffs against specific industries that protect
Specified
American
tariffs are
interests.
fine. Blanket tariffs bad.
I think there's a fair criticism there, but I think that in general we should be trying to get more industry back in the United States. And Trump has already had a lot of agreements with many companies about bringing investment back to the U.S. But once again, you are still defending the behavior of the people that brought you Trump in the first place. That's why you're never going to fundamentally
Trump
be able
bought
to
Trump.
address this issue.
Uneducated,
Yeah, exactly.
poorly
That's
educated
the
people brought
fucking
Trump.
Yep. That's the exact attitude. That's the exact attitude that's brought us to where we are today. Exactly that. And
Are
it's
you
fucking
blaming me
ridiculous.
for Trump?
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm saying you have a terrible reaction to Trump. And if you want to stop, because like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump. If you want to stop, all the bullshit that he brings in, have somebody elected that's actually for the people, you need to eliminate the fucking corporate bullshit that you have in your party and in the Republican
You
Party
mean
as
like
well.
the thing that Republicans do like 7 times worse than Democrats?
What do you mean the things Republicans? Oh, you mean all the? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I have you heard me criticize Reagan and Bush? Have you heard me for the last like?
The guy who does huge exorbitant tax breaks, big sloppy horrible tax breaks, and deficit spending on like
What's
we've
the corporate
ever
tax rate
seen.
in Scandinavia? Look at the corporate tax
It's
rate in
21%.
Yeah, and what's the corporate tax rate that Trump cut it
21.
to?
What's the GDP? What percent of the
That's cool that
GDP
you
do
know
they?
that. That's surprising.
What
Go ahead.
is the GDP percent that they spend on their military, and what's ours?
Oh, it's significantly higher. But are you in favor of cutting military spending?
Yes.
How much? How much would you cut the United States
We
role
can
in the
start at
world?
10%.
Yeah, it caused like a massive decline in the United States empire. I mean, that's the other problem. That's the two problems with the far left is that they want to have
What?
mass immigration and they want to cut the United States influence as an empire in the world.
No.
Obviously, you want to maintain the United States hegemony to ensure stability that we can actually benefit from. The problem is that we need to stop putting in corporate leaders that send those benefits to the wealthy and send in leaders that'll actually send those benefits to the working class.
We do more than the next like 10, 20 countries combined. We do almost double that. I think
No
we can
shit. That's the
survive
whole
a
point of the
10%
system.
cut.
I mean, that's the point of the system is that we maintain this global hegemony. We maintain our bases so that we keep trade stable, and then we use that leverage over other countries to get benefits. But once again, those benefits go to the corporations, and those benefits go to the wealthy. We should be having those benefits go to regular people.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yep.
Almost like we should like focus on like welfare programs, like social democrats want to do.
Yeah, no, those social democratic you get people just dependent on welfare for their entire lives. It's those
So not like
neoliberal
that.
welfare programs never work. No, because you need to have programs that benefit everybody, and you need to stop having mass migration and having people just sit there on the fucking programs and not actually
Nobody
contribute.
wants people to be stale and just sitting on the programs. I think that programs are only useful if there are contingencies surrounding them. That is the consensus around most of economists.
What contingencies would you support?
Work contingencies, drug test contingencies.
Oh, you mean the ones that Trump implemented, or you supported that?
I don't support all of the things, like him trying to cut SNAP, right, by 3.4 million people. It wasn't just work contingencies.
No, it wasn't just work, but that's the biggest thing, the work contingency. You disagree with the Democratic Party because the Democrats are spazzing out about that. They are very upset.
No,
about the work contingencies.
Trump saying America first and coming in and cutting every single social program across the board, cutting tens and millions of people off of these programs. It doesn't make me feel like that's what he's doing.
Contingencies. That's
no,
mostly
it's
from
not.
the work contingencies.
No, it's not.
That's the main consequence of those policies.
That is one big part, but no, it's not. No, it's not. You guys have cut programs and increased spending as if you're trying to make things more efficient or make the budget make sense. You're not. You have fucked up the budget for the first time in history since World War II. We are 122% of our GDP in debt.
Oh,
And we
hold
have
on,
less
sorry, I
to
just
show
lagged.
for
We
it.
are 100%. Yeah. I mean, the deficit spending is problematic, but I mean that's been a continuation of. I mean, come on, look at how much Biden increased the deficit during COVID.
Almost none.
Like Biden increased,
It's
he
4.4
increased it
trillion.
almost none.
Yeah.
I would have to look at the spending,
You
but
don't
hold
have
on, hold
to.
on.
I can
But
tell
let's
you.
hold on. We can look at the hold on, one thing with the Biden spending. People will. I know what you're about to say, but the thing you have to consider is that those checks that came out under Biden were after we had already provided all of that stimulus under Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're doing shit like that, you are adding. You know what I'm saying? It's diminishing marginal returns for each
It's not
additional
true.
check that you're going to add. What do you mean? That's a basic law of economics. Is that it's
It's
diminishing
actually not
marginal
true.
returns.
So Biden oversaw the '08 recession recovery, and what economists found out is that they missed out on increased revenues and a bounce back,
Yep,
a better bounce back from the '08 housing market crash by
definitely.
not sending out enough stimulus. Seeing they could have doubled the amount of stimulus they sent out, and they missed out on gains, and that's what Biden did, and we had the best
And they
recovery in the
overcorrected.
world. We had the best
And
recovery in the
then
world.
we overcorrected. And if you talk, I've talked to literally multiple economists when I was in school about this issue, and almost all of the ones, actually, I talked to three, and two of them were like, yeah, we overcorrected, and then one of them was like, I don't know, there's no way to really know. But the two that I talked to were like, that was an overcorrection from the
But
'08 crisis.
we can look at well, we can look at the amount of inflation we saw from the like the American Rescue Plan, and we can say that there's something like 2% increased inflation because of that. But the duration in which we would have seen a recession outweighs the 2% we saw periodically from the 2023 peak. I don't think there's a case to be made that some Republican would have came in and better managed it. Biden spending 4.4 or approved 4.4 trillion dollars worth of debt during his presidency, while also paying for Trump's fucking 2017 tax breaks, does not mean he ran the deficit up. He was paying for things Trump passed during his tenure, and Trump spent 8.3 fucking goddamn it trillion dollars, and he's in line to do even more, and he's not even halfway done with his presidency right now.
Yeah, I mean, here's the issue with I'm going to address the first argument. So that's what I'm more interested in. When you when you have an increased rate in inflation, but also an increased rate in economic growth, you have to think about, well, who does this disproportionately help? Who does this disproportionately hurt? Low income people get disproportionately hurt by higher rates of inflation, especially in housing, especially in food and groceries, right? But a lot of times the quote unquote economic growth ends up actually going in the hands of obviously the wealthy. A lot of times the poor people end up spending more on inflation, and that those benefits end up
But
going to very
he
few at the
paired it
top.
with rent freeze.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but then the rent freeze goes out and then rent goes up way faster.
Well,
You know what I'm
still,
saying?
we had the best economic rebound in the world, right? We were the envy of the world when
Okay.
Biden left office.
I know, but you know what you get the point that I'm making,
Sure.
right? Yeah. That if you have economic rebounds, it has to actually benefit regular people. And this is finally going to go back
I
to
think
the
it
point that I'm
overwhelmingly
making the
did.
whole time. What's up?
I think it overwhelmingly did. I mean, giving the people who were struggling, who couldn't even go back to work because of COVID, this overwhelmingly helped people stay above water.
I think I think it I think it did, but then it also made things a lot worse because I think when it got those stimulus checks, which was great, they immediately spent it. And where do people spend most of their money? They spend most of it at Amazon, they spend most of it at Walmart, goes in the hands of executives right away, and then they generate way more wealth and power. Look at the concentration of wealth that
Yeah,
we've
it was the
seen
biggest
in the
transfer of wealth in
hands.
history. Yeah, I know. And Trump wants it
Yeah.
again. And I think that's what Republicans root for. Trump is one of those billionaires. He's an oligarch. He wants an oligarchy. His 13 billionaires that are in his administration want this as well. They want to see the economy take a shit so that they can buy. So they can buy up all the fucking homes. So that they can buy up all the failing businesses. So the oil companies can have 400 fucking % increase in profits while we all struggle.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth to what you're saying there. There's a lot of criticism of of the connections between the Trump administration and a lot of these companies. But I think overall, the immigration policies and the trade policies are going to help, or do help, most people in the working class. But yeah, there's a lot. Trump, and like I said, once again, this is why I'm not a supporter. Uh, Continued a lot of the problematic policies that we've seen for the last 30 years. But it's really a question. And I see somebody that mentioning the buying up housing point as well. Once again, most houses are not bought by institutional investors. Most houses are bought by landlords that have like 3 or 4 properties. That's not really a true consequence of the housing policy. Sorry, I got distracted by somebody that's one of the chatters. But yeah, it's a lesser of two evil situation oftentimes for what actually benefits Americans. So unless you have another point to bring up, that's not a totally new point, I'm probably going to go.
All right, man. I'll talk to you again. You're welcome back. All right.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Chat, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, that's one of the best ways to do it. Also, we do $40 to kick people. If you want to kick somebody, that's how you do it. You can send me a donation on PayPal or Venmo or Cash App. Let me reset the gift goal really quick, and we'll bring up the next guest. Also, don't forget to give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. You could try, Shakuna. And you know, not to S my own D, but I am a high school graduate, y'all, and I can keep up. I can keep up. Oh shit, this is a new one. New gift goal. We got cow napping? Hello?
Hello.
Look at that gift. I just get sick of Republicans talking about social programs costing too much money. I fully agree. Our social programs cost us so little compared to the outcomes. There's so little. Like SNAP being 1% of our federal budget. They're like, oh, we need to scrutinize this. There's like, this is going to cut down on fraud. Some kid shouldn't be able to buy a lollipop because that's fucked up. And by the way, the military, they can go buy a fucking drive pin that's $60 to make. They can go buy that for $1,500 a pop in fucking bulk. Like, that's totally chill. I don't care about that. Yeah, and there's so many things like social programs reduce crime. They increase economic mobility. They do so many things. Workforce participation. They do so many things that are just very kind of like abstract. That aren't very easy to see. Yeah, the military can go out to have lobster dinner to the tunes of billions of dollars, but God forbid. Some kid gets a Coca-Cola. Are the troops still on rations? I would assume I would assume, maybe. Finland did guaranteed housing and improved almost everything. Dude, I hate the homogeny argument. If anybody tries to tell you it's anything other than white supremacy, they're lying. They're just straight up lying. And there was actually a poll I saw recently that like one of the biggest deal breakers for people in the Republican Party, I think it was like 70% or 80% agreed that one of the biggest stakes in this country is the white man becoming the minority. Like whatever it took. It always comes down to that, yeah. Yeah, when anybody talks about homogeny, like you have to explode that idea out. Like, what does that mean? We will always have at least like the people we fucking kidnapped and brought here, right? We can't start imagining what that would look like if we did away with that. Like, what were we gonna do? Send people back to another continent? Are we gonna what's the solution to homogeny? Are you just gonna say we can't have anything because we're not homogenous, and we're just gonna have to shitty healthcare forever because some people have different skin color? I don't get it. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, but my name's Josh, though. I just wanted to let you know, man. And I hope you have a good day, man, you know?
Thanks, man. You want a kiss?
Yeah. Want a kiss?
Yeah. It's Monday.
On the cheek?
Sure. Forehead. Whatever you want.
Sure. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Have a good day, man.
You too.
Thank you.
Sometimes you just gotta kiss your bros. God dang. Thank you guys so much for hitting the cow napping. Dude, that's a sweet gift. I hope they keep it around. Golly. What's wrong with kissing your bros goodnight, dude? Sorry, chat. We do sell forehead kisses on PayPal, though. I think going rate's $5. I think it's like buy 10, get one. Buy 9, get the 10th 1% off. Gifts could count.
How do you feel about vote blue no matter who? Are you guys a cult, or can you think for yourselves? Are you guys a bunch of robots or chickens with their heads cut off, or can you actually think for yourselves? Because that's embarrassing.
I think voting blue entails not just like people who say they're Democrats, but people who aren't going to perpetuate this like weird religious ideology and fuck up the economy every time they're in power.
Yeah, so that was a very good politician non-answer. Someone who doesn't want to directly answer. It was good though. I'll give it a 10 out of 10. Now, Pickles, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you directly. How do you feel about the quote "Vote blue no matter who"? Are you guys a cult, or can you think?
I'm all behind it.
So you walk right into the trap. So no matter how fucked up they are, no matter how regressive they are, no matter how harmful they are, you'll vote blue no matter who. So that goes for Eric Swalwell, Graham Plattner, and all these people are blue, by the way. The other guy who
Hey man,
pardoned
how long did those people last? Like, what I'm telling you is that the second there is a scandal like that, we root them out. And I think that you guys do the actual, like, Ken Paxton is the most corrupt politician in politics in the United States of America.
Yeah,
You guys
that's
will
fair.
vote for him. You guys will vote for him. It's going to become close. So I think the cult is on the right. It's not the left. It's
So
sad.
you said you're willing to vote for these people, but they'll get kicked out before you get the chance
No,
to
I'm
vote
not
for
willing.
them.
I'm saying that when they finally make it to the point of, like, where they're going to receive a vote, when they make it to November, these people don't have scandals. They won't have scandals. So
Okay,
yes,
but-
voting blue makes way more sense.
So, but even when we look at people who ideologically don't completely align with you, but are still on your side, like for example, Gavin Newsom, he said that he wasn't not on board with the transgender issue, and that's a problem for a lot of your party. So you're saying you would still vote for him, even though he's a bigot in your eyes?
I think that there's a harm reduction case to be made. So I think that somebody who, by the way, has flip flopped on that, and
Yeah.
he's come back around, right?
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
But
Rich,
still,
you're-
though,
come on
no,
now. Yeah.
it's okay. So if we were to say vote red, even if they're fucked up in the head, if we came up with some catchy slogan like vote blue no matter who,
Yeah.
you would criticize that and call us a cult.
I just don't think that you guys are in any way like scrutinizing of your candidates. So I think it's far more dangerous on the right.
No, that's not true. We've criticized Trump about the Epstein files. Nobody's cool with that. Obviously, that's actually hurt his image.
But it's like, it's like,
No, he's gotten a lot. No, he's gotten a lot of pushback. We don't play about that. We're trying to protect
Yeah.
children.
Where's
You guys-
Thomas Massey? Where's John Cornyn now?
Wow. I knew you were going to mention that. They had some other issues though. It wasn't just the Epstein file. Those people were pretty bad. But it's still that we're not on the side. That would be red no matter who if we were to keep them.
Yeah, if
But
if they're red, give them head. Is what your fucking slogan is. You got some orange stuff right here, by the way.
Wow. So wait, hold on. So is that a homophobic joke? Just to be clear, you guys are the party of inclusion, but yet you make homophobic jokes. Just to be clear.
No, I'm just saying that you are susceptible to male authoritarianism and domination, and you're completely subordinate to it. And I think that's also something that y'all are more susceptible to homophobic, like jokes, because you could say the same to me, and I wouldn't care. You could be like, "Oh, you're gay," I'd be like, tight base.
It's an attack on our masculinity. That's the problem.
Right.
You guys are
hyper masculine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and well, you guys are snowflakes, Barbie. You guys are Barbie dolls, My Little Pony, Care Bears, Hello Kitty. You guys are just soft. You guys got to be confident, be powerful and strong. You guys are just soft. That's embarrassing. That's why they call you guys snowflakes. You guys. I've seen you guys riot and protest. You guys, at any pushback, you guys scream and holler. You're deranged lunatics out your
So
mind. It's
what
just
you're saying is we stand on business and y'all don't. You guys are tenacious.
You guys literally go to jail and get locked up. I've seen
That's right.
Democrats.
We don't fuck around.
Well, then why didn't you guys do that shit for Kamala's rallies? If you look at Trump's rallies, that shit's lit. It's packed. People are screaming and hollering. If you go to Kamala or Biden rally, it's crickets. It's tumbleweeds and.
Dude, you need your inhaler, bro. Get in there. Get on in there.
I need a cigarette. You have a good day, people.
By the way, Shakuna, can you ask Rich Poor why does his laugh sound like he smoked the entire Marlboro factory? Also, to forehead kisses, please. Absolutely, chat. One forehead kiss for Shakuna. And by the way, I am a huge advocate of non-toxic masculinity. I am all about it. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
What's up, my man? No, I'm not, dude. I wanted to talk to that last Trump supporter. His laugh was killing me, man. Dude, I don't know what's wrong with Trumpies, man. This whole "I'm a man" kind of thing is kind of bothering me. Like, I'm a veteran. I served my country. I raised my boy tough. I don't give a shit if you're gay or not gay, you're straight. You do you. You know what I mean? But these guys are so fearful of their manhood, but I think they're so soft and they're more feminine than they realize because that's why they're so scared. Because I don't get it, dude. I don't get this whole, oh my God, you got to be a man. You can't drink a drink with a straw because that doesn't make you look like a man. With
Yeah.
Jesse Waters with that comment, dude. The stupidity of MAGA drives me crazy. And I just wanted to talk to this guy, but he already left. I'm sorry, dude. You keep on
All
doing
right.
your show, but yeah, I will never vote MAGA. Fuck Republican. Always vote blue. Because I want to ask him, would he vote for military green or a Democrat? Because they don't like MTG, right? But he'll vote MTG in just because he won't put a Democrat in place. They play
Sure.
this stupid card game.
Truth. I appreciate you, man.
No problems. You take it easy, man. Peace out. Enjoy. Do your show.
Anytime. Yep. I agree. And I would even go as far as say what Super Solid says. All masculinity is toxic. Anything you can do to break the mold, I think, is good.
Yo,
What's up? Are you a Trump
do you hear me?
supporter?
Yeah, like I disagree with you, bro.
All right.
Really? Really though, like I was on here listening to the last guy, the guy before the rich dude, when he was talking, or y'all was going for like the last hour. Like he completely showed like you're a grifter, bro. Like no, I don't fuck with Trump at all. But like when he was talking about neoliberalism and how it's like the cause of Trump, like you completely dodged everything he was saying. Like I don't agree with that dude at all. Like I'm not like I don't fuck with Trump or Republicans at all. But like you completely
Are you far
dodged
left?
everything he was talking about. Like he was talking about I mean, I would probably farther. Yeah, I'm like decently far left, but
All right, I'm good. Janelle, thank you for the $5. Call me baby girl while you kiss my forehead. There you go, baby girl. I can't say with a straight face. uh I'm so sick of neolibertarian phalangists. You'll get better at it. All right. Chat, we're gonna go to the next guest. Give me just a second. Also, let's get to 100K really quick, and we'll turn the Pickles camera back on. And let's do this.
Hello, my name is Piotr.
Hello, are you not Russian?
I am Russian, but I live in America.
Uh, are you sure you're? Can you vote?
Yes, I am 24.
All right, that's a bad accent. Fjord. Not sure how I feel about that, Pickles. I'm sorry, chat. Was Oscar in chat? We got Oscar. He's still in chat. Tap my ass off the pickle cam. Thank you. She's chilling. She's ready for her close up. She's ready. Oh, here's my girl. What's up, baby girl? Big respect from England. Thank you, Hannah. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Oh, and somebody asked earlier. I was just in the middle of conversation. My mom's doing better. She's moved into a new place. Thank you guys so much for all the donations. We had somebody match those donations while I was gone, and we got her taken care of. And she is good. She is staying afloat. She's got her own place. She's got her own bathroom. She's got some windows in her new place. We moved her into one place, and then it fucking sucked. So we decided to move her into a different place, and it's much better situation. So she's doing good. She's doing fantastical. See, mom, socialism good. Exactly. You could make me vote to make laughter illegal. It ain't me. You're scared. You can't spell your, and you have 0 followers and following. You are gone. With bathrooms and windows. That's the new American dream. We're 2K away from 100K likes. What's up, Zero? How are you?
Good morning, Pickles. I come to you from at 9:07 a.m. in the morning. What time is it there?
It is 6:06 p.m.
Nice. Well past your bedtime, mister. No, I was popping up to because I've missed a couple chapters. I've been working like a dog. What's going on with your mum, man?
She fell in some hard times. She went through a little breakup, and
Oh,
we ran a little bit of a community thing to raise some funds, and we're doing better. Someone said my clock is wrong. It's 6:07. 100K. Oh my god. Yeah. But yeah, she's doing better, and
right.
yeah.
Pickles. Well, she's lucky she has a son like you on her side. That's a shame because I would have liked to have helped out, or if I can still help out, I'd like to.
You're more than welcome
And
to.
yeah, and I hope that your mum is doing better.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing good too. I hope you're not working too hard.
I'm working way too hard. And I would just like to say I'm doing a lot of political commentary. So, kind of ironic because it's actually y'all that are keeping me working hard.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
Our adventures in the world right now, our excursions.
yeah, excursions, more so. Obviously, I'm in been working with a lot of correspondence, so not really up to date with much like American policy, but obviously what's happening overseas and our fuel excise that we had here has just been cut. So obviously now
Mm,
we're paying out the ass for fuel again. But anyway, I'll jump down. Sorry for another time. I'll jump
it's
down so
okay.
you can have some opposition come up. I tried to come up before about all of the environmental discussions you guys are having because that guy, I can never remember his name,
Yeah.
Cecily. Um, it like what a living, breathing ignoramus, am I right? Because I love this argument climate deniers make of percentage. What's the percentage of CO2? We actually measure it in parts per million.
Yeah.
And anyway, I tried to jump up for that, but I had to get my kids off to school anyway. So
It's
I'll let you
okay.
go and I'll hang around and listen to further conversation.
All right. Well, love you, miss you. It's good to see you.
Miss you. Much love to all of you. Much love from Australia. And I will harbor all of you if you'd like to just move over and hide in my roof
I'm coming.
because I love you all dearly.
I'm on my way.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Ah! Ah! So many spider roommates, yeah. Have you guys seen that guy? His name is like Garrett or something. Outdoors Garrett or something. He's just barefoot walking around in like the Everglades or in the Amazon rainforest, just booping wandering spiders and fucking all that shit. The guy's, yeah, yoink. Yeah, the guy's fucking crazy. He's so insane. Just to keep things going real quick, we'll pull up one of his videos. He's fucking crazy, dude. He has no business being this crazy. He's barefoot. Fishing Garrett is what his name is. Yeah. 7.5 million followers. Look at this.
I'm in the Florida Everglades and I just found a Florida panther. This is extremely rare. I've seen dozens, but I've never been able to get this close. Hey, beautiful, have you seen the 20-footer? Don't be scared, I'm not gonna yoink you. I'm glad you got away from that busy road. Very few people have ever got this close to a wild Florida panther. I definitely feel honored to see this ghost of the Everglades. Back to the main mission. Yoink. Right here we have a very skinny 10-foot long Burmese python. These invasives got to go. Caught this swamp puppy chowing down on a juvenile black crowned night heron. This is the biggest snake I've ever caught in Florida. I found her tracks in the road and I was able to track her down. I'm not really surprised, boop, but she's actually a sweetheart. She didn't try to bite me like the anacondas. Check out that length. I hate to break the news to you guys, but it's actually more like 16 feet. So the main mission will continue. I sure hope that 20-footer puts up a better fight than her. It was actually extremely easy to catch her. Yoink. The hard part about looking for the 20-footer is that you need to get lucky. Good to remove her from the glades, though. She just got off of a nest of over 60 babies. Now I gotta round up all these little suckers, too. These guys are everywhere right now. Yoink. They also love to give you little kisses, but it's okay. It doesn't bother me at all. This bark scorpion had no problem crawling up on my hand. And this swamp puppy had no clue I'm right behind him. That 16-footer could gobble you up whole. This little coon looks pretty sick. I hope he doesn't have rabies. I think I'll pass on the yoink this time. But this fella is the complete opposite. He just crawled out of a trash can and he's just licking his mitts. You're a thick boy. Check out this adorable day gecko licking his lips. Well, what do we got here? Yoink. I'm not a big fan of catching green iguanas. There's no challenge. Check out this scarlet king snake. Yoink.
No, dude.
Love seeing these guys, but sadly a lot of them get hit by cars. That's why you need to slow down. Hey, Mr. Bullfrog, have you seen that 20-footer? This poor barred owl got clipped. Right here we have an adorable electric eel. A gentle boop. Who knew? Electric eels have such a boopable face, but I'm going in for the yoink. A very nervous and gentle yoink.
Oh
I got
my.
electrocuted. Imagine that. Electric eels can produce 860 volts, and I felt it, that's for sure. Would I do it again? Yes. Boop. Oh, we got something. Let's see what it is. It's a spectacled caiman tail. Hey, where you going? Luckily, I can speak crocodilian, so I tried calming him down. Long story short, he lunged at me, so I had to yoink him. Check out those beautiful teeth. What a good swamp puppy. I get sidetracked easy, but we're still out here looking for that 20-foot anaconda. I've been walking over a mile in this little river. Hey guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades.
Hold on.
Anaconda. 16-foot Burmese. Hey guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades and I'm gonna shake hands with a swamp puppy. Oh man, I didn't mean to scare you. I just need you to tell me where that 20-foot Burmese python is. Come on, we're friends here. The swamp puppies don't snitch, but maybe her kids will. Yoink, where's your mother? That little invasive boy wouldn't talk. Yoink, but maybe this one will. That's not your average looking swamp puppy. That's because it's an American crocodile. Besides me, he's in charge around here. I'm looking for that 20-foot Burmese python, and I'm pretty sure a skunk ape is following me. I had to climb a tree. There's definitely plenty of carpenter ants out tonight. It don't hurt too bad. Look at this. Yoink. This is a stud blue land crab. Check out that claw.
All right. Some people don't like it. There are ones where he fucking boops wandering spiders. If you guys don't know what that is, it's like the most... It's like the most venomous spider ever. Whew. Oh my god. And he just rolls around barefooted. He's barefooted. He's insane. He is insane. Put him back on or I'm leaving. No. Ugh. He has 7.5 million followers. I'm sure y'all can find him. Fishing Garrett. Yeah, this is also very boopable. This is a very boopable baby girl. I've left. Thank you for catching that, D. Yeah, I got stung by a Transel hawk wasp. Look that up. Oh. Oh. Damn, we've been live for 3.5 hours. Pickles has no idea. She hates my guts too. She has no idea. So many people love her. She has no idea how prized she is. I think the first words I utter when I wake up every day is "Pickles, I love you," and I look at her and she's like, "Go fuck yourself." You got to see the Odyssey finally, Taylor? Did you like it? I know. I can't even, guys, my executive dysfunction, I can't even do my own social media. Can you imagine if I made clips, chat? How well I'd be doing? Odyssey was amazing. I saw Spider-Man yesterday. It was really good. Yes, Oscar. I need L clips. Dude, if you were a clips channel, you'd be doing insanely good, but at what cost? Can you put out 100? I need like 5 mid vids a day. I need like 5. And the person, like the clips that we have right now, very expensive. Mm-hmm. Sheesh, Oscar. I wish I had the revenue to do that. I believe you, Oscar. I believe you. I do record my streams. Well, they're all VODs on YouTube. So you can download the VOD always. I mean, my soul kind of is for sale. They're like, to a certain degree, if you're on social media, like it's always advantageous to have more followers, more viewers. scribbling a code when you think something clip-worthy happening. I really should do that. When I'm talking, I can barely. I don't know. I can barely manage my thoughts. Like I have to tunnel vision when I'm talking. We have a more tight-knit community. I mean, it's true. It's very unstable though, or unstable. Like, if I had a way to, like, everything, like month to month, I wasn't just reliant on donations. I don't know. That would be a much better feeling. In my opinion, work that goes into deciding what a good clip is yeah, I know. Yeah. Yo, what up, Super Solid? A Patreon's tight. A Patreon's not a bad idea. I think that the click-through rate and the conversion rate from getting somebody to go to TikTok to Patreon though is pretty low. And I also think I would feel guilty if I didn't offer some like good value to the Patreon, like something unique or whatever, like over and above for being a Patreon member. Streamers are the more stable revenue strategy that you can mimic. I think like ad revenue would be the strategy to go for. Like if you get a certain amount of views, if you clip a certain amount of things and get like enough views on your clips to have like a monthly revenue stream, you'd probably be good. I set my subscription at $5. I think I have 100 subscribers on teaching on Patreon. Oh, nice. I do have merch. I have a hat and a shirt for sale on merch. Is it viable to market games? Like playing my games? Oh, game ads. I don't know. W super. Paid review stuff. Like I think I would have a hard time convincing a company that markets games to use my audience. My demographic is like mostly 55-year-old people, not so much the gaming demographic. Comment to gameplay vids on YouTube. How's the Protein X working out? It was actually pretty good. I might choose a different flavor next time. It's really thick. Wasn't expecting it to be that thick. It's very thick, pineapple flavored. What games does paid reviews for Best Buy? Ooh, that's actually a pretty cool idea. Raid Shadow Legends when all else fails, you know? I've actually done a paid Raid Shadow Legends integration. I've done that life back in my gaming days. God of War is fucking sounds tight. I wouldn't mind playing that. I wouldn't mind. But I did. I actually feel bad because some of the people that got into Raid Shadow Legends were on it like a year and a half after I did that integration. Health and looks maxing. Maybe that's my next venture. Maybe my next venture is like the non-toxic clavicular. Like, hey bro, if you want to look chill, like generally, bro, you can work out, bro. I don't know. Clavicular. If you want to be way chill and not be a detriment to society, this is how I would be. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, bub?
I'm doing good, Boo. How you doing?
Oh, you know, just being awesome as fuck, man.
Ah, I see. The usual.
Yeah.
Rich Poor 84 makes me want to carve my ears out with a knife.
Rich Poor, I bring him up because sometimes when he's gone, I just feel good about myself.
There was one time where I was like yelling at him that I wanted to have him on my show. I wanted to have the conversation, but if he kept making fart noises into the microphone every time he made a point, like it's just too many people watching, buddy. Like I'm gonna kick you if you keep making really annoying noises into the microphone. I don't understand. I don't know. I try to understand the callers. I don't understand him.
Someone say, is he fake? I don't know if he's fake. I don't think he is. And
I've talked to him enough to like hear kind of his inconsistencies where like I don't think he's fake. I don't think he's a troll lying about which side of it that he's on. I just don't think he cares to like actually think intellectually rigorously about any of the assertions that he makes, and for him it is just kind of like fun. But I do think he has conviction. I just don't think he takes the conversation all that seriously.
Agreed. Like, I don't think he thinks past the first sentence he's about to tell you. He's like, Democrats are all, what did he say today? It's like, vote blue no matter who. It's kind of a cult. It's like, dude, have you looked at your site? You guys do no housekeeping. You do know how. Matt Gaetz for AG? Really?
Well,
like, come on now.
Hegseth for Secretary of Defense.
Yeah. Yeah, zero introspection.
I mean, he also just seems to think that his laughter is some kind of argument.
Yep.
So sometimes when he like laughs really loudly, I'm like, all right, hold on. You thought that what I said was particularly dumb. Please do tell me why you think that. I would like to know.
Nursing in Japan.
But I'm thinking of banning him. He's been on my show enough hours. He's a waste of time. Nothing new.
He's a time filler for me. I'll let him up for a sec and we'll meme.
Oh, I've got a couple people where like it's a running joke with my audience that like every time I let them up, it's like, yep, we're just gonna pump viewers for 30 minutes. We're gonna get up to 1,000, and then when I get to 1,000, I'm gonna kick you for being unproductive and move on to somebody whose conversation I think deserves to be seen by 1,000 people. But he's kind of not even one of those. Like the joke gets old so quickly. Like
his chief export is wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody said that's Gemini said that's RC. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about somebody like Splinter, who I also just banned. Splinter, I'm tired of talking to Splinter. He's not interesting anymore. I have learned all of the things he will ever say. Don't need to hear them again.
You mean dude and bro?
Ding-a-ling.
Ding-a-ling.
You ding-a-ling. I'm gonna clip this shit too, bro. I'm gonna put it on my wall too, bro. I'm gonna ding-a-ling. That's my impression of Splinter.
Bro, you live in your basement, bro.
Bro, you're a toothpick. You're a toothpick of a man, and you're telling me I'm wrong?
Yeah. Dude, I saw RC had a live up the other day. Like, I think his topic was women should stop wearing stripper clothes to the gym or some shit. It's like, oh, dude. Oh, man.
Hot take, even for RC.
Like, first of all, whose team are you on, you fucking idiot?
I just mean, like, you're gonna tell me that you've got an opinion about someone's decency?
Oh.
I bet he does spend a lot of time thinking about what women around him wear, though. I bet it permeates his mind constantly.
Yeah, when Splinter's tried to give me a job, yeah. He's like, dude, I could just give you invoicing work. No, not working for you.
Well, Splinter asked me, like, how much money I made live streaming, like, it's something like, I don't know, 4 months ago. So I told him, like, you know, like $50 to $100 a day, and he, like, laughed his butt off about it. And I was just kind of, like, there with, like, 40 viewers, like, yeah, dude, like, it's okay. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm, you know, it's kind of having fun. And then he still calls in and he gives me those numbers, and I'm just kind of like, dude, you're tempting the donors. You are tempting the donors to make you look a fool. So, I mean, I don't know how much money Splinter has made me, but it does bother him. I don't know why he calls in. When those callers, like, when it increases the viewership and they get a bunch of donations because of it, because I'm, like, you know, good at running the conversation in a way that, like, makes that the gag. I'm very transparent with my audience about that. Like, that's what I'm doing to, like, make the show effective and profitable and all that garbage. But, like, I don't know why he does it. It's like, why do you even call me? It goes the same way every single time. Are they trolls trying to help us? That's like, because if they are, it is an amazingly skilled performance that somebody like Splinter is putting on, if it is an act, because it's amazingly consistent. He sounds like that every time I talk to him for months and months and months. And there's certain people like that people think are a troll, and I've been an acting teacher. I don't buy it. It's very difficult to like wear a consistent personality like that is being scrutinized by whoever you're on the call with, and to have it be consistent for months. It's inconsistency that makes me pick off, like, the actual trolls that are just, like, trying to generate content for us, which is their heart's in the right place, but they're, you know, we're trying to be authentic on here, so it's not helpful in my opinion.
Did you guys, when he was on Super Solid Stream the other day, he said he was 35. Is that
Splinter?
No, Rich Poor. 35. Anybody else think he's got to be way older?
He's got to be way older than that. Is a rough 35, judging by the voice.
He's got to be way. There's no way I'm older than him. Yeah, there's no way. I thought he was like 55.
Yeah, and I mean, and part of it's not just the vocal quality. It's just there's like a certain, like, manner of speech that allows you to age somebody to a degree. But he meant 53.
That would make way more sense.
Yeah.
Actually, birthdays again. Oh, my birthday is on the 17th.
My birthday just passed. I just turned 31.
Happy birthday, dude. When was it?
I haven't announced the date because the internet hasn't found it, but it was last week.
Nice. Happy birthday, dude.
Yeah. Went and sang karaoke in all my favorite karaoke bars with my friends.
Rats, dude. That's fun. What's it like having friends?
You know, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Makes me feel better about all the chuds telling me that I don't have any friends. The fact that I do have friends really makes that not hurt so much.
Yeah. I'm sorry, chat. Y'all are my. I absolutely do have a community of friends here. I'm sorry, chat. I don't discount that. But I'm saying real life, dude. I actually had a friend. I have like one friend in real life, and I like begged him to go out to sushi with me last week like 3 times, and he's like, "Yeah, bro, let's reschedule till tomorrow." I'm like, "Okay," and then we did it again. He's like, "Tomorrow," and then I just didn't even. It's like, all right, man. I'm just gonna go work out, dude.
Gotta balance all those things in your life, unfortunately, or else you'll get old. I'm still working. I'm still procrastinating that aging thing for later.
Yeah.
That's the trying anyway.
To be fair, sushi sucks. What? I'll be 38 in 2
Objectively
weeks.
false.
Oh man, I could eat my weight in sushi.
There's an all-you-can-eat place that I like. It's like $30 to sit at the table, and it truly is all you can eat. They just give you like a reasonably full menu, and you can just say more of that, please. And every now and then, I fast for 24 hours, and I go to Kyoto Sushi, and I never cease to amaze myself.
Yeah, I used to live next to one of
I'm
those.
bottomless when it comes to sushi.
Same. Some sort of goes like it's really hard for me to keep friends. Yeah, same. It's hard for me to keep friends too, and it's mostly my fault. It's mostly my fault because I have really bad ADHD. But somebody asked, oh, my friend that lives nearby, he just moved out. I have a friend that like lived in the same little lot here, moved out.
Chat's warning me that I'm going to start accelerating my aging, as though I'm not completely aware. Oh, is Splinter here?
He sure is.
Like
Beetlejuice.
What a goober. We may have said his name 3 times.
Splinter, you're not going to start talking about people's... Nah, dude. Splinter got a strike earlier.
Splinter thinks I need a dentist. Splinter, I did get a dentist. They're going to be my biggest donor because they're going to donate me free dental care.
No shit.
I'm going. I'm flying to California next month to see a dentist for free. He's going to fix everything.
Shit.
Yeah,
dude, that is awesome.
biggest donation to the channel so far is a dentist offering to do the work I need. Yeah,
that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Dang, that's sick.
I want to know if Splinter thinks he's a good person. That's what I want to know about him. That's what I said. I try to understand the callers. Yeah, I know you'll say that in the chat. That's not very interesting.
What's
but
up,
I just like
Oscar?
actually.
How you doing, bro?
I don't know, dude. Like I feel like when I wake up in the morning, I think when I encounter people today, like unless they really cross me or do something really mean, like I try to just be decent to people, and I really don't think that that's the way that you navigate life, and that makes me spend some time when I sit around and think about
when
you.
you
I
wake
wonder about
up,
you.
when you wake up, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, dude. You're not doing nothing with
I go
your life.
live
You
at
don't
10
have a
a.m.
fucking
every
job,
single
bud.
day.
Dude,
I go live at 10 a.m. every
But
single
what's
day.
your
What are you
real
talking
job,
about?
though, Oscar?
I made 3 jobs with my screen. 3
You
people
don't
work on my show.
fucking work, bud. You're not a productive citizen. You're a bitch talker. You're a fucking drama queen. You
Splinter,
never graduated from fucking drama club.
Is this where you want to be when Jesus comes back, making fun of people's looks and their social status?
So, Pickles, Jesus does say in the Bible that if you're not a productive citizen, you're a piece of shit, dude. Okay,
that's
literally what he
quote?
says. Yes, not a direct quote, but I put a 2026 spin on it. Okay,
nice.
I have
It
another
literally
question,
says that.
Splinter.
What's up, man?
Where do you post your clips? You always say that you're going to clip me and make me look bad, and I just
Bro, go to my
I just
wall
can't
right
believe
now.
you do ever. Is it just on this account? Do I have this account blocked? Maybe I need to unblock you.
You have this account blocked because I cook you all the time, dude. You run from me. You're scared. But hey, by the way, though, like once you get the teeth fixed, when are you gonna I want to pay for your gym membership, man. I want to pay for your monthly gym membership so you can get in shape and stop being a puny little toothpick.
I don't think I'm as puny as you think I am. Is really the main problem.
Oh my god, bro! If you think,
Please, God, let me speak. Oh my God, Oscar is currently in the process of helping me move. If you saw the amount of crap he carried for me today, that I was like, no, you can't lift that without me. Hold on.
Wow, a
This
20
man
pound
is
box.
fucking strong.
He ain't no fucking Spider-Man, dude. Shut the fuck up.
I
Dude,
don't.
he moved my couch that is like an electronic powered couch by his damn self, dude. I was like, okay. You don't understand, bro. I'm like literally losing my shit over here listening to this. I'm trying to fucking move my shit.
Well, see, Splinter, the thing that you'll never get to understand is how fun it is to have a sleeper build. Like, it feels good when you make fun of me for my physique because I know what I look
Sleeper
like.
build, bro. You're 122 pounds soaking wet in the shower, my guy. What the fuck are you talking about?
See, the fact that you think that means that the sleeper build is working.
No, bro. But listen here, dude. Hold on, Oscar. You're 120 pounds, bro. You have no skills whatsoever. My
Right.
nephew's
So,
8
so
years
on this
old, bro,
call,
and he'll
on this
choke you
call,
out
there's
in like
3
10
people.
seconds.
There's 3 people on this call. How many of them know how much I weigh?
Bro, I could just tell by looking at your stupid ass, bro. I can look at your face and tell that you're a meth head, dude. What are you talking about? Instead of doing vapes, you do meth in that shit. That you got a meth pen.
Splinter. You're
I
just trying to get strikes,
Okay, I
bro.
gotta be cool. I don't want to get kicked. Okay, I gotta be cool. But at the
Yeah,
end of the
dude,
day,
you can just yell those things, but like you can okay, look, Splinter, you can go to my Instagram right now, and I think there's like a highlight section called I think it's called like shenanigans or goofing or something like that. And the first video when you click it is me like standing comfortably on my hands perfectly still for like 10 seconds. I do calisthenics if you're interested in
yeah,
what gives
bro.
me
But
the
guess
sleeper build
what,
that I
Oscar?
have.
When you're a $110, that shit's easy, dude. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you made the
Big
number
deal,
smaller to make yourself
calisthenics,
feel
bro.
better. Like why? Like what the hell, man?
I'm just saying, bro. You're in no position to be talking shit about anybody, my guy. Nobody. Not even the president.
I'm not even talking shit. I'm just defending myself.
Every day you're on here talking shit about him, bro. You have no whatsoever room ever to talk shit about nobody,
him
bro.
I'll talk shit about, but I think
You look
that's
like a
fair. He's a public
Minnesota
figure.
fucking meth head, dude.
Splinter. All right, we're not doing this.
Like, yeah, it's like there's nothing for me to engage with. Like, there's no conversation. Like, I just.
Yo, why were you flaming that guy? What do you do?
He's just doing personal
even do
insults,
anything.
Eddie. Are you a Trump supporter?
But like, bro, like, yo, so why don't y'all support Trump? Like, what do you do?
Because he sucks big fat floppy donkey dicks at everything, literally everything. There's not a single thing he's doing good right now, unless you know something I
Y'all are
don't.
losers, bro. You're a loser, bro. Shut up. Like,
What a child?
you will never amount to nothing, bro. You will never amount to
Why is
nothing.
Eddie letting his kid defend him?
Bro, I'm not his kid, bro. Like, you're just mad that you will never amount to nothing, bro. Like, walk in.
Is that it? Is that all you get? You letting him take care of your lightweights, Eddie?
Bro,
Shut up, you're sweet, bro. Shut up.
bro, y'all probably suck on Kamala Harris's penis, bro.
Yeah, like, y'all like, oh, Kamala Harris. Oh, I love you. Oh, Kamala, oh.
All right, transphobic.
Yeah. Those are Trump supporters, everybody. They really care they all want to know what I look like naked for some reason.
They are obsessed with other people's genitals. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah. I tell you what, those guys spend a lot of time thinking about my genitals.
20 bros in 1 minute is wild.
Did somebody count the bros? Was it actually 20 bros?
Probably. Oh, baby girl, we got my doo-doots, dude and doo-doo-doo.
I just want to know what Splinter. I want to see Splinter ordering at a restaurant. Like, is he like that all the time? To everybody?
Like, bro, what are you even doing here? You should get an even better job than waiting tables at Ruby Tuesday. Like, I'm sure he just has this conversation every day. Like, dude, I sold 5 million. I sold 5 million. He's obsessed with his own status. And it's just... It's the perfect argument to not, I don't know, to adhere to whatever political takes he has. He's just, his values are so, like, middle school.
Yeah. It's like it's a little bit of like old timey man bro shit from the past, but like with the style, the delivery is like the schoolyard, like the cafeteria. He's just like totally concerned about like. I mean, he just levies insults that are so juvenile. I don't even know how to respond to them. Where I'm just like, I don't care that you said that to me. Can we do something other than this? I don't want to dignify most of it with a response, but I should unblock him and watch some of his clips because I have to imagine he's pulling some editing tricks if he's trying to make me look bad.
Oh yeah. You crashed out on Joey's live today? Dude, I saw him crashing out on some like young, like 20-year-old girl that was doing debates the other day. He was just fucking out of control, foaming at the mouth, dude. I was so mad. I just scrolled past. I was like, dude, fucking Splinter.
The clips of him do reasonably well. It's a little bit of a sacrifice banning him. It just comes a point where I've heard all 12 of his insults, and that's it.
His other usernames are all Ninja Turtles. It wasn't Maddie. It was someone else.
Well, because Splinter's their sensei.
Yeah. And he's a rat.
Once again, very middle school.
Oh, God forbid an adult like Ninja Turtles. Ugh.
Pardon my assistant. She's yelling from the other room.
Her room.
It is your room. Not for long, or you're moving.
It's true.
I don't think it's the Renaissance painters, no. The only painter he likes is probably German.
The
Austrian.
Renaissance painters, or the turtles, are named after the Renaissance painters. Come on.
Yeah, but I think that they're saying that there's no way that Splinter named his accounts that because of the Renaissance painters, because he's such a cultured person.
Well, Splinter gives it away. Splinter's the name of the sensei of the turtles.
Right, yeah.
Master Splinter.
Master Splinter. I don't think Splinter is a master of anything. Speed Racer's been chomping at the bit to get me to ask you about this community gift. What is all this about?
Yeah, apparently there's like a community gift thing that when people do it, there's something to do on my end to unlock it.
I have taken a unpopular strategy when it comes to gifts on my live stream, which is that I ignore them completely.
Based.
Like even my own mods are constantly yelling at me to update gift goals and stuff. I'm pretty sure some of my mods are in this chat right now, but I try to watch other people's lives, and when I find something that I feel is like really disruptive to my enjoyment of the stream, like the things that make me feel the urge to like swipe or whatever, I just try to catalog those things and not do them on my show. And I've just found that the tinfoil hat time. I don't know if I've told you this, but I genuinely think that TikTok is using the gift goals to check how desperate you are for engagement. And I think if I ignore them, it shows that I'm not desperate, and that seems to be working for me. But I could be wrong. Nobody knows how the algorithm works. I just found that pinning the gift goal. Yeah, I mean it's fun, and I'll listen to my mods and like update the gift goal just like to something different. Like I don't mind changing it or having it fill up or whatever. I just don't mention it on air, and I don't pin the gift goal because I find that both of those things are like more disruptive and like in terms of yielding behavior that like makes the live streams perform better. I just find that's like if I'm going to sacrifice the quality of the show for a moment to get like to do some housekeeping in that way, it's not the best use of airtime. But that's just me. Everybody's different.
You know what I think I'm going to do? And I just found out how to do this 2 days ago. I think I'm going to start today. And I think we're going to start now. I want to do a super fan only chat. In fact, I'm not even going to do it today, but next time we do a live stream, I'm going to do it. So be prepared. At the end of the stream, I'm going to do super fan only chat. I'm sorry, but I got to start growing back. Guys, I used to have so many subscribers, and I would really, I don't know. I got to start building community again.
Well, I mean, I think for the You don't have people feel too disenfranchised about your about the everyday stream. You should like switch over to a superfans only like at the end.
Yeah, that's what
for
I'm
like for like chill time.
Yeah. In fact, let's do it. I think we're gonna do it today. Well, fuck. No, I'm doing it tomorrow. All right. You guys got fair warning. It's classist. It is classist.
Well, see, I have certain super fans and paid subscribers on YouTube will gift. I don't know if it supports it on TikTok. On YouTube, a lot of my subscribers, my paid subscribers, are people who have been gifted subscriptions from other people. So like, I have people buying like 5 or 10 or 20 gift subscriptions at a time and just like blessing random people in the chat with them. Because I have like, I don't even know, like 350 like paid followers on YouTube, something like that. My members only streams are getting out of hand. I can't keep up with the chat on them.
Damn, dude. Yeah, we need to get in there. You got to do it.
But I mean, you know, straightforwardly, like I know you were like talking about monetization, and what I was just saying about like using the airtime for housekeeping instead of like the actual show component of the live stream. It's like there are better ways to drive for monetization instead of engagement, which can accomplish the same thing. And you know, or like if I can get more engagement by like being able to spend more time editing or posting clips or like offloading work or whatever. Like if I can drive monetization instead of engagement, I can use the monetization to drive engagement, which is better. But we don't need to bore your audience. You know, you got my phone number.
Yeah.
Hello, Christine.
All right, MJK, do what you gotta do. Take over major media, please. That's the plan, y'all. Jake
Working on it.
Tapper, get out of there. It's Pickles and Oscar time. Tucker Carlson, get fucked. Go on, get.
Dude, Fox News is so afraid of me.
My life's goal is to get on Fox News, whether it's doing something embarrassing or being fucking unhinged. I'm all about it.
I'm even considering suing them because they asked me for permission to use like my protest footage, my footage of the Savannah Hernandez fight at the Whipple, and I said no. Because I told them that they're not a news network, they're an entertainment network. So I give my footage to news networks for free, which is why I get to be on the news a lot. But they're not news. So if they want to buy the footage, they can make me an offer. And I told them no. So then they re-uploaded it, having stole it from Savannah Hernandez, who stole it from me, and they gave her credit for it. But I have I have like some producer from Fox News sent me a DM on Instagram and like lied to my face. She was like, if you get a content credit on Fox News, we can drive millions of followers to your Instagram account. And this lady had the gall to tell me that, like, because my handle on Instagram is Oscar Quinton Music, because Oscar Quinton was taken when I made the account ages ago, and I am a musician. So she was like, we'll drive millions of followers to watch your music, like to be your fans. And I told her in completely impolite terms that it was absurd for her as a professional to lie to my face that having my name in the corner of Fox News for 11 seconds would drive millions of viewers to my Instagram. Like how unprofessional, how disgracefully unprofessional. And then they stole the footage and used it anyway. Which I think the irony is that she created material value for what that sponsorship was supposed to be worth, according to them, which makes it like slightly more suable. Because there's really very little value in like, you know, using my social media footage on Fox News, like on cable television. But because they told me there was such incredible value, perhaps I could sue them for, I don't know, a few grand. It'd be pretty funny if I succeeded. But they did ask me twice through 2 different producers and then steal the footage anyway because they're spineless fucks and they don't care. But to answer the chat, yes, she lied to me and said that it would drive millions of views to my Instagram. I should talk to Law of the Wild about it. Hello, Midwest.
Oh, Law. Love Law. Dude, I shit my fucking pants when I saw him on CNN a while back. It's like, no fucking way, dude.
Who?
It was so cool. Law.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they would go to your page. All they would do, yeah, you would get like the Fox News traffic if they did come to your page, bro. You wouldn't want it, dude.
Well,
You
no,
wouldn't-
I encourage it because
Yeah.
I'll go troll Savannah Hernandez on Instagram or whatever, and then I saw somebody in her comments who were like, "Ooh, buddy, you don't know the comment section you just walked into. You have awakened the beast." And all I had to say is like, I genuinely encourage such people to come to my social media accounts and bother me. That's kind of the whole point of what we're doing on here. So if you do want to come, like, call me a slur in the comment section, like, sure, that's one way to go about it. Maybe call into the show. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that the conversion rate from a footage credit, and as a matter of fact, I have had my name in the corner of a major news network for footage credit a lot because, like I said a second ago, I do offer my footage to actual news stations for free. So a lot of my footage of ICE agents in Minneapolis has been used by like CNN in particular. I have a producer contact with, so my footage is on CNN all the time. And it doesn't drive any traffic. Like, it doesn't make a difference if I'm on the news a lot for a given day or for a given story or something like that. Who's gonna Google the name of somebody who put footage on the news? Hey, Michael. This is the Oscar and Pickles show. Pickles isn't here right now, so it's just me yapping about Fox News stealing my footage.
Oscar Maya Pickle. What's up, Michael? I feel like what I should do is go live on this account and do members only while I edit video.
That would actually be a pretty good use of time. You could even like get the chat to chime in and help. Be like, what's a good clip?
And just do it on my phone.
Yeah,
that way, because I
yeah.
need my PC and the sound environment on my PC to edit.
I mean, assuming your computer is sufficiently powerful, you could do it through your normal TikTok Studio streaming setup, and then just mute the desktop audio unless you want people to be able to hear what's happening from the editing software. Unless you had callers on, that would work.
I feel like just to isolate it, maybe I would just
Mm-hmm.
I would rather to be able to like scrub video without streaming.
I did buy that other iPhone I was talking about buying so that I can have phone number calls that actually just present on my end as another TikTok caller calling in through a TikTok account.
Do you have that? It works like that?
So I'm setting it up like this week. I've like tested it. It works, but I'm using an entire external iPhone because I needed to buy a separate production phone for outdoor filming for like travel and stuff. And I just wanted another good iPhone so I could have continuity of footage. But an iPhone with a USB-C port can have a little like thumbstick that has a headphone jack and a microphone jack on, just a little basic USB sound card. So I'm going to have a separate computer, completely independent from the one I produce and record the show with. And the way it's going to work is that separate computer is going to have Google Voice on it. That's going to manage the phone number. The only purpose for the external iPhone is running the TikTok app so that the sound device for Google Voice will be passed through to the iPhone so that when I get a Google Voice call, my producer, because I have one of my 2 employees like sits off screen and manages things for me while I'm live, they will then request to join the show on the iPhone, and the sound feed that connects will be a Google Voice call. So as far as recording it and getting it piped into the show, makes no difference to my current setup. Because as far as my current setup sees it, it's just another TikTok caller.
So, all right, we can do specifics. We can do I can ask you those questions offline, but yeah. I think I don't know. It's not a bad idea. It's also not a bad idea to like if I were to do these like hangout streams while I'm editing, to just hang out with somebody in Discord too. You can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean the Discord thing runs the same risk. You just got to make sure that everybody who's piped in, because they're presenting through your account, you just need to make sure that they know, like, hey, TikTok speak. Remember we've got the filter going on.
Yeah.
But I've got one of the tasks that we're working on right now is just generating a bunch of TikTok accounts that have live privileges, and I want it to say like, I got to figure out like a fun like profile picture or something where it's like, oh, that's the Oscar Quinton call-in account or something. Oh yeah, Shelby in the chat is just asking about that. Yeah, so we're manufacturing up a bunch of accounts so that we can just have throwaways for that purpose. But it totally solved that like mixing problem that we were trying to figure out offline that time. Because doing it in, somebody in the chat asked like, why not just do it in software? And the question, it seems pretty obvious that you can do it in software. You can. It's just there's like a dozen things that make it difficult. And there's a couple things that make doing it externally with a separate computer and separate hardware easier. And or like a couple things that make that harder, but it solves all the problems. So yeah, the virtual machine doesn't fix it, Chair Mayor. It's because it's about like the audio mix that gets sent to TikTok. The problem is that you can't separate to have the audio that you want to send back to the phone number caller. You can't separate their voice presenting to TikTok from the other callers that you might have on. So it's problematic. And no, there wouldn't be not very much of a delay at all. Like whatever delay TikTok adds and whatever delay Google Voice adds is like tolerable. But I have dry run it and it works. But it's mildly complicated. it's like it's a fix the problem like once and for all type of solution. So I'm pretty excited about it. I might write a manual on how it all works because I know everybody wants to solve that problem.
Well, I'm fucking starving. I am starving. I think I might do my hang sesh soon. I think I might do that. Tickles my neurospicy brain. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna hop off and I'm gonna get some food, and if you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to come hang out on Discord or something.
I might. My Jesse, my producer, is like almost done boxing up the last three things, so I might get back to manual labor here in a moment. But you and I should do like the Oscar Pickles podcast. There's demand for it. We should like make it we should do like a.
Let's do it.
Yeah, because it's disruptive of our debate formats, but people do like listening to the two of us kick it, so we could just like do that as its own thing sometime. That'd be fun.
I do demand it. Yeah, I think we should do it. Let's talk about it. Let's text. Send me some feet pics while you're at it, and we'll. All
right, I'm getting the punch to go be productive. I gotta drop. Thanks for having me up, dude.
All right, girl.
Love you, bro. Sorry, love you, girl.
Later, girl.
Smoochies.
Chat, I love you. I am gonna go ahead and we're pretty much just gonna shut off the stream real quick and then turn it back on. I'm gonna make some food. We're gonna do a hangout stream. It's gonna be members only. I'm sorry. Guys, I used to have 1,300 subscribers. Now I have 30. And I would really like to see that grow. I would really like to grow that again. So this is my attempt at doing that. If you guys want to come hang out, you're welcome to come. If you can't, I love you. Sorry, it's not a reflection of our friendship. It's not a reflection of how much I enjoy your presence. But I will see y'all soon. Bye, chat. Okay, bye.